Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Boom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Hello, happy Wednesday, happy hump day. We have made it through half of the week. It is a beautiful day again in the UK. I don't know where is it coming from. It's sunshine. Hello, good morning, Willow. Good morning, Denise. Hi, Paula, Lois, Pickles. Hello, good my friends. Hi. I hope you all are okay. I was trying to have a nap, but I couldn't. I hope every single one of you is okay today, and you guys are ready for a full-on day of court. Well, I'm expecting to be on a full-on day court, because, but you guys know how the court in the Jason Levesque trial likes to behave. So before we even start, because what we're gonna do this morning is we're gonna do the openings and jury instructions of the new case, of the Nichole Rice case, and then you can. Oh, like, I was trying to have an app and I couldn't. I don't know. It's because I'm having. It's not an energy drink, but it's probably like almost the equivalent of an energy drink. So I don't think it was that the best thing to for me to have done. Well, I nearly spilled my water bottle now. So, like I was saying, what are we gonna do is we're gonna do the openings of the Nichole Rice case, because the Jason Levesque trial only starts at 10:30. So we have about an hour and a half to be able to watch it, which I think it's plenty of time to watch the openings and the two witnesses, I believe, that were yesterday. What we're gonna do though, before we do start, on that case is. Oh yeah, it is absolutely good. I was watching as well a bit too until I fell asleep and I didn't watch any anymore, but I really want to catch up, because what my plan is, we're gonna do Jason Levesque, and then this case only starts at 2 p.m. today anyway, Eastern time. So we should be okay to catch this new day live when it starts, while we are on deliberations. That is my plan. We'll see how the Levesque trial goes, because that court is absolutely crazy. Otherwise, we can just watch, I think, maybe after the day. We'll see how we go and how things plan out and work out, and we go from there. As well, because it all kind of depends on how the Levesque trial goes, which is an absolutely crazy. But I hope everyone is okay, and has a good day today. Anyway, I was gonna say as well. I was thinking of this one because I've heard that the defense attorney objects like a sailor, so he objects a lot. So I was thinking of counting objections on this one as well, but I can't put the counter just yet, because I still have the counter with the Jason Levesque one, and I can't figured it out how to kind of reset for just this trial and then go back to the other one. So I'm gonna do manually. I'm gonna put on my notepad the objections that we have today, and then when we fully on this trial, I will put the counter where it should be. Does that sound good? What do you guys think? Because yeah, otherwise I don't know what else to do, because I know I can have two counters at the same time, like how we are doing. We can count the objections and something else, because I want to see if this court can go higher than the Stacey Rodriguez ones, because on Stacey Rodriguez we had 305 objections. I want to see if this guy can go go higher than that. But so that is my reasoning. That is my thinking, and let's get started. I think without anything else, I don't think. The speed we're gonna watch is at 1.3, which I think is a good speed, but if you guys think it is too fast, let me know and I can pop it down to just 1.2 or something, and we'll figure it out because we still have time and they go pretty quick anyway. So let's just watch and enjoy court, I guess. And I hope again everyone has a good day, and I'll be in chat anyway. So yeah.
Mr. Crane? Is Court TV on the line? Is there someone other than who's in the courtroom? Mr. Crane, are you on this line? Is there anyone on Court TV that's on this line? All right, they're no longer in. They're out. I'll start. Ms. Sorgan, is this the jury that was selected? Do you waive roll call of that jury?
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, does the defense waive roll call of the jury?
We'll waive roll call, Your Honor, but we will just bring up Your Honor's comment that you dismissed juror 44.
Okay, you want me to just repeat my rationale for that?
I'm just putting it on the record.
No, I appreciate that. And the court did that. I apologize. Juror 44 had a panic attack. He couldn't breathe. He was distraught. It was unfair to keep him. We have 4 alternates, so I'm assuming we now have 3. I'm not necessarily the best judge of characters, but I was pretty clear that his was real, and it wasn't an act or a show, just so he could get out of jury duty. Okay. Let me make sure I got this right here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to give you some instructions at this time.
Your Honor, we do have one juror who needs hearing assist.
I'm sorry?
We have one juror who needs hearing assist.
She has changed. She has.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
she has changed her mind on that, and I apologize.
okey-dokey.
Thanks for reminding me, Ms. Sorgan, because I said I was going to put it on the record. So she has said that she did not want to do that. And again, thank you, Ms. Susan, we appreciate that. Go ahead. I'm going to have the jury swear on oath.
Everyone in the jury panel, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will consider all the evidence in this case, follow the instructions given to you, and deliberate fairly and impartially, and reach a fair verdict, so help you God? If so, please signify by saying, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Are there any nays? Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Members of the jury, before we start the trial, I'm going to give you some instructions to help you understand and perform your service as a juror. Although these instructions will not be reread at the end of the trial, they are every bit a part of the other instructions on the law that you will receive at the conclusion of the trial. These preliminary instructions briefly outline your duties and the procedure we shall follow in this trial. In these instructions, words of the singular will include the plural. Likewise, words of the masculine will include the feminine and neuter as context requires. During the trial, you will be allowed to take notes. You are not required to take notes and should not do so if it will distract you from giving your full attention to the witnesses and evidence in this case. If you take notes, 1, your notes must pertain to the case, and 2, you should not allow note-taking to distract you from listening to the evidence. When you deliberate, you should rely primarily on your collective recollection of what you saw and heard during the trial. Your collective recollection is probably more reliable than the notes of any individual juror. Your notes are yours alone and will be viewed by no one else. At the end of the trial, all of your notes will be collected and destroyed. They have pads with them. Okay, thank you. This trial will proceed in the following manner. Attorney for the prosecution may make an opening statement outlining their case. The attorney for the defendant may also make an opening statement outlining their case immediately after the prosecution's opening statement, or they may reserve their opening statement until the conclusion of the evidence to be presented by the prosecution. The prosecution will first introduce evidence. At the conclusion of all of the prosecution's evidence, the defendant may, but is not required, to then present evidence. After the defendant's evidence, if any, has been presented, the prosecution may present rebuttal evidence. After the prosecution and the defendant have presented their evidence, they will give their closing arguments. The court will then give you further instructions on the law, after which the case will be submitted to you for your consideration and decision. The function of the court and the jury are distinct. It is for me to decide upon the admissibility of all evidence, in other words, permitting proper evidence to be presented to you and keeping improper evidence from you. It is my duty to define the issues and to instruct you as to the law that applies to this case. It is for you to weigh and consider all of the evidence in this case, and it will consist of testimony and of witnesses and exhibits received. In the simplest terms, I do the law and you do the facts. You must be fair and impartial. Everyone is equal under the law. All are entitled to fair treatment. You should not be prejudiced against or biased for a person for such reasons as race, gender, religion, political views, social views, wealth, or poverty. Your decision must not be influenced by sympathy or emotion. This is a criminal action brought to this court by the filing of an information charging that the defendant, Nichole Aaron Rice, on or about June 2nd or 3rd, 2007, in Ward County, North Dakota, committed the offense of murder. The defendant pled not guilty to the charge. The defendant pled not guilty. Before the defendant can be convicted, the state must prove all the essential elements of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that the defendant has been charged with a criminal offense is not evidence and must not be considered by you as evidence. The information merely states the charge in legal form and outlines the issues to be determined by you from the evidence under these instructions. The defendant is presumed to be innocent unless the contrary, the defendant's guilt, is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state has not proved the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The state must prove all the essential elements of the crime charged by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, if you have a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime, then you must find the defendant not guilty. The state is not required to prove guilt beyond all doubt, but beyond a reasonable doubt. You should find the defendant guilty only if you have a firm and abiding conviction of the defendant's guilt based on a full and fair consideration of the evidence presented in this case and not from any other source. Evidence comes into a case when it has been offered by one side or the other, and it is received by me. Evidence can be a document, a photo, clothing, or anything we can see, touch, smell, or hear. A witness is a person who testifies under oath, either here in the courtroom or who has earlier testified under oath, and that testimony was recorded, videotaped, or placed into transcript form. A fact can be proved by either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence or by both. If an eyewitness testifies about what the witness saw, that is an example of direct evidence. If the ground is bare when you go to sleep, but it is covered with a blanket of snow when you awake, this is circumstantial evidence that it snowed while you were asleep. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. You should give all evidence the weight and value you believe it is entitled to receive. A conviction may be justified on circumstantial evidence alone if the circumstantial evidence has such probative force as to enable you to find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You are the judges of all questions of fact in this case. You alone must weigh the evidence under these instructions and determine the credibility of the witnesses. As to these matters, I express no opinion. In performing this task, you may consider those facts and circumstances in the case which tend to strengthen, weaken, or contradict a witness's testimony. You may consider age, intelligence, and experience, strength or weakness of recollection, how a witness came to know the facts to which the witness testified, possible interest in the outcome of that trial, any bias or prejudice a witness may have, manner and appearance, whether a witness was frank or evasive, and whether the testimony was reasonable or unreasonable. If you find a conflict in the evidence, you should reconcile it if you can. If you cannot do so, you have the right to determine whom of the witnesses you will believe, in whole or in part. You should consider the evidence using your common sense and experience. An attorney is an officer of the court. It is an attorney's duty to interview witnesses in advance of the trial and to present evidence on behalf of a client, to make proper objections, and to argue fully a client's cause. However, the argument or other remarks of an attorney, except admissions and stipulations noted in the course of the trial, must not be considered by you as evidence. If counsel or I have made any comments or statements concerning the evidence which you find are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them and rely on your own recollection or observation. If counsel have made any statements as to the law which are not supported by these instructions, you should disregard those statements. The admission of evidence in a case is governed by rules of law. From time to time, it may be the duty of the prosecuting attorney or the defendant's attorney to make objections, and my duty as judge to rule on these objections. If I state that an objection is sustained, this means that the question may not be answered or the exhibit may not be received into evidence. If I state that the objection is overruled, this means that the question may be answered or the exhibit received in evidence. If I say an answer be stricken, this means that you must disregard an answer that has already been given. You must not concern yourself with the objections or my reasons for these rulings, nor should you speculate as to what the answer may have been. No ruling or statement or remark which I may make during the course of this trial is intended to indicate any opinion by me as to what the facts are. For you alone determine the facts. You alone must decide on the believability of the evidence and its weight and its value. Occasionally, the attorneys may confer with me out of your hearing, or I may excuse you from the courtroom so that a point of law or an objection can be argued. Sometimes these conferences are held at the bench or here in the courtroom. If you are excused from the courtroom, please accompany the bailiffs to the jury room and relax. These are times when we are resolving issues of law or procedure and not facts, which you determine. Your performance of your duty as a juror is vital to our system of justice. Perform your duty without any fear, favor, or passion, and base your verdict on the evidence. I will give you the applicable law. You must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in the case, or the individuals or entities involved. You must not consult dictionaries or other reference materials, search the internet, or use any electronic device to obtain information about this case. Do not obtain information from any source outside the courtroom or visit the scene of any events discussed during trial. During this trial, you must not talk to anyone, including your family and friends, about the case. You must not communicate with anyone about the case on your cell phone or other wireless devices, through email, text messaging, or any social networking medium, including Facebook or Twitter. While you deliberate, you will not be allowed to possess any wireless communication device. The parties have a right to have this case decided only on evidence they know about and that has been presented here in court. If you communicate about the case or do some research, investigation, or experiment that we do not know about, then your verdicts may be influenced by inaccurate, incomplete, and misleading information that has not been tested by the trial process, including the oath to tell the truth and the right to cross-examination. That would not be fair to the parties. Until you deliberate, please do not discuss the case with any or remain within hearing of anyone who is discussing it outside the courtroom. At the close of the trial, I will provide you with further instructions regarding the law to be applied by you to this case and the procedures to be followed by you in arriving at your verdict. Dated this 18th day of March 2025 by the court, Richard L. Hagar, District Court Judge. Ms. Sorgan, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have me caught? Okay. Good afternoon, members of the jury. That's what you are now. You are the jury. As Judge Hager has just instructed you, it's your job to listen to the facts in this case as they are presented. And as Mr. Nelson told you during voir dire, how we do that is through the testimony of witnesses in that witness stand right over there, and through the introduction of exhibits. 18 years ago, 18-year-old Anita Knudsen was stabbed to death in Minot, North Dakota. Anita had dreams of becoming a teacher. She was a college student at MSU. And when she was a student at MSU, her roommate was Nichole Thomas Rice, known as Nichole Thomas at that time. The state intends to show you evidence. There was bad blood between these two girls, and their living situation was highly toxic. The state intends to show you evidence that on the early morning hours of June 3rd, 2007, Nichole Thomas Rice stabbed Anita Knudsen twice in the chest, killing her. You're going to hear from a number of witnesses who established this timeline. I did a trial back in September. It was another murder trial. And my trial partner made a statement during closing that's echoed with me for a while, where he said, crime loves silence. Now, in that particular case, we had a defendant who had killed someone who could have blown the lid off of a pretty big drug operation. But that phrase stuck with me. Crime loves silence. As you have heard, this has been a cold case. Ms. Rice was not charged with this crime until 2022, 15 years after it happened. The bit of the tortoise in the hare, slow and steady. Law enforcement took the time to make sure we're the right person. There were some new developments that occurred over the years. You're going to hear testimony with regards to that. But as Mr. Nelson also told you during voir dire, there's some information that was looked back on in a different light. Because, as we all know, sometimes when you hear something in the instant, It means something a little bit more significant once you look back on it. I think that's what they meant then. Or, oh, that really is why that was important. You're going to hear whispers from the past across the void of time that led to these charges. Silent, no more. And we are concluded with this case. We are confident that you are going to find Nichole Thomas Rice guilty of the murder of Anita Knutson. Thank you.
Mr. Sand, do you wish to make an opening statement for the defense? You may proceed. Thank you, Ms. Sorgan.
You guys hear me all right? Wonderful. First of all, thank you for being here. I know we said that during jury selection. This is a huge commitment. I'm sure it's very stressful. Taking a lot of time out of your lives, and we really appreciate it. Now, as the state's attorney said, you're going to hear a lot of evidence in this case. You're going to see a lot of evidence. You're going to hear a lot of testimony. At the end of it, I disagree with the state. You're going to know after you hear that Nichole did not kill Anita. Now, what happened to Anita is terrible. It's awful. It's every family's nightmare. It's every parent's nightmare. It's every town's nightmare. And Anita died in 2007. We're sitting here in 2025. Now, we talked in jury selection about what changed between now and then. And I'm going to show you what changed. I'm going to tell you what changed. The witnesses are going to show you what changed. It was pressure from a TV show, a nationally syndicated program that came in, worked with the Minot Police Department, didn't dig up anything of substance, but put an incredible amount of pressure on the state's attorney's office, the police department, to bring charges in this case. Now, you're going to hear from the original officers. I anticipate you'll hear from them. They're on the state's witness list. Those are good officers. They worked this case really hard, and they followed up with a lot of people. And they didn't charge Nichole. They didn't charge Nichole because she didn't do it. Nichole got charged after a national media circus descended on Minot. You're going to hear evidence, just like the state said. You're going to hear evidence that they reached out to the FBI to find out who did this. They didn't say Nichole. I'll tell you who they said. They said it pointed to a man named Devin Hall. And I'm going to come back to that. Every time the police called Nichole, she showed up. She talked to him. She said, "How can I help?" Not everybody did that. Now, this Devin Hall, he was a 17-year-old kid from the Fort Peck Reservation out in Montana. The evidence is going to show you he traveled to Minot. That's where the murder happened. The evidence is going to show you he admitted to possession of the murder weapon, which was a locking knife, like a buck knife, that had an Indian head on one side. At one time, it had Indian heads on two sides, but one fell off. And the evidence is going to show you that when the police showed that knife to Devin, he said, "Is this your knife?" And he's going to say, "I've had that knife." And you say, "How do you know?" "It's missing the Indian head on the other side." You're going to find out that Devin Hall was caught breaking into other women's apartments that weekend through a window. Please listen to that. The state's going to tease that evidence out too, but they're going to try to change how it sounds. It's also important that you're going to look at someone's behavior. Devin Hall, the evidence is going to show you, continued this kind of behavior. And he had implications, not just back on his home reservation, but federally as well. You're going to hear testimony regarding a suspect that was the lead suspect in this case, that ran from the apartment complex that Anita and Nichole lived in. You're going to hear this man was described as a 6'2" Native American young man who was sprinting at 7 o'clock in the morning from that apartment complex to the next apartment complex with blood on his t-shirt. You're going to hear from officer reports. You're going to hear that they worked with the FBI, like I told you, and you're going to hear from other investigations, some of our own, that point to Devin Hall. That's where all the fingers point in this case. On top of that, there was other work that was done in this case that showed other suspects that were much more culpable than Nichole. There was the maintenance man you're going to hear about. The maintenance man who in the morning showed up, found a broken into apartment with curtains and a curtain rod strewn outside that he threw back in. That maintenance man was interviewed, and on New Year's Eve, the next year around, he committed suicide. And the night before he committed suicide, he talked to a friend and said he had something very heavy on his heart. You're going to hear about someone else, the prom date of Miss Knudsen. This prom date ended up moving into the same apartment as Miss Knudsen, same apartment building, went on to continue to be a sleuth throughout Miss Knudsen's, after her murder, and has been sitting in many of these court hearings as we go. He was a prime suspect. The cops described him as obsessed with Anita. You're going to hear that Nichole had an alibi while this went on. She wasn't there. You're going to hear she did not do this. This is a media sensationalized case. And that's the person they want. They want the roommate, the college roommate. That sells. What doesn't sell is somebody who's dead or an indigent person that lives out in the middle of nowhere in Montana. Nichole sells. And that's what's going on here. And I'm sorry that I get impassioned, but I'm sure you understand the seriousness of this. The state's going to talk to you about a toxic roommate relationship. And I know we discussed this in jury instructions. Siblings, roommates, they fight. There's issues about an unplugged fish tank, about an alarm clock that wouldn't stop going off. The evidence is going to show you people like Nichole don't kill their roommates over that kind of stuff. They don't put knives through their sternums. The evidence is going to show you Nichole Rice didn't do this. This entire case toward Nichole has been an abortion of justice, and it can stop now. And Anita deserves justice. But justice is out there. It's not here. This is a show. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Sorgan, call your first witness.
State calls Sharon Knudsen.
Someone call in Ms. Knudsen, please. I'll go get her. Thank you. You can have her come up here, whichever way you want to do it. Sandy, are you here? Okay. Sorry, I didn't know what you looked like. Thank you. Mr. Nelson's coming back. Isn't he?
Yes. They were on the second floor, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you Miss Knudsen? Can I have you come up here, please, ma'am? Watch the step. Okay, there you go. I'm going to have you sworn an oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Watch your step, and we'll have you go back over here, ma'am, to the right. Yep, please. Watch the cords. You want to move that podium, too, when you get a chance? Actually, thank you, Mr. Nelson. I was going to volunteer Mr. Young Sand, but that's okay. Well, it's heavy. Okay. Oh, okay. This is going to accident happen here. Can you bring that closer? Yeah. Can you adjust that so it's aimed at her chin, please? No, just the top part. Yeah, just down. There you go. Okay. Is it on?
I don't know. Now it's on.
Okay. Austin, is yours on? Okay. All right. Ms. Sorgan, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Sharon Knudsen.
Get a little bit closer to the microphone.
She can't. Get a little closer to her if you could.
Yeah.
Just
Sharon
like that.
Knudsen. How's that?
Okay, let's just try it one more time.
Sharon Knudsen.
Thank you, ma'am. You're the mother of Anita Knudsen, is that correct?
Right.
Are you Anita's birth mother?
No.
What was your relationship with Anita?
We adopted her when she was an infant.
How old was Anita when she first came into your care?
6 months.
Can I interrupt you? What? Well, it's not on.
Oh, it's still not on.
Push it, the green light has to come on. Just push that button.
It was on, and I moved it, and it went off.
All right.
Okay,
Let's just start from the beginning one more time.
sounds
please.
good, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we've established that you're Anita's mom, right?
Right.
Okay, but you're not her birth mother.
No.
And what is your relationship with Anita?
I was her adoptive mother.
How old was she when she came into your care?
6 months.
Did you have other kids?
Biological kids, and they were all grown.
Okay. Did you have any other adoptive kids?
Yes.
And how many other adoptive kids did you have?
3.
Did Anita graduate from high school?
Yes.
Where did she graduate from high school at?
Velva, North Dakota.
Okay. And Anita was living with you at that time, is that right?
Yes.
What did Anita do after high school?
She went to college in Minot.
Okay. Which school did she attend?
She went to Minot University
Minot State?
in state.
Did she go right away to school or did she take a gap year?
She went right away
What was Anita studying?
to be a teacher.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Sharon, showing you what's been marked as for identification as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a picture of Anita.
When was that taken?
When was it taken? Oh, gosh, I don't remember. I
How-
think it was in high school.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate photograph of Anita?
Yes.
How old was she in that picture, approximately?
It's like 17. She was 17 when she graduated high school.
State moves to introduce Exhibit 1.
Mr. Sand,
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1 is received without objection.
Permission to publish.
You may.
This was your daughter? Is that correct, Sharon?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Sharon, where did Anita live while she was going to college?
She lived the first year of college. She lived in the dorms.
And did there come a time that that changed?
The second year of college, she got an apartment with a share person.
So she shared an apartment with somebody, is that correct?
Right.
Where was that apartment located?
North Hill,
In what city and county?
Minot.
And what county is that? What county is Minot in?
Oh, Minot. I have no clue at this point in time.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. Let's get a few bases on there. Sharon, how old are you?
I'm 80.
Do you sometimes have issues with your memory?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you recall who Anita lived with while she lived in that apartment?
Nichole
Do you know Nicole's last name?
Rice.
Had you ever met her before?
No, I never met her until after they got the room together.
Okay.
I knew she was Anita's roommate and also in college that first year.
So you had not met Nichole before Anita and Nichole moved into the apartment together?
No.
Had you ever been to the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you have occasion to go to the apartment?
Really couldn't say how many, but I would go over with once in a while. Most of the time we would meet at the mall and go shopping. Go
Now,
out
when
to
you say
eat.
we would meet at the mall and go shopping, who do you mean we?
Anita and myself.
And how often would the two of you meet at the mall and go shopping?
When she wasn't working or I wasn't doing my stuff that I did in Butte. I had a business.
Okay. And you were living in Butte at that time, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
You said Anita was working sometimes. Where did she work?
She worked 2 jobs.
Where were those at?
One was the Fairfield Hotel, and the other one was at a dress shop in the mall, Vanity.
Do you know what kind of hours Anita was working?
Not really. It's just,
Now, you said that you had had occasion to go to the apartment. Can you describe the apartment?
it was a nice little apartment. Nita kept it up.
How many bedrooms, how many bathrooms?
1 bathroom, 2 bedrooms.
Do you know what the relationship was like between Nichole and Anita?
From what I got from Anita, it wasn't good.
And why do you say that?
She was kind of scared of Nichole. At least that's how she came over to me. You know, if Nichole was going to be home, she didn't want me over there.
She didn't want you to come over to the apartment?
Right.
How often did you speak with Anita?
Oh, all the time. It seemed like daily almost. We have our cell phones and then,
And did Anita have a cell phone as well?
yes, she did.
And whose name was that cell phone under?
Her dad's name, Gordon's.
Gordon. And is Gordon your husband?
Yes.
Now, you said that things were not good between Anita and Nichole.
No, not. They didn't run in the same circles, from what I gathered from Anita. You know, they had separate friends.
Now, you said that you lived in Butte at that
Right.
time.
Hmm.
How far from Minot is Butte?
It's a good 60 miles.
And you said Anita went to high school in Velva. Is that right?
No, yes,
How far from Minot is Velva?
30 miles.
How long does it take to drive from Minot to Butte?
An hour,
And how about from Minot to Velva?
30 minutes.
Now, you said that you spoke with Anita pretty much almost daily. Is that right?
Yeah,
Do you remember when the last time you spoke with her was?
yes.
When was that?
The Friday before she was found dead.
Do you know what was going on when she called, when you had the phone call with her?
No, that night she was over at a friend's house and she was getting ready to leave to go home, she told me.
Do you know which friend?
Michelle.
That was Friday evening.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any contact with her on Saturday?
I called, but she didn't answer, so I assumed she was working.
Did you hear from her on Sunday?
No, I did not. I called again, and she didn't answer.
So then what did you do when she didn't answer?
We're all busy. We're kind of, I was mowing and stuff. And so I thought, well, Gordon was going to Minus Monday. He can stop and check on her.
Okay.
And he did. I called him and I said, did you check on Anita? And he said, well, he went by her house.
Without telling us what Gordon said,
Mm.
okay? You called him and asked him to check on her on Monday.
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
And do you remember the date of Monday?
At this minute, no.
That's your memory issues,
Right.
is that right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the next thing you heard about where your daughter was?
He called one of my neighbors in Butte and had her come and stay with me while he told me on the phone what he found.
And what was that?
He found Anita dead.
What were you thinking in that moment?
It was just kind of just spinning in my head. And my neighbor made sure when I got my car, I went straight home.
How old was Anita when she died?
18.
Now, you said that you had 2 other adoptive kids.
Mm-hmm.
How old were they at that time?
That time they were in high school. One was a junior, one was senior.
And which one of your children was the senior?
Daniel.
How old was Daniel?
At that time, he was 17,
And your other child who was the junior?
16.
And that's your other daughter, Anna, is that right?
Right.
When you talked about things not being good between Anita and her roommates, was there anything specific?
She would say things like, I have to do this or that before Nichole gets home. Just not comfortable things. One time I went over with her to the apartment, and she said she had to feed the fish so they wouldn't die, because if they were dead when Nichole came home, she was afraid what Nichole would do.
The girls had their own separate bedrooms, is that correct?
Right. Hmm.
Did they spend time in each other's rooms? Are you aware
No,
of-
not that I know of, anyway.
Do you know if they had access to one another's rooms?
For a short period of time.
And what put an end to that?
Anita had her dad came over and put a lock on her door.
A lock on her own bedroom door.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, we have to have you answer aloud.
Right.
Now, you indicated that your husband is Gordon, is that right?
Right.
How old is Gordon?
Now he's 90.
Does Gordon have any physical impairments?
He has a bad heart. He's 90 years old. He has the typical ailments of a 90-year-old.
Okay. How's his hearing?
Lousy. He can't.
And how about his memory?
Off and on. It's pretty good, though.
How about his long-term memory?
Long term, he remembers things I forgot.
Now, you indicated previously that Anita had a cell phone, and that was under Gordon's name, correct?
Right.
Okay. Is that how you would contact Anita?
Yes.
How would you talk to her? Did you text message, calls?
No, I called verbally.
Okay. And did you ever text with her?
Not that I can remember ever texting with her.
Okay. Not much of a texter?
No.
Do you recall where your other two children were at the time that you were informed that
They were
Anita was dead?
They were at school.
Okay. Now, you said that when you couldn't reach Anita on Saturday or Sunday, you assumed that she was working, right?
I assumed, yes.
Okay. Did you take any steps to verify whether or not she was working?
No, I didn't. Because we just didn't.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler Schmaltz?
Yes.
Okay. Who was Tyler?
He was her friend.
Was there anything special about him?
He had some issues about, he wanted her to be his friend. And she didn't want him as that type of friend, but she still stayed friends with him, you know.
Now, when you say she, do you mean Anita?
Anita. Mhm.
And he wanted to be a little more than just friends?
Right.
All right. How did Anita react to that?
I think she just kind of ignored that.
Okay.
I never discussed it with her
Okay.
about him.
Now, did they go to the prom together?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
What was the prom arrangement?
She had friends other male boyfriends that were in high school with her that took her.
Okay. Now, were these boyfriends that she was dating or were these male friends?
They were just male friends.
Did Anita have a boyfriend?
She had one in California that she still kept in contact with.
Okay. Now, let's clarify that for in California. Was there a point in time that you all lived in California?
Yes.
And when was that?
From the time she was born until we moved to North Dakota,
What year did you move to North Dakota?
2003.
So 4 years before Anita died.
Right.
Okay. So she would have been about 14, if my math's right. Is that right?
She was 15 when we moved to North Dakota.
Okay. And she had a boyfriend from back in California?
Yeah, they phoned each other. They didn't see each other. They just kept in contact.
Did you know how she felt about him?
Kind of like a boyfriend, girlfriend in California. But once we moved to North Dakota, she would talk to him once in a while, but that was about it, as far as I knew.
Now, you said that Anita was friendly with Tyler. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of things would they do together?
She was like a tutor for him.
She would help him with schoolwork, things like that?
Schoolwork, yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
How did Anita's death affect your family?
Really much, a lot. It's like I can't describe how we felt. It was so bad.
Is there anything in particular that impacted the family?
The loss.
How did your other children take the loss?
very seriously, a big loss. They're still feeling, well, and Anna is still feeling it because we lost Daniel.
You lost
Suicide.
Daniel committed suicide?
Mm-hmm.
When did Daniel commit suicide?
Oh, gosh. What year was that? Doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but 3 years after Anita died.
3 years later.
Mm-hmm.
When Anita was in school, did she come home very often to Butte?
Not too often. She would come periodically, but with her going to school full time, working 2 jobs, and then I understand she would go to her aunt's house, go to my husband's sister's house.
Okay. Because where did she live?
She lives in Minot. That's a long drive. In the wintertime, it's not a good drive.
An hour on a normal day, correct?
Right.
All right. And in the wintertime, how long would it usually take?
Last week, it took me an hour and a half.
That is a long drive, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mrs. Knutson, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Sand, do you wish to cross-examine Ms. Knutson?
I do, Your Honor, just briefly. I am unable to see her, so is it all right if I stand?
Absolutely it is.
Thank you.
You want
She's
me
too
to
tall
stand?
for you?
Oh,
too
you
tall.
can stand. Yeah.
No, ma'am, you're just
The
fine.
chair's too short.
Ah, right. First of all, Mrs. Knudsen, I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Sorry that you have to sit here today. Do you know how Anita and Nikki knew each other?
College, high school,
High school.
high school and college.
So they met in high school, you think?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And moved in together in college.
Well, yeah.
You're not getting me? Can you hear me now?
Is your
Can you-
battery
okay,
back
I can
on?
hold it too.
Well, just make sure it's on, I guess is the key.
Sorry about that. Did you know Nichole very well in high school or in college? Or
No.
They were,
Mm-mm.
did they go to the same high school?
Yes, they did.
Okay. You said you knew Tyler Schmalz as well?
Yes.
Now, this is a long time ago. This is in June of 2007. Do you recall meeting with the detective Barnard and doing an interview? Right
Yes, I remember it very
a long
well.
time ago. I'm not going to hold you too tight to it here, but I got a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall Detective Barnard asking you about Nikki at all, about Nichole?
No,
No. Do you remember talking about Nichole to him?
no.
Do you remember any of the conversation?
No, I don't. I know he was rude. He was talking Anita Aunt down like she was a street person.
Detective Barnard was.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of things did he say? Do you know?
Well, at that point in time, there was a club on Main Street for all the teenagers.
Do you remember the name of it?
No, I don't.
101 maybe?
I have no idea.
Okay. What did he say about the club?
That she went there and danced. And I didn't get his point other than he was not making her look like a nice girl.
Was he saying it was like a sleazy kind of club?
No, no.
What was he
But
saying about the club?
it was like he thought she was better than going there, you know. Hmm.
Gotcha.
But she would go and she always went with her girlfriends.
Girlfriends.
Hmm.
Did you know that she went to this club 101?
Yeah, she told me.
And it was like a dance club? Is that right?
Hmm.
Now, in this conversation with Detective Barnard, do you remember if he talked to you about whether Nikki smoked or drank?
No,
I'm sorry.
I don't. Oh, no, she didn't.
She didn't.
Not that I know of. And
Do you remember telling Detective Barnard that she didn't, but Nichole did?
that I remember.
Do you remember talking about Nichole's in beauty college and the house stunk and there was hair dye all over the walls from her?
No, I didn't. I don't remember any of that.
So you're saying Anita didn't drink or smoke or anything like that?
No. That I know.
Do you have any idea about the people that she might have met at this club 101?
No. She didn't go that often because she was too busy with school and her 2 jobs.
And you said that Nikki did not go to prom with Tyler Schmalz?
I don't think she did. I don't know who she went with.
Okay. But he wanted to be her boyfriend. It sounds like she wasn't.
Right.
Feeling that. Okay. Do you know at the time Nikki died if Tyler lived in the same apartment complex that she?
And Nikki didn't die. Anita
I'm
did.
sorry, Anita. That'll be the last time I do that. I apologize.
Thank you.
When
That
Anita died, do you know if Tyler was living in that apartment complex?
no, he did not.
He didn't live in that apartment complex.
Not to my knowledge, he didn't. He lived in somewhere else.
And I know this is a long time ago, and it's.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember telling Officer Barnard that Anita was at Tyler's a lot?
No, no, I never said that.
If I showed you a copy of the transcript of your conversation
Mm-hmm.
with Detective Barnard from June 5th of 2007, pointed you to a certain spot, would that maybe bring your memory
I
back?
doubt it.
Can I show it to you?
Sure.
I'll point right where it's at, ma'am.
Okay.
So do you see where he says, anything else, Ms. Knudsen, you want to add? And you say,
Objection, Your Honor. They're reading from this transcript, which is not in evidence.
No, this is not.
Ms. Knudsen, just hang on one second.
Mhm.
Mr. Sand, did you wish to refresh your memory with that?
that's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to point her to the place in the page.
Okay.
I won't read it for her if she can read it. I'm sorry.
All right.
No.
Ms. Knudsen, if you can just read it, then he can ask you questions about it. But you need to read it to yourself, ma'am.
Okay, I did.
Okay, then. He can ask you questions if he likes, but
I just want to make sure you read the right part. It's
Right.
right here, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. No, that's not even.
okay, now you need to ask the questions. Take that away.
Mm-hmm.
So in response to the question, anything else, Mrs. Knudsen, you want to add?
Objection. He's reading from this transcript, Your
I'm,
Honor.
I'm asking what she responded to.
So you're not reading it, just the question?
Yeah.
All right, you can ask your question.
I apologize. After looking at that, do you
Mm-hmm.
recall talking to Detective Barnard and telling him she spent a lot of time?
No, never.
Okay.
That I know.
Okay. I know the state had asked you this, Ms. Knudsen, but was Anita's death one of the most difficult things your family's ever gone through?
Yes.
I would assume that. And have you guys been hoping for answers since it happened?
Yes.
And hoping for closure and justice?
Right.
And you deserve that.
I would think so.
That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Knudsen.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Sorga, do you have any redirect, ma'am?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Sharon, what was your mental state and emotional state like in the days and weeks following Anita's death?
It was a lot of blank. Just going through the motions of living. And I had to call her biological family in California and let them know. It was a lot. It's still hard.
Do you have a lot of active memory of around that time?
Some, yeah.
But mostly, what is it for you?
What is it? It's to lose a child, regardless whether she's your biological child, but had her all those years. And she had plans, and we had plans for her. It's not there. It's not going to happen.
Do you have a lot of specific memories of what you and your family did in the days and weeks following Anita's death?
Not all of it.
Who handled most of the arrangements? with regards-
Gordon did.
Gordon handled that.
My husband. Mhm.
Were you involved in it?
No, I wasn't there mentally. Mm-mm.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is Ms. Knudsen here by subpoena?
She is, Your Honor.
Is she excused?
She may be.
Mr. Sand, do you have any objections?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Knudsen, you may come and go as you please, ma'am.
Thank you.
Take your time getting down and please watch your step. You may call your next witness, please, Ms.
Your Honor, state's next witness is Gordon Knudsen.
All right. I know. We will need to take just a short recess for that purpose. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I apologize, but there is a necessity to do this. I want to give you what's called an admonition. I'm required to give you this admonition anytime you leave this courtroom. This admonition will apply to you the entire time this trial is going on. If I forget to give it to you, it still applies, but I will do my best to tell you. It is your duty to observe the following admonitions during the trial. 1, do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter direct any questions, or discuss any problems that you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial. Until you retire to deliberate your verdict, please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you. Do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case. And do not form nor express any opinion about this case until I've given it to you for your deliberations. I hope to repeat this instruction at each recess. If I fail to do so, it applies to you throughout the trial. All right? Can I make sure the cameras are off? Austin? All right. Please rise. Bailiff, could you escort the jury out, please?
I swear to justly, truly, and impartially act as an interpreter and make a true translation to the best of your ability, so help you God. I do.
Can you tell us what your name is, ma'am?
Sandra Ermentrout,
And you are from what city and state?
Minnesota, Detroit Lakes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The witness, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to truthfully answer the questions you are asked about your qualifications?
Sorry.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
The questions, you can read them.
So we're clear for the record. The ADA assistance is necessary for Mr. Knutsen's hearing loss. This would be a real-time translation of the questions asked of Mr. Knutsen so that he can read them and then respond verbally. Ms. Sorgen, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Gordon Knutsen.
Push the microphone down. There you go. Just name it as Jim. Thank you. Hand it back on. Hold it on. Is it on? Okay, it's good.
Again.
Say that for me one more time.
Gordon Knutsen.
Gordon, you're Anita's dad, is that right?
That's right.
How old are you, Gordon?
90.
And you have some hearing loss, is that correct?
Yeah, very much so.
I'm going to speak slowly so that we can follow along the questions, okay?
Okay.
We heard from testimony from your wife earlier that Anita was a college student, is that right?
That's right.
Where did she go to school?
Wayne State College, I guess.
And where did she live while she was going to college?
I don't know the address. It's up in North Hill. I was found it again.
What city?
Mine.
And what county is Minot in?
I know it, but I can't think of it right now.
Does Ward County sound familiar?
That's right.
Have you ever been to Anita's apartment?
Yes.
How many times have you been to Anita's apartment while she lived there?
I believe 4 times.
And what did you do when you went to that apartment?
Well, a couple times just to pick her up, but one time I fixed the in the bathroom, the fan was making a lot of noise, and, well, actually, it wasn't even hardly running very good.
Did you ever fix anything else in Anita's house, or Anita's apartment?
No,
Did you ever do any installation of anything in Anita's apartment?
no.
Gordon, how's your memory?
It's like my hearing, very poor.
Okay. Gordon, do you know what school year, what year it was that Anita lived in that apartment?
Uh, 2007.
Who did Anita live with?
Nichole.
Did you ever meet Nichole?
Yeah, when we rented the apartment.
Gordon, I'm going to draw your attention to June of 2007. You were living where at that time?
I didn't get all that. In Butte, North Dakota.
Did you ever have occasion to go to Minot?
Did I ever have occasion to go to Minot? Sure.
You did, okay. What would you go to Minot for?
Well, we do shopping or whatever. I go there quite often.
You would go there quite often. Did you see Anita when you would go to Minot?
Yeah, but I usually went to where she was working.
Got to the apartment?
Right.
Did Anita have a vehicle?
Yes, he did.
What kind of vehicle did she have?
It was a white panel. I forgot the name of the brand.
That's okay. Was it a sedan, a truck, a SUV, a van?
Well, it was the one that had the side door slipped open instead of opened, you know.
But you recognized her car, is that right?
Yeah.
Gordon, do you remember a time when Sharon asked you to check on Anita because she had not heard from her for a few days?
Yes. That was the first thing I did when I went that day.
And do you remember what day that was?
That was the 4th of June.
In what year?
2007.
And you said that was the first thing that you did when you got there, is that right?
I don't,
Let me ask a better question. June 4th, 2007, you came to Minot, is that right?
yes, that's right.
And Sharon asked you to check on Anita.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What did you do when Sharon asked you to check on her?
I said, that's the first thing I'm going to do, is go there.
About what time did you go there?
Well, I think we left right after I had breakfast, and then it takes about an hour to get there, so that's about when I got up there.
Okay. And do you know approximately what time of day that would have been?
Uh, Around 10 o'clock,
About 10 a.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And how did you check on Anita?
I just went up and knocked on the door, and in fact, several times, there was no answer. I tried to see if it was, if I could get in, and it was locked.
Then what did you do?
And I had noticed that her car was there, but I didn't, at that time, didn't think too much about it because she a lot of times went with a friend.
Okay. So what did you do next?
Well, I went back to town, because this is in North Hill where she lived, and I went, we all three of us got what we needed, and I started home, and Sharon called me and said she still couldn't get a hold of Anita.
Okay, I'm going to back you up a little bit, Gordon. You said all three of us. You had other people with you?
I had two friends with me.
Okay. And so then you received another call from Sharon. So then what did you do?
I turned around and went back up to where she lived.
And about what time was that?
I would say it was around noon, I believe. I'm not sure of that.
And what did you do when you got back to the apartment?
I went straight to the manager's office and told him that we couldn't get a hold of Anita and that I would like to see what's going on, if she would let me in.
Did you have a key to Anita's apartment?
Did I have a key?
Correct. Did you have a key?
No, I didn't.
Why did you go to find the manager?
To get into that apartment.
Once you found the manager, what did you do?
She said that she could get into trouble if she did that. And I said, you can get into trouble if you don't do it too.
So then what happened?
She got up and got the keys, and about that time, the maintenance man was there also, and he stated that he had found a screen from a window of one of the apartments, and he thought it was from her apartment.
So then what did you do?
So one of my friends, myself, and the maintenance man and the lady that was the manager walked up there. Only thing is, we walked not to the door, but where the window was.
What did you see when you were at the window?
Pardon me?
What did you see when you were at the window?
I seen Anita.
Where was Anita?
She was just laying in bed just inside the window.
How was she laying?
Like face down.
What did you do when you saw her laying face down?
I told her to get the door open.
You told who to get the door
And she
open?
was already going that direction, and she did open the door.
And who was it that opened the door?
The manager.
Once she opened the door, what did you do?
I just went in, and the door was open to the bedroom, and I walked in, and I checked her, put my hand on her leg, and she was cold.
And then what happened?
I told her that the landlady to call the police, please, but I noticed she already was, and so that was.
And did you stay around until the police came?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Did you give a statement to the police?
Yes, not at first, but then he had told me that he wanted to stay around and identify the body before, when they took her away.
The policeman told you that?
And I did that, but then he kept, the same person, same police officer came and got me and wanted to interview me at the office. And so we went there, and by that time, there was somebody else that had taken care of identifying the body.
Thank you, Gordon. I have no more questions.
Mr. Sand, do you have any questions for Mr. Knudsen?
I do, Your Honor, and I have the same issue as the petition, so I really stand up.
Yes, you may stand up.
I know we've had mic issues, is that better?
I talked to her.
Can you hear me all right? Gordon, I'm sorry for your loss.
Okay.
I just have a few questions for you. You talked with the state's attorney about going to Anita's apartment that day. Do you recall the maintenance man?
His name, no, I don't.
Do you recall talking to him that day?
The only thing I know about him after that was in the paper he committed suicide.
Okay. Did he get the screen for you that you were talking about earlier?
Yes,
And he thought that was Anita's screen.
yeah.
Did you see where the screen was?
No, I didn't. He said it was about out in the middle of the lawn.
Okay. Did he tell you anything about curtains or a curtain rod from Anita's room?
No,
He didn't tell you that he had thrown the curtains and curtain rod back in her room earlier?
I don't remember that, no.
Gordon, do you remember doing a deposition a couple of years ago with Ms. Sorgan and Mr. Becker from our office?
Right.
Do you recall talking about the maintenance man and what had happened at that deposition? I can rephrase that, that's hard to understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall discussing the maintenance man with Ms. Sorgan and Mr. Becker at the deposition?
You're right, I can recall that. And what he was asking me, well, how many feet away the screen was. And I said, well, I really don't know. He said, well, was it 5 feet or 10 feet? I said, no, more like 100.
Do you recall
He
specifically?
didn't ask me any more about that.
Do you recall specifically discussing how it could have been that the maintenance man didn't see Anita's body?
No, I didn't talk about that. I wondered about it because as soon as I got a few feet away, there was a flower bed, you know, outside at the bottom, so you couldn't get too close without walking in it. But, yeah, I knew something was definitely wrong.
If I showed you a page from that deposition, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I know, I made some mistakes on there, go ahead.
It's okay. I'm not saying it's a mistake. Are your eyes okay for reading this?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Knudsen, can I have you just review from here to the bottom of the page?
Oh, that sounds right.
Okay. And so does that refresh your recollection of that conversation a little bit?
But,
Does that help you remember that conversation a little bit?
yeah,
So, if Mr. Beck, do you recall discussing the maintenance man with Mr. Becker?
is that what the maintenance man's name is?
No,
I
that's the attorney.
don't understand that question.
Sorry. I've shown you this page from the deposition.
Yeah.
Does that help you recall this conversation you had with the attorney at the deposition?
Yeah, I guess it does, but I can't figure why he was asking me where I found it, because I didn't find it.
Well, again, I can show this to you again, it's not off the screen. It's about whether or not you thought the maintenance man could see Anita's body. And then you had said, I'll have you look at it one more time, sir, if that's all right. Just from this line, and this is the most important line right here, that will refresh your recollection.
I don't know what you're getting at, so it's just,
Did you tell Mr. Becker unless he was blind, you wouldn't have seen her?
all I wanted to do was get away from him asking me where the way he put it, I'm the one that found it, and I didn't. He's the one that told me where it was.
You're talking about the screen? Is that right? Okay. I'm talking about Anita's body. Unless he was blind, he wouldn't have been able to see it looking at that window. Because it sounds like you saw it right when you looked in, correct?
I don't know what you're getting at. I don't understand what you're getting at.
I understand that with this card system, it's difficult to understand. When you looked in the window, you had testified earlier that you were able to see Anita, correct?
Right.
And when you discussed with Mr. Becker, whether the maintenance man would have been able to see that? I've had you read it a few times.
If we were standing at the same place I did, and he was,
Right.
he should be able to see that it was him, yeah.
Okay. Now, was there anything else in particular you noticed about the scene?
No.
No. Okay. Now, I asked your wife the same question, but I'm sure you want justice for what happened, correct?
Yeah.
And you believe you deserve it, correct? Okay. That's all I got, Mr. Dix. I appreciate it.
Ms. Sorgan, do you have any redirect, ma'am?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Gordon? When Mr. Sand just asked you a question about you standing at the window, you said you knew something was definitely wrong. Why did you say that?
Well, when I seen her laying there, I figured she was dead.
What did you see of her when you looked in the window the first time?
I thought she was dead.
Specifically, what part of Anita did you see when you looked in the window?
Objection, Your Honor, will be on the scope of prosecutor.
No. Objection's overruled. You opened it up with what was seen by the maintenance guy or should have been seen by the maintenance guy, so no.
So Gordon, what part of Anita's body did you see?
If this is going on. Mainly her head, because she had a blanket over her.
What color was the blanket?
It was a dark reddish color.
What color was Anita's hair?
She had black hair.
She had black hair and she was with a dark blanket on her bed. Is that right? Do you remember if the lights were on or off when you looked in the window in the bedroom?
They were off.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Mr. Sand?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, is Mr. Knudsen here by subpoena, Ms. Sorgan?
He is, Your Honor.
Excused?
Yes.
Mr. Sand, do you have any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Knudsen, thank you for your testimony. You are excused, sir. You may come and go as you please.
You can step down.
Watch your step, please. All right, it's 36 minutes after 5 o'clock. We're going to rest for the day. Just real shortly, Ms. Sorgan, anything before I let the jury go?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, Your Honor.
The jury, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we're going to have you come back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. That's the plan. Other things have to take place tomorrow morning. So again, I appreciate that you came back today at 1. You're going to be coming back tomorrow at 1. I realize it may seem a little disjointed, but actually it's not, just from your perspective, maybe. I'm going to give you my admonition again. It is your duty to observe the following admonitions during the trial. Do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discuss any problems you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial. Until you retire to deliberate your verdict, please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you, and do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family or friends or anyone else about this case. And please do not form nor express any opinion about this case until I've given it to you for your deliberations. I hope to repeat the instructions at each recess. If I fail to do so, it applies to you throughout the trial. And again, this case is noteworthy by media. Please do not participate. Please rise.
Okay, so I think that was it. Yeah, that was pretty much it. I don't think there's nothing else. No, there's nothing else. So yeah, I mean, that was a fast, rather fast day. and just in time for our current trial, the Jason trial. So I'm just swapping the feeds up over because the feed is up for our the trial. So just very briefly, but I thought that first of all, it was very sad to find out that indeed the Daniel passed away. The brother of Anita, and I think they were biological brother and sister because I was reading the obituary that I found, and it says like Daniel Rico Knuston, 22, formerly of Butte, passed away Tuesday, April 9th, 2013, in his home. Daniel was born on May 23rd, 1990, in Garden Grove, California, and was adopted by Gordon and Sharon Knuston at 4 months of age. So I think they might have been very close in age, Anita and Daniel, because she got adopted at 6. It was 4, so they were like literally 2 months apart. I need to find out Anita's. I need to find Anita Knudsen obituary to see if well, they used the same funeral home. Yep. Oh no, she was from Orange County. At 5 months of age, they resided in Anaheim, California, where she attended Lincoln Elementary. They lived in California, and then they moved to North Dakota in June 2022. June 2002. Sorry, years. Yeah, so they all lived in California, but they move yeah, they moved to North Dakota, where she attended the same high school as her brother, Velva High School. Wow, it's so sad that they lost 2 kids. It's horrible. Losing one is already horrible, living, and yeah, it's a very pretty like obituary that they did for Daniel. Oh wow, you graduated high school the year after Anita wasn't alive in 2008. Um, yeah, they were. Yeah, I think they were. So only one remains. Oh, that is sad. That is so sad. No, oh, okay. Willow, to be fair, you haven't missed anything. We had a snooze fest yesterday. Yes, they have a younger sister, Anna, that she is the remaining sister. Yes. To be fair, Willow, you haven't missed much. It was an absolutely snooze fest yesterday. We had the detective on the stand, the last witness for the state. I think it was mainly Cross and it was a snooze fest. We watched a 25-minute video of a nothing burger where we were watching a side view angle of a video, right? First of all, and then it was what happened before the interrogation we watched what happened before the interrogation of Jason, where basically they asked if he wanted food or not, or it's up. Oh, there is like there is no sound coming from court, but there is some interesting CC captions being caught. So someone is left the mic on and kind of can hear, but we cannot hear them, but we can see the CC being picked up. So I'll leave that there for you. But yesterday was absolutely a snooze fest. The defense attorney was going in circles, questioning the same thing over and over and over again. When you do catch up, let me know what you think about the snooze fest. I think we were having more fun in chat and just chat it up and everything than anything else. Oh, also, by the way, I mean, we have 10 minutes before court starts, but if anyone wants to pop in and say hello, we are using StreamYard as a phone link, so you can just jump on the link in chat
chat. You can just jump on and talk to me, talk to everybody. You don't have to have camera on. You can just turn it off and just chat with me and with everybody else. So it's like a dial-in, and it is free. Obviously, you don't have to pay, so you can just join the chat, the StreamYard, my StreamYard. So you don't need StreamYard, so you can just jump on if you like. It's absolutely fine if you don't, but the option is there if you want to. Yeah. So yeah, it's just there. Oh, hey, we have someone. Hello, let me put you bigger on the screen. Hang on.
Morning.
Hello, Denise. Hi. We
Good
have someone.
morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. I figured
Yeah.
gonna I'm going downstairs to grab some breakfast, and you popped the link in, so I figured I would just jump in
Yeah,
and
of
say good
course.
morning.
Oh no, that is awesome. No, it's
Oh,
like
that's true.
I've wanted to do like a phone link thing, but because being overseas it's always hard. So I was like, why
Hmm.
not use StreamYard? It's free and it's so yeah,
Yeah, and it
people.
works.
And it works exactly, and it is best with free. We like free stuff, so
Free is always
definitely.
good.
Oh yes, I'll never say no to anything free unless it's unaliving someone. But if it is the right person, I might think twice.
So, what's the how's the verdict game looking on this case, Levesque?
It's looking. I think no one knows how to do it. I don't know how I'm gonna play it, but I think I'm trying to check the responses that I have so far. I have mainly guilty people, but I don't know. I might actually go on not guilty for once. I don't know. And you know me, how I
Yeah,
am with the not guilty. Um,
I know. I really think that based on the evidence that the state gave and the testimony,
mhm.
with they had a history, and they it wasn't a good history,
No,
and
yeah.
the and his girlfriend sat right there on the stand and said, when he left, she said, I hope he doesn't do something stupid.
Well, yeah,
Like,
that comment was not helpful at all. But more important,
no.
Maria is asking what is for breakfast. I think that's more important. And everyone is
So
saying
I
hi.
I make I call them egg bites. I take and I will scramble up a dozen eggs, and then I pop them into a muffin pan, um, and then I add stuff to it. Some of them have sausage, some of them have mushrooms, some of them have peppers, some of them have cheese.
Oh, that
So,
sounds very nice. So we all coming
yeah.
for breakfast
And
at yours,
so,
right then?
let me see. I don't know if I can figure out how. Oh, here, I'll do it like this. That's it.
Oh, that looks very good. That looks very, very good indeed. I think, guys, I think I have something to do in Idaho. I'll be right back in like 15 hours.
And once they cook, I pop them out and I wrap them up in saran wrap individually, and then throw them all into a big Ziploc bag and toss them in the freezer.
Wow. That is cool. That is
Yep.
that is actually quite genius.
Quick and easy breakfast, and it's healthy.
The healthy part, I'm okay with it. But the quick part, I am very okay with that. That is awesome. So how's your car? I heard you had some car trouble this morning.
Yeah, Anne went out and checked the oil before she left, and she said it looks fine, but I'm still going to take it to the shop. The shop is only
Mm.
like 4.5 miles up the road versus work that is
Yeah.
30 miles one way. So,
That is so
um,
far away.
well, that's why I work from home 2 days a week.
Yeah, 30 miles a day. I barely do. Let me have a look. How far away is my work? And I still complain about it. That is too far away. um. Hang on. It's 2 miles. My work is 2 miles away from my house. And I still complain sometimes it's too far away to drive to. It takes me 4 minutes to get to work and get home.
Oh, yeah. It takes me um, 40 if I don't stop for coffee. It takes me 40 minutes to get to work.
Wow.
So,
That's
yeah.
that's woof, 40 minutes. I yeah, no. That's way too long. Even like my previous shop that I was at, I it was about 10 minutes away and I was like, yeah, no, I'm moving to this one that is 4 minutes away and it's closer. Um oh wow, Willa, that is good. At least 70 miles. Oof, that's my days. That is like
Well,
almost
but,
in
you
another
know,
town.
it's a perk of living in the country. I live out in the out in the farm country, so
All right. Yeah.
we have to go to town for everything. We don't even
To
have
town.
the nearest grocery store is 10 miles.
Wow.
Yep.
And is that a
Yep.
Costco by any chance?
No, the nearest Costco is about 15, 16.
Okay, that's not too bad, to be fair,
Mm-mm.
considering. Let me have a look. I know where my Costco is, but I don't know how far away. It's 9 miles away from me, so that's not too bad. So it's just
No, that's not bad.
yeah. So
Nope, but
it's so
yep, living out
well.
here in the country is nice and quiet, and yeah,
Wow. I was like, Willa was just
so
saying that they did the math before moving because paying for gas is cheaper than buying the house closer to work, and that's sadly sometimes that is true. We kind
it
of
is
live in the
true.
middle of. In the UK, we have cities and like small towns, and then little countryside towns. Me and Garden Botries,
Hmm.
we live in a small town. It's not country, but it's not a big town or a big city, so it's just in the
Hmm.
middle. But yeah, so even though they are trying to make it bigger for some reason, I don't want more people over here. Otherwise, I'll move
The
move away.
the
No.
the little town that we live in has a population of like 800 people.
Wow, that is small. I don't even know
Super
how many
small.
people. I see. This is how very unknown I am about where I live because I don't even know how many people. Uh, let me Google because I don't even know. Apparently we are 12,550 people in
Oh,
where I
that's not
live.
bad.
Yeah. So,
That's
but
not
now
bad.
it's mainly just getting like we don't have any more like old houses. They are destroying those to build new ones, like new
Hmm.
estates and stuff like that. Which I don't like it because they make those prices worse. Because me and Garden, but we are looking to buy our own house hopefully this year. Um,
because we tired of renting. We want our place, and he wants his own place. I'm okay with whatever. I just want the roof over my head and not too far away from
Right.
work. So, oh
Yeah.
wow, that is a
Yeah.
lot of people, Lois. Oh, oh, okay. Me and Ivan, was we have close people. Nice. Sorry, I'm trying to focus my attention to both. This is new to me, you know. I can talk to
Yeah.
someone on stream and then we chat. This is awesome. I'm so glad that we started doing this.
Well, I am going to go so that I can get back up and get back to work.
Yeah.
Carter's asleep, so
Uh,
and
is
he's
it
his
still
bed
early?
is
Oh,
it's 8:30.
oh, that's early. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So
not as early as I get
he's
up or you
still
get up, but
asleep.
yeah.
Right. I've already been up, what, 4 hours now. So, um,
Now that is good. Oh, I keep forgetting. I need to tell everybody, but I packed 2,400 cookies this morning in 2 hours. That's a record for me.
wow,
Sorry, just
that's
packed a lot of
good.
cookies today. Oh my days, I cannot see any cookies in front of me. But I'll let you go, my friend. Thank you very much for calling in. I really appreciate you, Denise. And yeah,
Yep.
this was awesome. We should do it more
Yep.
times.
All right. Y'all have a good day.
You have a
I'll be
good
back
day
in
too.
chat.
All right, I'll see you there. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Give me just 1 second, guys. 1 second. Sorry. But thank you very much, Denise, for popping in. I really, really appreciate you. And what surprise, surprise! The court is late. What a surprise this is. So sorry. I'm trying to keep up with chat and everything. That is awesome. That like, well, one there. It's trying to catch up with chat. My days, I missed it. Oh, and that is hilarious. Sometimes I feel like that because the shop where I work, sometimes it is so busy that absolutely, I don't know where people come from. Oh, love it. Like, it's up to you. I'm like, if you guys want to come, you guys come. If it is absolutely fine, you don't have to. Like, just it's just talking to friends. We're just chatting. So it's absolutely no, yeah. Sorry, I don't even know what you guys talking in chat because I'm completely lost. Well, I was surprised that my town has 12,000 people. Yeah. Well, but then Ken, I think maybe you need to consider move if the 12,000 people is in your building, unless you live in Lisbon, because Lisbon we have an apartment of I mean, if you can pop in, court is late. Maybe not in the next break. I'll put the the link again on next break, and you guys can pop in for more. We can chat more. This was really, really fun and a great idea to do it. But oh wow, that is a lot. That is a big one, Maria. That's wow. I was saying something and then I forgot what it. Oh, I was talking about the apartment building in Lisbon. That's literally one apartment building. It has, without exaggeration, I think it's about 100 houses. So it is crazy. Those apartment buildings in Lisbon. It's yeah. I think yeah. Oh, hey, hello, hi, Jason. Good afternoon to you, because I know you are in the UK. Lol. Definitely, I'll save some cookies. I cannot see cookies in front of me anymore. We are just waiting for court to start, because surprise, surprise, they are late. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I get it. So it's like a main city. So, uh, oh. Okay, now you guys want cookies. Um, well, yeah, that is the dream, Maria. I cannot see cookies, guys. I have packed way too many cookies. Um, oh wow, that is definitely a small little town, Paula. Indeed, near 60 miles away. I don't think I can go there then now. I don't. I'm joking, of course. Um, but that is crazy. 60 miles away. That is the closest. Um, I think Dollar Tree it is everywhere you can. I don't think oh, Oreos. You know what? It's not cookies, but I still somehow have Pringles. Oh, Jason, you did not realize we need you to take you to the world of Costco. Me and Gardenbot definitely need to take you to the world of Costco. If we could, me and Gardenbot, Jed, we literally could live in there if we could. Ooh, which kind? Case one. We need to know which kind. The best cookies at HEB definitely need to go. Um, Maria, not the jet. Jets don't have enough space. I think I need a school bus or a tour bus. That is the definitely right size of bus that I need to take to Costco. Ken, I know I talk about it too much, but I think my middle name should be Costco because guys will tell you in chat that I am obsessed with Costco. I did one of the members videos that I did for the channel was a trip to Costco in the UK. Very dangerous indeed. It is the other day, right? Me and Gardenbot we went to Costco. What a surprise! And we were actually able to only buy what we went in for. It was such a surprise. We literally went for one thing, and we got that thing, and we behaved, and we went to the checkout and did not buy anything else. So, oh, I love Costco. Oh, there is Sam's. Do you do Sam's then, or you just not at the normal grocery store? So you know what? I'm gonna Google that too, Paula. Well, I kind of already knew, but anyway. But I like that name, Nemo, because I call Nemo to my unborn niece at the moment. We call her since we found out. I called her Nemo, and I think it's stuck, and I think it's gonna be her nickname forever. Little Nemo, Missouri. That sounds French, Paul. You know, pomme de terre. It's like the land of what pomme de terre is. It's a potatoes. I forgot what pomme de terre now means. Um, yeah, I think it is pomme. Ooh, that is beautiful again. Very. Oh, really? Like I would hate. I'm sorry to be a baker at Costco. Just the fact that they do, I think they do the fresh cakes from there, and then the big massive cookies that they do and the amount that they do, I already suffered enough that I did over 2,000 cookies today, and now doing that on a daily, yeah, no, I would definitely not. Oh, cowboy cookies. Okay, Swan, I'll put that on my list to try when I go to the US, because I'm gonna need a list of things to try to HMB. I are even putting where to get them. So, morning, Stephanie. Hi. Oh, tiramisu cheesecake. No way, that is a thing. I need to find that out. Tiramisu cheesecake. Hang on. I need to go and find tiramisu. Because if Costco tiramisu cheese cake Costco. I need images. I need image. Oh, looks so good. Oh, I need to try. Definitely need to try that. 'Cause that looks. Oh yeah, that fair enough, Marie. I get it. Yeah, exactly. I get it. Well, I get it. But me and Gardenbot, we just the two of us, and we still go to Costco. But yeah, I understand. Definitely need to go check that out. That tiramisu cheese.
Seated.
Oh, Jesse's here. Whee! Oh, so
All right, so we are back on the record in the state of New Hampshire versus Jason Levesque. This is 2024 CR 273. Counsel, yesterday the state rested. Attorney Sisti, do you have a motion to make at this point?
I do, Your Honor, and thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I'd like to incorporate all the arguments that related to the motion to dismiss that's over the file.
Yes, of course.
We have alluded to that earlier. The state has rested. Self-defense, deadly force is still viable. And we would set forth that the prosecution has not negated it at this juncture. There hasn't been adequate response with regard to that position, whether it's being reflected in statements of both Jason and his daughter or reflected in the video. The last witness, in fact, confirmed that Jason would have been accurate by stating that it appears from the statement in the video that Violette initiated contact, that Violette stuck his face into Jason's face, that there were threats made, that Violette appeared agitated and upset. I'd also note that I'm going to bring back one other issue here, and that's the missing witness. I know it's been litigated, but the state has rested, and it is now 10:41 a.m. on the 19th of March in his trial, and he has not been afforded the right to confront his accuser face-to-face at this trial, contrary to the Sixth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, Part 1, Article 15 of the Hampshire Constitution. That's an essential right. It's nothing new. It's been articulated over and over again from the beginning of our nation. I'd also state that there are insufficient facts that have been adduced by the state to counter the claim of self-defense, thereby defeating the criminal element, the critical element of the case, and that being the state must disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. And what I'll do is I'll ask the court to incorporate its proposed self-defense instruction with regard to that. I need not read every word of that, but I ask the court to reflect, or actually the record to reflect. We do have a proposed instruction on self-defense. I expect that will be one that we are working with. If I need to have that marked down, I would. But I think all parties would agree that it's what we utilize. There hasn't been any objection to it, although I have to say you do have one minor mistake on it.
Which we can take up after this argument. I'm happy to hear that. Actually, that raises something because overnight I went through my jury instructions and made some adjustments to the self-defense instruction, which I need to share with both parties before we get to that part of the proceeding. Specifically, I'm going to add, I think it makes sense, and we can talk about this more. The self-defense instruction references serious bodily injury, but never defines serious bodily injury. And elsewhere in the instructions, I define bodily injury because of the First Amendment, first degree assault. I think it makes sense if I'm going to say something about serious bodily injury in the self-defense instructions that I should define serious bodily injury. So I've added some language defining serious bodily injury, and I've also just changed a little bit of the phrasing for grammatical, editorial reasons, but I want you to see that before we get to instructions, so we'll make sure there's time for that. So go ahead, counsel, I'm sorry.
So specifically, I'd like that incorporated next up. Let's just move on to the attempted murder aspect. Again, I think there's a flaw there with regard to the mens rea. It requires, with regard to that particular charge, the information, videos, and testimony indicate that we're dealing with a reaction not initiated by Jason to the actions of the alleged victim, which would fail to establish that Jason had requisite mental state at the time of the shooting, and would also establish that he didn't have the purposeful intent to kill at the time. I know that there is after the fact video that's been introduced at this trial, but the after the fact video does not necessarily reflect an instantaneous reaction on an individual's place and time. And then I'll just incorporate the self-defense argument that I've already made with regard to the first-degree assault indictment. Those are the basic areas that I'd ask the court to reflect upon and would ask for dismissal of both indictments.
Thank you. State?
Thank you, Your Honor. Specifically regarding the self-defense argument that the defense has raised, and I think it's important we remember that the view the court is to take in this moment is in the light most favorable to the state and facts and inferences in that view. A reasonable jury could absolutely find that the state has overcome defense's affirmative defense of self-defense in this particular case. The jury has seen numerous videos in this case that demonstrate that any kind of altercation that was previously going on between the defendant and Mr. Violette, any kind of previous interaction outside in front of the plow, had ended at the point wherein the defendant pulled out his gun and aimed it at Kyle Violette. They were many feet apart at that point by all estimations, other than I believe the defendants the night of, 15 feet or more away from each other. Mr. Violette was going back into his own home. By Detective Daney's testimony, which the jury did hear, you can actually see in the shadows the way that his feet were turning. So even after he had turned back to look at the defendant, the victim's feet were moving in a way that was turning further away after he saw the defendant pull out his gun. The altercation had been ended at that point. It's in this moment that the defendant shot Mr. Violette the first time, which hit him in the face. He then proceeded to shoot him 5 more times while Mr. Violette crawled on the ground. But that 5 more times didn't occur until after about 3 or 4 second pause. And during that pause, the defendant actually put the gun down, paused, and took several steps forward in order to get closer to Mr. Violette in order to shoot him, presumably more accurately. But in order to, when those shots were happening, he was stepping, in fact, closer to Mr. Violette while he crawled on the ground. Regarding the mental state in this matter, that can truly only be indicative of a purpose. As Your Honor is aware, mental state can be established, to use defense's word, instantaneously. This does not have to be a premeditated thought that days before, weeks before, even minutes before he decided to shoot Mr. Violette, the defendant made that conscious decision. It can be a decision that is decided in an instant, and in this case, I do believe that is what we are talking about. I'd also refer, Your Honor, to specifically the self-defense statute 627-4, which states a person is justified in using deadly force upon another person when he reasonably believes that such other person is about to use unlawful deadly force against the actor or a third person. Specifically regarding, that does seem to be the main focus here. There are additional other times where the statute allows for it, but that seems to be the major issue here, is there's no issue of burglary or kidnapping or anything along those lines. There has been no allegation that Mr. Violette had a weapon. The detectives have already said that he did not have one when they got there. The officers that responded stated that when they were performing the medical aid, they did not see a gun on him. They did not see any kind of weapon on him. The defendant himself, as you heard through Detective Garson yesterday, stated that Mr. Violette's hands were empty when he was walking over to the plow area and while they were having that conversation. He stated he did not think Mr. Violette had a weapon. The defendant's own daughter stated that she did not think that he had a weapon. She had no reason to think that he did. So all we're talking about in this moment are words. That, when viewed with the timing issue here of Mr. Violette turning and walking away back towards his own home, there is no imminent deadly threat. And a reasonable jury could have found that the state has proved that and thus overcome the self-defense issue. The other portion of the self-defense statute I want to refer Your Honor to is that a person is not justified in using deadly force, this is Roman numeral 3, on another to defend himself or herself or a third person from deadly force by the other. They know that they can complete safety, comply with demand that they abstain from performing an act they're not obligated to perform. That's a conditional threat. All of the testimony about an alleged threat made by Mr. Violette include the language, if you do this, I'm going to do this. If you keep plowing the fucking snow in front of my driveway, I'm going to kill your family, is the threat that we've heard time and time again in this particular case. That is the definition of a conditional threat, Your Honor. If X, then Y. And both the defendant's daughter and the defendant were consistent in their statements to police when they were describing any kind of potentially alleged threat heard. That being a conditional threat, and the jury hearing Your Honor's instruction about it, as well as ultimately as the case goes on, a reasonable jury could find that because this threat was conditional, that self-defense is not justified in this particular case, especially when viewed with the fact that when that deadly force is viewed with it, where there was no allegation of any kind of weapon, any kind of specific aggressive action toward any particular person in this case, other than getting close in physical proximity. There wasn't strangulation, there wasn't a hit. I'd also refer to Your Honor, the only threats that, the only physical risk that the defendant was able to articulate in the statement to police was a fear that that Mr. Violette might hit him, or that he might move forward to him and potentially take the gun away from him when he had pulled this gun. That is not an imminent deadly threat or threat of serious bodily injury, just on its face. A threat to a punch is not facially serious bodily injury. The jury's heard not quite extensive, but I think accurate and voluminous testimony at this point about the injuries suffered by Mr. Violette at this case. So to the extent that the risk of death is an issue, which I don't believe it is, I didn't raise it, but for the record, we'll make that argument. That has been more than covered by Dr. Cruz, who was able to articulate the 3 different hospitals that Mr. Violette went to within fairly short succession that night, and then ultimately spending several weeks at Boston Memorial, where he underwent multiple surgeries. We were able to hear from Detective Daney, who collected one of the bullets that was retrieved through Mr. Violette's face after he underwent surgery. At that point, they were able to see the body camera footage of Sergeant Williams Hurley, who was performing the life-saving medical treatment, as well as her testimony from the paramedic in this case, all of whom described the very serious nature of these injuries that Mr. Violette was suffering, and articulated that if not for this intervening medical treatment, he would have died. So that element is absolutely established at this point by the state, Your Honor. Just one moment. It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that the state does believe a reasonable jury could find, in the light most favorable to the state, that not only has the state proven these charges beyond a reasonable doubt, but that we have actually overcome defense's self-defense claim by defending guilty.
Okay, thank you.
Very briefly,
Okay.
Of course, the court knows that there's no need for a weapon to have been found. Interesting argument. It's also relevant. Actually, it's not even a fact that's in contention. With regard to Kara Violette, or Kara Levesque's testimony, she would state that she felt threatened and that they were in danger. And that's uncontradicted. I'll also state that physical motion, physical activity can act as threats. Those would include surprising somebody coming up on them without notice and physically sticking a face in their face, unprovoked and uninvited. And in total context of the situation, this not only was not a conditional threat, it was an actual physical threat. And with an actual physical threat, do not dance around additional or otherwise. But there has been information produced that, in fact, Kira, in her testimony, states that there was compassion present. She sensed it. So with that, Your Honor, I will rest on it.
Okay, thank you. Having heard from both parties, having reviewed the evidence in this case myself, I'm going to deny the motion. I think viewing all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, as I'm required to do at this point, and drawing all reasonable inferences from that evidence, as I'm required to do at this point, I believe that a rational juror could find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I think the state has presented enough evidence, even without the victim in this case, to be able to potentially disprove self-defense. I think a jury could have doubt about all three of the prongs, basically, of the self-defense instruction. That is, whether the defendant actually believed that there was an imminent threat of serious bodily injury. I think the jury could conclude, based on this evidence, that even if he did believe that there was such a risk, that it wasn't reasonable. And I think a jury could also conclude, based on the evidence, that even if he reasonably believed that he needed to use force, that the amount of force was excessive. I base that upon primarily the video evidence, which I think is probably the most striking aspect of this case. I mean, when you look at the video evidence, you can clearly see that there is some sort of altercation, that the alleged victim is acting in a hostile, aggressive way toward the defendant. I think it's not a stretch to say that from that evidence you can see that the defendant is likely in fear that he's potentially going to be in a physical fight with the victim, that a physical fight is about to break out and he might be attacked. But I think when you look at all of the video evidence, and in particular the way the shooting actually unfolds in terms of when the defendant draws the weapon, you can see the victim appears to be turning to walk away when that first shot is fired. The fact that there's the three approximately second delay, at which point I think a jury could conclude the defendant did have an opportunity to think about the situation, to reflect for a moment. At that point, the video shows the victim crawling away from the defendant, at which point the defendant takes several steps towards him, raises the gun a second time, and fires 5 additional bullets. There's the medical testimony that suggests that all 5 of those shots struck the victim in the back. There is no evidence that the victim possessed a weapon, or that he appeared to be reaching for a weapon, that there was any evidence from which the jury could conclude that the defendant thought that the defendant was about to, say, shoot back at him. I think given all that evidence in its totality, viewing it in the light most favorable to the state, as I'm required to do at this point, drawing all reasonable inferences in the state's favor, as I'm required to do at this point, I think a rational juror looking at all the evidence could find that the state has disproven self-defense. As for the other elements, I think the mens rea element of the attempted murder case, I think the fact that the defendant then fires 5 additional bullets into the defendant, into his back, basically, while he's crawling away from him, is sufficient evidence from which a rational juror could conclude that he had the purpose to commit murder. That is, that he had the purpose to kill the defendant, kill the alleged victim. In terms of the first-degree assault, I don't think there's really any doubt that there's really no question from the evidence presented that the defendant did in fact cause bodily injury to the victim using a deadly weapon. I don't think that's really even in dispute. So the only issue on the first-degree assault case is the self-defense, and that, as I've already said, I think a rational juror could conclude that self-defense has been disproven beyond a reasonable doubt by the state. So for all those reasons, I'm going to deny the motion. And at that point, I think, are we ready to bring the jury back?
I'd like to renew a motion in anticipation of the defendant testifying. We talked about the limitation of the defendant to inquire on cross-examination about a prior, refer to it as a prior incident or prior threat allegedly made by Kyle Violette towards the defendant. And now I'd like to focus on whether the defendant actually has the right under the rules of evidence to testify to that event. My position is that analytically it doesn't change, that I'm certainly aware that in self-defense cases, instances of pertinent character traits known to the defendant can be addressed. I don't think that Nichole changes the analysis between how that evidence comes in, as opinion evidence and non-specific instances. I also would raise a 403 issue on this particular prior threat. Here's the basic claim that Jason Levesque made during that police interrogation or questioning. He said, you know, probably 2 months ago, but then when asked for some type of framework, he said, well, it was in the fall. It may be early winter. That would be like November. He was out doing some chore on his porch. He says that that Kyle walks by and calls him a rat and says, if you call the police again, I'm going to fucking kill you and your family, invoking the exact same threat. But what he says transpires next is absolutely nothing. In other words, even assuming that there was a threat made some 6 to 4 months earlier, the relevance of that in terms of a self-defense claim against the use of deadly force is highly attenuated, but still quite prejudicial, and unfairly so, because it's not a character trait for the actual use of force. It's apparently a character trait for mouthing off in similar fashion. If you do something, I'm going to fucking kill you and your family. That has very low probative value, and in fact, even assuming it's true, it doesn't change the dial on his ability to use deadly force in a given instance some 6 to 4 months later. And for that reason, I object even to the defendant testifying to that claim.
Thank you. Attorney Sisti?
Jason's going to take the stand. We expect to go into that claim. That's one of the factors that was going through his head at the time. And basically that this interview, you know, we've been barred hearsay. This is not hearsay. This is what he actually experienced. And I think we've actually discussed this at the bench. In fact, my understanding from the court was certainly come into the defendant if he takes a stand and not to be investigating the fact doing his type of hearsay exception. And I agree with that right now. And we're prepared to come to stand and listen to all relevant information as to why he thought at the time, on April 4th, that he had acted in self-defense, and that he did have contact with Mr. Violette. Certainly wasn't pleasant, and in fact, it involved an actual threat to him and his family, much like that, which took place on April 4th. So yes, it's relevant. It comes in. It's an instance that does have an impact on how he operated and how he dealt with the situation on April 4th. And I certainly will, agree at this juncture, and it wipes out any issue, I take it, with regard to your rulings under 803, 801, today, or in another ballpark. How he felt, what he experienced, and how he can first explain his interactions with Kyle Violette.
All right, thank you. So the court, anticipating this issue, has done some research. I am going to deny the state's motion at this point, in part. I'm relying on cases, the following cases. I'm relying on State versus Woodburn, which is a 2023 case of the New Hampshire Supreme Court. This is 175 New Hampshire 645. I'm relying on State versus Vassar, a 2006 case, 154 New Hampshire 370. Both of those cases stand for the proposition that in cases where self-defense is raised, that the state of mind of the defendant is an important factor that the jury has to decide, and that under 404B, prior bad acts may be relevant for purposes of determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the incident and whether he was reasonably in fear. If you look at State v. Woodburn specifically, they lay out the tests that the court should apply in applying 404B in these circumstances. And to ensure that the prior bad acts are relevant for a non-propensity purpose, the proponent must demonstrate a sufficient logical connection between the prior acts, and the defendant's state of mind at the time of the charged conduct. The temporal proximity or remoteness is one factor which the court can consider in deciding whether there's a sufficient logical connection that exists. But both of those cases stand for the proposition that defendant's state of mind in terms of self-defense is an appropriate non-propensity reason to bring in prior bad acts under 404B. Now that does raise the question which the state raised last time we talked about this, which was that my understanding is that 404B notice was never given in this case, which is a requirement in order to use 404B evidence. Normally there has to be notice to the state. The purposes of that notice requirement is to give the state an opportunity to, if they choose to file a motion in limine, or to do additional discovery. Now, on the other side of that calculus, the state clearly was aware of these.
Judge, on the notice issue, the state way.
Okay, I was about to get to that. I think the state had notice of these statements, knew about them all along. So I am going to limit it to the extent that the defense intends to introduce prior bad acts by the alleged victim that go to the defendant's state of mind. I think they're limited to those which have been previously disclosed in the defendant's statement. They're not to go beyond the four corners of the statement that's been previously provided to the state. I did review Nichole as well, counsel. I looked at it. I think that's a slightly different issue there. Nichole is focused on the character evidence side of this. In that case involved a prior criminal conviction that they were trying to bring in to show character specifically. It wasn't dealing specifically with prior bad acts directed at the defendant by the same victim.
Understood.
And that Woodburn is on point on that. All right. So with that, I'm sorry? Yes, please.
Do not understand the need of approaching if there's no jury there. I want to know. Maybe they're talking about scheduling issue, but I honestly hope they don't take all day with Jason. Because otherwise, who's ready for overtime? We might have to do overtime today. Well, in terms if we have to do overtime, it's going to be a speedy overtime because we can watch the new trial in 1x 1 to 5x like we did this morning. So but yeah, we might have to do overtime again. I know exactly. I absolutely agree. I've almost yeah, it's crazy and it's sad that the world has come to this fact that you can't like trust your neighbors to not like boost snow on your side. And
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We're then going to bring the jury out, and we're going to start with the state's case, defense case. Very good.
of course we're gonna have a recess. What else would we have if not a fucking break? Oh, this corked. But yeah, it is sad that we live in a world that again, I'm sorry. I don't know why. Well, we'll see if it is actually a court at 11:13. But yeah, we might have to do. Hang on, I have that information. Nine witnesses, Willow. See, I've got it. I've written it down. I think we shouldn't have done that. I am sorry, Paula. I
cannot handle it either. I don't know why I'm yawning so badly. I'm so sorry. And you're gonna talk about yawning. I'm gonna yawn. I'll try to turn off my camera every time I yawn. So it's gonna be like a flashing on and off camera. um. No, your bucket drink list. I need to know what's that. I do need to go stretch. Maybe after the break, I will go stretch. Have a little bit of a stretchy stretch, so I can stop yawning. And my apologies. I vamos. No, that's funny. Sorry. But yeah, so we had 9 witnesses on a state case, and I think we're only gonna have one witness on the defense case, and that is going to be the defendant. I don't think they're going to put any other defense really, because I'll look into that. A bucket drink list. So that sounds nice. I have a bucket food list from when I go to the US. That is my food bucket list for my US trip. So I'm not saying anyone else the testifying apart from, again, the daughter of Jason, but I don't think she's gonna come back again after Friday. So I think it might just be him. But the fact knowing that the defense is slow, it's already 11:15. Well, when they get back, it's gonna be close to 11:15. They go on break at 12 o'clock for lunch until 1 p.m. There is no way that Jason is gonna get done today, because we have we have direct examination, and then cross, and then recross, and then everything. There is no way they're gonna finish this today. So definitely tomorrow. What we're gonna do is tomorrow because the thing is, we're gonna catch up on day 2 today. My hopes is, if you guys are up for it, we are gonna do day 2 of Nichole's case today after this one is finished. We're gonna do that. We should be only about 2 hours maybe, because we're gonna be speed watching, skipping breaks, and possible sidebars and everything, so we can do that. So it's gonna take us, because they start at 1 to 5 o'clock. What? That's 4 hours, so we can do it in 2 hours, which is half of the time, which is okay. So we should finish around 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Sorry, the garden bot just sticking a phone call. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. So, we should be finished about 6:30 Eastern today, which is not too bad, I think, considering. If we don't catch up to their side quicker than we should have. So, we are gonna have to do overtime today, guys. Hope you are ready. I am not. So, but it's gonna be a good day no matter what. Anyway, so we're gonna do that today. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a different case, because I'm expecting North Dakota, having the case from North Dakota, to have a full day of court. And they might have closings on this one. So day 3 of Nichole, we might catch up while on deliberations. Because I'm only expecting, am I thinking correct? That I'm only expecting Jason to be on the stand today. I'm not imagining this to be a 2-day thing, right? What do you guys think? So I don't know. So hopefully it will be done today. And then we'll figure it out, and then tomorrow we'll definitely have closings, jury instructions, all the blah de blahs, and then verdict watch tomorrow. And while on verdict watch, we can definitely do day 3. Okay, we should be fine. We'll be fine. We just have to do overtime, which is okay. I guess, I think, I hope. I might have to take a nap during lunchtime, so I can actually power through everything, and I don't make Paula go crazy with me yawning. So yeah, so we're gonna do that. I mean, they should be back now. They are already late. I don't understand. This court, it's the most unserious. Well, it's not unserious. Not on time, just takes breaks all the time. I understand he has to have a break between the jury coming in and everything. I'm sorry. Oh, well, I'm sorry, Paul. I do apologize, my friend. I will try not to yawn while I'm talking anymore. I will try just yawn when I'm not. But what I might do is after when they actually start and everything, I might just go stretch my legs a little bit around here, the my living room, because then I also have cake to eat. I got some cake. Garden brought me some cake. So it's nothing like enthusiastic, but it is cake. Cake is awesome. I'll show you. This is the cake Garden Bot got me. It's like a lemon cake, lemon drizzle cake. It is very good, and I want to eat the cake. So sorry, I was just poking it for some reason. So I'm gonna eat that too. So it's gonna be a little bit of a break. Oh, here we come. Oh, he's gonna directly go to the stand. Oh, nice! Not even collecting 200. It's just bust go. So that definitely confirms my theory that the defense only the witness is Jason. Oh, he literally goes directly to the stand. Nice. Is he handcuffed? I did not notice. Oh no, they're not. He's not. Sorry, I was just trying to type, but oh wow, here we go. I hope it's a good show. Well, I'm sorry, it's a good show for us to watch, not the snooze fest. Levesque. I'm trying to spell the defendant. Sorry, I don't know. I know everyone needs to make popcorn now. This is not a drill. Go make your popcorn. Thank you very much, Willow. And I will definitely need to tweet that out as well. Definitely, guys. Definitely go make pops. Well, they kind of did. On emotions we were listening to, they did say that he was gonna testify. But to be fair, I missed it as well. I kind of missed it as well. I missed what the prosecution was talking about completely. I mean, I was so distracted by the chat that I completely missed. So I do need to go tweeting that out. I do it on my break. But ooh, I need to read that. So the disciplinary findings for Michael Proctor that got fired is out. I need to read it. I like.
Thank you. You all may be seated. My understanding is that the jury is being assembled. It just may be a minute or two, so we'll all jump back up in a minute. Oh, I have jury instructions to hand out to everybody. Can you give one of these to Attorney Siski's side?
I think I'm gonna do some
As soon as they're
popcorn
ready,
as
they
well.
can come in.
For this defendant testimony, and I need to put that on the Excel, the spreadsheet. I might upload a new spreadsheet, a new link for the spreadsheet again when this trial is finished.
You're re-entering?
So any updates after the trial, I'll update the new spreadsheet on the Facebook group. I'll send to you personally the new link for it, if you're not on the group. That is. So here we go.
Please be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for all being prompt this morning and being on time. Sorry we weren't able to start right on time, but these things happen. As I told you to close yesterday, the defendant is not required to put on a defense if he doesn't choose to, but in this case I'm being told the defense has opted to put on a defense, and my understanding is that the first witness that they're going to call is the defendant himself, and so we are ready to proceed. Counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Could you swear? Jason Nichole,
My
please?
goodness, you're right. You raise your right hand. You swear that any testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. You may be seated, and just try to keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Can everybody hear me? Thank you.
First, let me get through some formalities here. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jury, please?
My name is Jason Levesque, Levesque.
And you just heard the judge explain that, of course, we don't have the burden to put on any evidence.
Yes.
Are you freely, voluntarily wanting to testify for this jury today?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you some background questions so the jury gets to know you a little bit. Where were you born?
I was born in Rochester, New Hampshire at Frisbee Memorial Hospital.
And have you lived in this area all your life?
All 45 years.
Who else lives in the Rochester area?
My daughter, she resides with me, and my two parents, they live downstairs at my house.
The jury went out on a view, you know that, you were with us. And your house is which number?
My house is number 41 Summer Street.
Okay. And just again for the record, could you describe it so everybody has a clear picture of what we're talking about?
As in the property?
Yeah.
My house was the one when we were coming from the traffic lights. It would be the first house that we viewed, with the front porch, with the steps, the driveways to the right-hand side. There's some landscaping out front. There's a fence that directly follows the right-hand side of my driveway, and there's a garage at the back.
And again, you stated that your daughter lives with you and your parents. And can you give us some position? Where would your parents be in that house? If the jury's looking at it square.
If you're looking at the front of the house, it's a duplex, and my parents live downstairs. So they're getting older, so we put it that way. That way they don't have to deal with any stairs. And my daughter and I reside upstairs in the upstairs apartment.
Okay. And I guess there was a porch area there, and steps that go up to the porch area of the house?
That is correct. The front entry is on the front of the house where there's a porch, and the front steps go up to the front door, which you can access both the upstairs and downstairs.
All right, so we're going to get to that positioning in a few minutes, but I just want to make it clear it's your parents that live right there, right basically on the street.
That's correct. Their bedroom is the front room of that downstairs apartment. Their beds are right there at the window.
Now, you mentioned your daughter. What's her name?
Her name is Kira.
And how old is she?
She is 20 years old.
Can you give us a little history with her? I take it you're a single father?
I am.
And, how long have you and Kara been a team?
I received sole custody of my daughter when she was approximately 16 years old. She's lived with me all her life. We've always lived together. However, there is some issues with her mother, and her mother's left the house, and I received sole custody of her, I believe, approximately 15 or 16. It was 2019.
And she's been with you exclusively since then?
Yes.
And, can you generally just tell the jury what kind of relationship you have with her?
Sorry. My daughter and I have a very close relationship ever since she was a young child. She would go out with me when I was doing heating. She would out call with me, or if we were plowing, she'd go out plowing with me.
You okay?
She used to operate the plow for me even when she was younger. She used to find great fun in that. As she got older, she started working. So she didn't want to drive. She had a little accident when she was learning how to drive, went through my parents' garage door at their previous house. So until she was 18, she didn't get a license. So I had to drive her back and forth to Rye every day for her job. Also, when she was in high school, she did an internship as a teacher at an elementary school in town. So I used to have to drive her there every day. Her and I were very close. Always have been.
Where did she go to school?
She went to elementary school at Chamberlain Street School in Rochester, then to Rochester Middle School. Then she graduated Spalding in, I believe it was 2 years ago. I think it was 2022. And then she moved on to Southern New Hampshire University. Right now she's taking a pause from college, but I believe she's enrolled to start at the University of Arkansas.
Very proud of her.
I am very proud of her. I'm sorry.
You talked about your neighbors a little bit, okay?
Okay.
The jury has heard a couple of folks, there's two of them that live next door to you. I mean, did you have any kind of relationship with your neighbors of any significance?
Which ones?
Well, let's go through Kyle's daughter took the stand. You saw her.
I did, yes.
Did you know her or have any interaction with her ever before?
I did not know that there was a young female living there, no.
And again, how long have you lived in that house?
I lived in that house 20 years.
20 years.
Yep.
And then you saw, I think she's referred to as Kyle's girlfriend, the mother of the child. And you saw her testify as well.
That's correct.
Did you have any interaction with her?
I did not have any interaction. However, I did know that she did live there. I frequently saw her coming and going.
But not even a hello or anything like that?
No.
Now, I want to ask you about the other person that lived there, and that's Kyle himself. Did you have any kind of relationship with him?
Before that evening, I did have one interaction. That would be in sometime, probably October or November. In the fall, I was out front pressure washing my house. And a gentleman came out of that driveway, was running around, acting kind of crazy, looked at me and said, "You fucking rat, I'll kill you and your family."
Okay, let's hold on here a second. This is October, November of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were in front of your house doing some shoulder?
Yes.
Had you had any kind of contact that would have elicited that kind of reaction from him prior to him coming over and confronting you?
No, I did not even know that he lived there. I'd only seen his girlfriend, or Angela, was the only person I'd ever seen coming and going from there.
And again, explain to the jury just what this guy did.
He was running around in his driveway very erratically, and said, "You fucking rat, I'm gonna kill you and your family." It just kept moving back and forth. So at that point, I decided it was just best to go in the house and leave the situation, not to antagonize him or even engage with him, not knowing who he was or what was going on. I then went inside and told my parents, just keep the blinds closed on that side of the house. Hopefully he'll just leave us alone after that.
Right, so you went inside and you informed your folks of that?
That's correct.
And did something happen just shortly after that as well?
Later on that evening, I was outside working in my garage. I had exited the garage to go into the house, and he and another gentleman were walking by. He came into the driveway and said, "You fucking rat, I'm gonna kill you and your family." At that time, I went back into the garage and closed the door to, again, not engage with him.
So, I mean, we've heard that, I mean, was that a threat towards you
Yes.
and your family?
Yes.
Nothing conditional about that?
No, sir.
And did you understand it as a threat?
I did.
And how did that impact you? How did that stay with you?
It made me nervous. At that point, after that, I installed some security lights, some security cameras That way I could keep an eye on things and just, I didn't know who he was or what it was with him that he didn't like me, but I wanted to be more vigilant after that to make sure I was aware of my surroundings.
So after that, what did you do?
I installed some security cameras and some security lights, motion lights, so if somebody comes on my property, it lights up at night so I can see there's somebody there.
Now, we pointed out some cameras at your place when the jury was taking a view. Were those some of the cameras you installed because of that event?
Yes, I installed 12 cameras, 2 1-terabyte hard drives. Each camera is covered by another camera, and every entry to the house is covered by a camera.
And that was triggered because of that content?
Yes, sir.
Did you also alter any behavior with regard to your daughter?
I did.
Can you explain that?
After that, my daughter, she works at the pizza place. She had been driving at this point. She comes home at night. She had been aware of the altercation. I was concerned, and she was concerned about coming in the front door, seeing as the property's right there. So she would call me when she was on her way home, and I'd meet her at the door and make sure, or go out to the car and make sure she got in the house safely.
So you basically were escorting her in after work?
That is correct.
She would call you in the driveway and you'd go down and get her?
She typically called me coming down Eastern Avenue, which is the road right there by the post office.
Okay. And then you meet her outside?
That's correct.
Okay, let me jump to, I'm actually going to jump to April 3rd. We've been hearing a lot about April 4th, but wow, but your day actually started April 3rd and it was continuing, right?
That is correct.
So why don't you explain to the jury about what time did you get up on April 3rd, the day before the shooting?
I woke up around, I believe, 8 o'clock. I had some breakfast. I was redoing my dining room, doing floor and painting. I wanted to try and get the painting done before I went to work. I knew that snow was coming. However, we had not got a time that we were supposed to start yet. So I pretty much took the day and I finished cutting in all the dining room and doing the painting around there. It was approximately 6 o'clock in the evening. I received a text from my boss saying, looks like start time is going to be 10 p.m. I'd like you to do what we call a sniffer route, go around and start driving through the properties, seeing if there's snow accumulating on the ground, and seeing when we should start calling in other people to take care of those properties.
Okay, so between 8 and 6 in the evening on the 3rd, had you taken a nap or rested or anything like that?
No, I did not. I anticipated the snow starting much later, so I figured I'd have some time, but I didn't really have time. After he called, I needed to clean up all my supplies, have something to eat, and get ready.
All right. So at or around 10 o'clock, what do you do?
10 o'clock, just before 10 o'clock, I'd say maybe quarter of, I take my vehicle out of the garage. I put my parents' vehicle in the garage so they don't have to worry about cleaning snow off of it. Then I drive to Home Depot where my plow truck is parked behind there, where our salt shed is. I start my truck. I go over my pre-trip inspection to make sure my truck's safe for operation, make sure it has oil in it, coolant, windshield washer fluid. I then go over and start the front end loader. I let that warm up. I go in, I log into my tablet so I can log into the application site photos, which keeps track of my time card. It also keeps track of where I am plowing and salting. I then went to the loader. I grabbed 2-3 buckets of salt. I filled up my truck, covered over the salt, made contact with my boss, let him know I was ready to go. He said, all right, start running your route.
Okay. Up until that point in time, had you gotten any sleep?
No, sir.
Sounds like it was very active at the beginning at 10 o'clock.
Yes. Yeah.
Who do you work for, by the way? I don't know if we ever covered this.
I work for North Atlantic Snow.
And how long have you been working for them?
This would have been last year was my 3rd season.
3rd season?
That's correct.
When it's not snowing, how do you make a living?
When it's not snowing, I do car audio and electronic installs.
Where do you do that?
I do some on the side at my house. I also work from time to time for Speed of Sound in Somersworth.
All right. So what was your agenda starting at 10 o'clock? What were your jobs? Give the jury an idea of what you do. I mean, most of us are in bed when you guys are out doing this.
Correct.
Right. What's going on?
So we do all commercial application or commercial properties. We do big box stores, like I said, we start at Home Depot. We also have we do district courts, we do healthcare facilities, we do urgent cares, hospitals, we do pharmacies, Walgreens, we do gas stations, we have Cumberland Farms, we have Irving, we have auto parts stores, I have Advanced Auto Parts, we do properties for Rochester Housing Authority. We have 4 or 5 of those in Rochester. We also do for the Postal Service, United Postal Service in Gonick and in Rochester. I also service the Lee Urgent Care, Lee Dollar General, Lee Walgreens, Lee Aroma Joe's, and then there's also condo associations we do work for in Rochester.
All right. So you got a lot of contracts.
We do, approximately probably 45 in the Rochester area.
How many do you have to serve?
So what happens is when we start out, I'm the main person for the company when it comes to going out to start with. I go around and start running all of the properties. As soon as it starts snowing heavier or more help is needed, we'll call in our subcontractors. You know, with the snowing, there's no way we could take care of, one person could take care of all those properties. So as it starts snowing heavier, I condense my route down to a couple of gas stations, the Irving on Columbus Avenue, the Advanced Auto Parts on Columbus Avenue, the 2 Rochester Housing Authority properties off of Brock Street, the Gonick Post Office, the Gonick Circle K or Irving, and Bramber 2 Condo Association on Old Dover Road.
All right, so now we're into April 4th, correct?
Yes.
And have you been plowing all day?
I'd been plowing all night of April 3rd into April 4th in the morning. During the afternoon, snow slowed down a little bit, so we got to do some cleaning up and maybe applying some salt. And then April 4th in the evening, it started coming down pretty well, which that evening was the first time I've ever experienced thunder snow. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it was coming down at a very heavy clip.
Again, have you gotten any sleep?
No, sir.
At some point in time, did things slow down? Did you get to start thinking maybe it's time to go home?
So later on in the day on April 4th, it definitely started to slow down. I got a call from my boss, I'd say around 9 o'clock. He asked me if I had any salt left on my truck. I said I did. He said, well, if you can go and put a heavy application down on Hannaford on Milton Road, after that you can go, you know, take a break. We're going to be meeting back at Home Depot at 2 a.m. to start running a salt route and coordinating what we're going to do for cleanups for the day.
Okay. So you were getting ready to wrap it up for a while?
That's correct.
What was your plan? How were you going to go about finishing your evening?
I had brought my daughter to work. I did forget about that. I brought my daughter to work the day previous, earlier that day. I don't want her driving in the snow. There's no reason to. I'm out and about in a 4-wheel drive pickup truck. No reason for her to be driving. So she was getting out of work at 10 o'clock. So I was going to Shoreville Plaza over in East Rochester to pick her up and then head home.
Okay. And where does she work?
She works at Rochester House of Pizza.
So in fact, did you pick her up that evening?
I did.
And was it at around 10 o'clock?
It was around 10 o'clock.
And what did you guys do after you picked her up?
Well, she got in the truck. You know, we said, how's it going? Good. We started heading down Eastern Avenue. We turned on Summer Street. And then I came up to the house.
Okay. Jason, at this time we're going to play a video. And with the court's permission, if he could get closer to the television, he has an eyesight problem.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we're going to start this. I'm going to ask you questions as we move along. Do you recognize that area?
I do. This is my house right here. This is my front porch, my front steps. That's the utility pole that we saw when we were out there.
Good. And the utility pole, that's become kind of a focal point. Where is that actually located?
So that utility pole is approximately even with the post on my steps right there. Somewhere around that area. This is a landscaping timber with approximately 4 to 6 feet of grass that's on my property. Landscaping timber runs along the property that runs 43 south.
So how far in toward your house is that pole?
In reference to 43 or towards my house?
Well, I mean, in reference to the driveway.
It's approximately, I'd say, 6 feet to where the driveway starts. Actually, to the pavement, it's probably about 10 feet. There's a small grassy area on their property as well.
All right.
You want me to play with?
Who's that guy?
That's me. I'm pulling up. Before I start plowing any property, I assess the property to see where the old snow bankings are, if anybody's been there to plow it. Even though it's my house, you know, I do have my neighbor at 39, he helps me manage the snow. I noticed that the banking is still there from the plow, so I'm going to back up. I'm going to take most of that snow and plow it into the area of the fence at 39 Summer Street. We're in agreement that because I don't have really a lot of place to put snow, I can put the banking there.
All right, so when you're banking snow away from your property, it's going toward 39.
39, that's correct.
Does it ever go toward the home of Kyle Bauer?
At this point, I want to take most of my banking. As you see, I'm going to come in and grab it again and bring it over and put it on the lawn of 39. Because there's no place to put snow over. As this continues, you'll see when I turn the truck around, I'm trying to pick up the small amount of snow that's right here on the sidewalk, and you'll get a better view from the other camera. The sidewalk is clear by the city, and the snow spills out the side of the plow. I want to clean that up so I have a clean sidewalk there.
Okay.
And that's when I bring it to right here, a small bank, just what's spilled out right there.
Okay.
But I want the majority of the snow to go that way because he also coordinates with me. We take most of the banking from in front of his house and we bring it behind his house to the park.
You're talking about
39, number 39, that's correct.
All right, let's watch this for a second. You really see okay?
As you see, I'm slowly trying to collect the snow with the plow V. That way I don't make a mess of what the city's done, but I'm trying to grab all the snow.
Okay.
If I leave a banking there, when it melts and refreezes, it becomes icy, or it's water ready to get in our house.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Did anybody ever ask you, did Kyle ever ask you to plow his driveway or plow his house?
No, sir.
Did anybody from that property ever ask you?
No, sir. Hold on that note, there may have been a conversation with the lady that lived over there another time about they had plowed some snow up on here and my mother had a Japanese maple there. And I asked them, be careful of that. Please don't plow the snow right there. They can use the rest of it to put snow if they'd like, but I asked them not to bother that tree. And I believe she'd asked me if I could plow their driveway every storm. And I said, I work for a commercial company, I can't do residential. However, I mean, if you ask, I would probably open at the end of the driveway for you, but I can't make it an account.
No, I see. We can't hear anything, but cars are going by the road.
Yes. Now you see I've turned around, I've had my plow bead, and I'm coming to grab whatever's spilled out of the side of the plow on the sidewalk and make a small banking right there at the telephone pole.
And that's just to clean things up.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what's spilled over on the street side of the plow, and then I'll come in and grab what's spilled over on the house side.
Can we stop it for a second? Just some mechanics with regard to your rig. What year is it? What model is it? What's it equipped with?
So it is not my personal vehicle, so I have to try and jog my memory. I believe it's 2019 or 2021 Ford F550. It's a turbo diesel. It has a 9.5-foot Fisher stainless steel V-plow on it. It has a Boss spreader. That's for the salt. It's got the flashing lights. I don't know what else.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get to a point I want to ask you, so it's a four-wheel drive vehicle, you mentioned that earlier.
It is, yes. It's so it's a commercial vehicle, so it doesn't have the convenient push button you'd have like in a regular vehicle that you would drive, say per se anybody else. Because of the amount of weight the vehicle has to it, I believe that's why it has the manual locking hub on it.
Okay.
So you have to lock the hub, then you have to shift the transfer case.
Okay, let's continue.
Again, here I'm trying to clean up this whole door. That's the telephone pole. Again, I'm not reaching the telephone pole with the glass. Again, just making one pass trying to clean up what's still out.
Okay.
There's a telephone pole and I'm reaching the glass. Now I'm coming in closer to the landscaping, try and get what's on the sidewalk, keep it clean. Again, I haven't made it past telephone pole.
At any point, did you distribute any of that snow on Violette driveway?
No, sir. Here I am, opening the door.
Okay, if we can stop right there. You're opening the door, what's the reason we can stop right there?
The reason is that I'm going out to engage the hubs so I can put it in four-wheel drive. As I mentioned earlier, my boss called and asked me to go and put an application in Hanford, so I had no salt in the vehicle. Typically, we keep our salt full so that you use the weight of the vehicle to push the snow and you're not being hard on the equipment. The weight of the vehicle will do most work for you, as opposed to if you have like a half-ton truck or three-quarter-ton truck, you really need to put some effort into moving this. But a vehicle that size with all the weight in the back, it's effortless. So I'm getting ready to back drive my driveway. Without any weight in the back, the wheels are just going to stand there. So when I put in four-wheel drive, I'm able to move that weight back, the snow backwards, without having the weight in the back.
Okay, so it was your intention then to lock the hubs, right?
That's correct.
And then you were going to continue on with some plowing.
That's correct.
And what plowing was it your intent to continue doing?
At this point, once I had the hubs locked, my intent was to go into my driveway, approximately a vehicle length or more, and back drag it out, and then bank it up over onto 39, the grass of 39. Again, pull forward almost to the garage, back drag that back out to the sidewalk, push it to 39, and then do that also by the fence. Again, a small back drag, and then the rest of the back drag, and bank it to 39.
Right. Then I assume then call it a night.
Yes, then go in and go to sleep fine.
Okay, and before we start it up again, we see an individual in the driveway. Did you notice the individual at that point in time when you were getting out of the truck?
When I was getting out of the truck, I did not notice anything.
And can you tell the jury, why don't we roll it? Why don't you tell the jury when you first noticed this individual?
From this video, I'm not exactly sure when, but I obviously kneeled down to block. Don't pause it for a moment.
You know.
So I don't believe I've seen him at this point because I wouldn't have kneeled down to my hub to lock the hub if I would have seen an individual approaching, especially after the interaction in October, November. So I'm going to have to make an assumption. I don't know for sure, but at this point I don't believe I've noticed him because I would have kept my eyes on him.
How did it come to your attention that somebody was approaching?
When I stood up, I noticed there was a gentleman approaching me.
Were you up right there?
No, it looks to me that I'm still bent down locking the hub.
Okay, how do we continue?
I'm standing up now.
Okay, hold it. And that would have been the initial confrontation?
Yeah, it looks like I did bend back down. Again, trying to keep up with how it's playing. But he has not approached me yet. He's still working towards me. Okay, now I've stood back up.
Okay. Were you surprised to see him?
I was very surprised.
Had you done anything to cause him any agitation prior to that confrontation?
No, sir. I had not had any interaction with that evening at all.
When he came right up to you, can you tell the jury if he said anything to you?
He said, if you put any stone in front of my house, I'll fucking kill you and your family.
Did that make any sense to you at all?
No, it did not. I had not moved any stone in front of his house.
Now, we've been talking, and we've seen this video a few times, and we're trying to describe just how close he was. We're going to have other videos, but can you describe to the jury how close he was to you?
When he made his initial approach to me, he was finding a resting spot with his nose up against my face.
I mean, I'm going to walk up to you, and you tell me when to stop. Okay? Got it?
Absolutely.
I'm walking. Which side did he approach you?
He approached me on this side.
Still closer?
Closer.
Can't get it. It's too big. How about there?
There you go.
He actually touched you.
Yes, sir.
Touched you with his face?
Yes.
How'd that make you feel, Jim?
Uncomfortable.
You feel right?
Absolutely.
Do you have any idea what this guy was going to do?
I did not.
So he touches you with his body right on your face, and he says he's going to fucking kill you?
That's correct. In my family.
Did this give you a little flashback of October or November?
It,
Again, while this was going on, was your daughter with you?
she was.
And where was she?
She was in the passenger seat.
She was staying in the truck, from what you knew?
I believe so, yes.
So this guy's up against you, literally, flesh on flesh. And is he calmly saying things, or what's his tone of voice?
No, he's extremely agitated. He's yelling at me. He repeated himself again. If you put stone in front of my yard, I'll fucking kill you and your family.
And again, did that make any sense at all?
It didn't. I was frozen. I didn't know what to think. I was confused by it.
Now, there's been testimony, of course we're going to get to some points here in your testimony, that you were carrying a firearm.
That is correct.
And is that typical of you in certain situations, or what's the deal?
It is behind Home Depot where we park the vehicles and we grab our salt. I had an altercation earlier that year where a gentleman came out of nowhere, approached me as I was getting in the vehicle. He brandished a machete, and I was able to move away from him. We did call the police, and I believe they came and got him. There was no further interactions. But at that point, I decided that my safety was not worth putting in jeopardy going forward.
All right, so when you were doing night plowing jobs and going behind Home Depot, it was typical of you to carry a firearm.
That's correct.
All right, and this night was no different.
That's correct.
Okay, why don't we run the film? Okay,
See here, he's-
hold it. I'll ask a question.
Want to rewind this a little bit?
Go back a little. What's going on here?
So now he's made the couple of, threats about the snow to me. Then he starts on, you don't believe me? I'll
Okay,
kill
what do you mean by that? What does he say?
The first two times, or I believe he said, if you put snow in front of my house, I'll kill you and your family. And then he continues with, you don't believe me? I'll fucking kill you and your family.
That's what he said?
Yes.
Why don't we move? How many times does he approach you like that? Hold on.
It was, I believe, 3 or 4.
Is he saying the same stuff over and over?
He is.
How's that making you feel?
I'm still frozen. I wasn't sure I didn't feel comfortable. I felt like he was enraged. I felt like he was going to harm me and my family. But this time, I was hoping that hopefully he would
Why don't we go? Again, hold it. Is that another interaction?
That was another interaction where he came right up to my face, nose to face, and threatened to kill me and my family.
Did that have anything to do with snow at the time, or was it just threatening?
Not after the first time or two. He came just, you don't believe me? I'll kill you and your family. The snow was no longer a factor. Now it was just, he was angry, he wanted to hurt me and my family.
Where we go? Okay, he's backing off here.
He is.
And he stopped.
He did.
Now what happened?
Now he's pointing at me.
What's he saying?
He's saying, I'm going to kill you and your family.
Stop.
You don't fucking believe me?
Okay. Now what's going on?
He's approaching me again, telling me that he's going to kill me and my family.
You believe in him?
I am now.
All right, why don't we run it? Okay, is that when you approach him? Stop.
Yeah, I think you should probably go back, yeah.
Yeah, why don't we go back? Start there.
So now he's approaching me again. Now I've decided the threat is real. Instead of going home, he's now approaching me again. I drew my firearm and I fired at him.
All right. Did you even know, let's get straight with it. Did you even aim or anything like that?
To the best of my ability, I aimed at the object coming at me. Or the person, I should say, object person coming at me.
All right. And what do you see after you fire that first shot?
I see him go down.
We should start it up. And then what? Hold on.
Then I see there was a pause, kind of surprised by the whole thing that happened, you know. I kind of blanked out when I fired the first shot. Then it was like a flash of TV, the TV goes out, comes back on. I saw him getting up, heading towards my front steps, and then I fired again.
No, there's been some question as to how many shots you fired and so forth. And we played this video, we played videos in slow motion and everything else.
Yes.
Would you agree things happened fairly quickly?
It happened extremely quickly.
Can you tell the jury if you even remember pulling the trigger 5 more times?
I don't remember pulling the trigger the first time, and I don't remember hearing a gunshot. Any of them.
But I mean, obviously, you know you used the firearm.
Yes.
How did you come to the conclusion that 5 shots or 6 shots were fired?
I know that there was one in the chamber, 5 in the magazine, and when I was done, the slide was jacked, which would indicate that the firearm was empty.
Okay. And that tipped you off that you had emptied it?
That is correct.
Why don't we play it through a little bit here? As you're going back, he's still moving?
Yep, I saw him crawling that way. I heard a female coming from over here. I noticed they did not go to my steps. So at this time, I pay attention to what they're doing. They see another female coming. I go back to the truck to check on my daughter.
So you check on your daughter, and then what do you do?
Check on my daughter. I'm trying to process what's all just happened. I get in the truck. My friend, I said, I'm sorry. You had to see that. She said, no, you're just protecting me. I go to put the truck and drive into the driveway. She says to me, what are you doing? And I made a poor joke. Should we run? As I was driving in the driveway. It was an ill-placed joke, but at the time I was kind of in shock, and I guess I was using something to lighten the situation best.
Why don't we stop it, and why don't you resume the witness?
Counsel, just so the record is clear, I know that all 3 of these videos are all contained on exhibit number 2, I believe.
It's 2 states, 2 that we're utilizing.
And this is the video shot from 43 Summer Street.
It'll indicate 43 Summer.
I just want to make that clear for the record. That's the tricky part with all 3 videos.
Yeah, it's on one exhibit. When you get back there, it'll be one flash drive.
Thank you.
And then there'll be 3 of them. Thank you, Jim. So you get back into your driveway, and what do you do there?
Get back in my driveway. Again, when I got back in the truck, I ejected the magazine from the firearm, put them both on my dashboard.
And why did you do that?
What's that?
Why did you do that?
Because I knew that the police were coming. I wanted to make sure the firearm was safe. My daughter's in the vehicle. The police are coming. I don't want to have the firearm on me in case they get some kind of, mixed signal as to what's going on and happen to fire upon me. So I wanted to make sure the firearm was rendered safe at that time. I also had another magazine on me, which I put in the top pocket of my backpack.
All right, so you unloaded, you made the firearm safe. We heard it's a Glock 9mm semi-automatic pistol, correct?
It is a Glock 43 subcompact.
And by subcompact, what that means is the smaller version.
Absolutely, yes.
And you popped the magazine from it, right?
I ejected the magazine, that's correct.
Separated the magazine from the frame itself.
That is correct.
And then you placed them on the dash.
I did.
And then you had an additional magazine, and where was that located?
That was located in my pocket.
So you had more ammunition, more live ammunition on you.
That is correct.
And you took that, and where'd you put it?
I put it in the top pocket of my backpack. That way it was not resting with the gun. I didn't think it'd be a wise idea to put more live ammunition next to the gun, seeing as I was going to be exiting the vehicle. My daughter was left in there, and the police were coming.
Okay, so everything was made safe, and did you wait for the police to come?
I did.
Prior to the police coming, did you make any attempts to contact emergency personnel?
So I was in the process of dialing 911 when I saw in my rearview mirror, I saw blue lights coming. So at that point, I discontinued the call. I don't believe I even hit send on it, but I'm not sure.
Well, we heard your daughter testify the same thing. Did you actually have the phone out?
Oh, I had the phone in my hand. That's correct.
All right. Now the police come, and what do you do?
As soon as I see that the officers have exited their vehicles and they're behind my vehicle, I step out with my hands up and I start walking to the back of the truck. When I get to approximately the back of the truck where the the Salter is located, I have two officers, a male and a female. Both of them are directing me in two different ways. One is saying, get down on the ground. The other one is saying, walk towards me.
Okay, so at that point, a little bit confused?
I was a little confused, but again, they're both pointing a firearm at me, so I said, I can only listen to one of you. So whichever one of you would like to direct me, I will listen to. The female then stopped talking, and the male officer directed me to walk towards him with my hands above my head.
And did you do everything they asked you to do?
I did.
Did you make any statements to them in the driveway, before you even got officially over to the Rochester PD? What was going on?
I don't believe I did make any statement, or didn't say anything to them in the driveway. When I got into the police cruiser, I did apologize to whoever was sitting in the front seat. I don't know that it was an officer. I did apologize for having to come out that night and for the incident that transpired.
And again, we're talking now somewhere around 10:20ish in the evening when all this stuff starts breaking right in front of your house when you're actually picked up and placed in the cruiser. That's
correct.
And again, just to reiterate, any sleep between 8 a.m. in the morning the previous day and 10:20?
No, sir. Like I said, I clocked in at about around 10 p.m. and I didn't take any breaks or anything. I was clocked in from 10 to 10, 24 hours straight.
Now, the jury saw the film clip that we introduced, the video, that would have shown you being processed or actually transported to the Rochester Police Department.
That is correct.
You remember that ride?
Yes, I do.
How were you feeling at that?
Well, I was feeling exhausted. By that time, when I was on my way home, all I was hoping for was my bed. When you work that long, you start getting to the point where all you're thinking about is getting to a point to lay down. So I was exhausted, and I was definitely a little frustrated that I wasn't going to lay down.
Your Honor, can we approach this?
Yes, you may.
back here at 1 o'clock. All right? Jury can be excused. Please rise. So for parties, because I handed out my jury instructions, you could use the lunch hour, get some time to take a look at those, and if you have some points you want to raise with me, get back some lunch, we can get back a couple minutes before 1. Do that, that would be great. I missed that. I'm sorry. Jury instructions, right. Do you have any? All right. Jury dialogue, God. She'll
She told me not to do anything.
That's true.
All right. Thank you, Bob. We'll see you back here.
All right, so we are on lunch break. I think I have the majority of your opinions on how you guys feel. Um, and I agree with you. I'm actually just trying to work on something in the background because believe it or well, we don't know. I'm gonna put the link in the description for anyone that wants to call in. You can call in into the show. I sound like a radio person. I am still working on the verdict game prize. This one has been really, really hard to actually do it. I think I have something, but I just need God and Bot's opinion to see if this will actually um print well, because I don't know anything about this, so he helps. I know it is lunchtime until 1 p.m. Eastern, which is exactly in an hour's time. It's I don't believe so far. I don't believe anything that he said. True that I probably missed half of it. Uh Probably I missed half of it, but I don't believe it. I don't know. It's just um too he remembers two specific details that he doesn't need to remember, but yet the relevant details that he should remember, like aka you literally unload a pew pew at someone. You don't remember that, but yet you remember just shortly after, which you still traumatized. You remember of doing of taking the magazine out and everything. So that I found amazing. So I was not guilty this morning, but he changed my opinion already, Susie. If the fact of him testifying and saying the BS that he did, um, it changed my thing. Only if now the prosecution say something that will change my thinking again. I'm still keeping it open. I am not a hard guilty. I am on a guilty side. So still not 100% sure. And why is not sending the email now? So I'm still not 100% on guilty. I am like 85%, I think. I know. Yeah, exactly, isn't it? And the thing is, if we thought like so far the prosecution had a pretty good case of nothingness, him testifying, I don't think it's helped at all. Yeah. So they do coach them that way, and it's just irritates me that like they do a good job at coaching, but they should have just remained silent. He could have won this case or haven't hung, in my opinion, by just keeping quiet and keeping his mouth shut. But no, you didn't, and you had to go and talk. And remember, like, I'm sorry. And then what do you can say? I'm sure even as a plow person, right? You can't be driving without sleep. Yes, you're working from 10 p.m. to 10 p.m., but during the day you are supposed to be maybe sleeping if they don't need you, and I'm sure they don't, right? Because they probably have other people that sleep through the night and do the plowing during the day. Right, but I don't think any. I'm not saying I don't have any experience with plowing or anything because here barely snows for us to have plows. But for the fact that I don't think so they was like he was like, well, you should have been rested if you were tired. I agree, Rubber. Everyone wants to tell the story, but not everyone should tell. Exactly. I would think that there would be rules on that, and also rules on carrying pew pew while you at work. I don't think just any job allows you to carry something, a pew pew, while you work. No matter like the risk, because that would be crazy. That is even more dangerous than it sounds. I I don't understand. I obviously the concept of me for me of being able to carry a pew pew all the time, it's completely different because I'm not in the country. I'm not in the UK. It's very very rare to find a pew pew or having even a case that involves one. Um, but I am sure that yeah, but they can still drive a lot of hours, but not 40 hours or 24 hours, certainly, Susie. Really? Right? I would imagine that they would not allow you to drive or being awake because that impairs a person and it's even more dangerous than actually being drinking and driving. So I don't understand those things. The fact that you can drive plows that you literally can unalive someone with it. Oh, oh, doctors work, but they also rest. Yeah, I know that like probably it's just a TV show, but I know the Grey's Anatomy show. They had the first episode was like 40 hours, 48 hours, but they still had time to rest and they still have time to have a bit of a shut eye. Certainly, it's not 48 hours working straight. You need to have because no human body was built or whatever for that. Yeah, they are sleep rooms, exactly. So it's like true doctors do long shifts and nurses and everything, but I'm sure it's not 100%. Oh, believe me, there's another show, ER, that I watch it at least once a year, that it shows that they do sleep on the on-call rooms and everything, and whoever's on the night shifts like nurses and everything call them if extremely needed. So I know it is not the beauty sleep like you have when you're home, but at least it's a bit of a shut-eye and like a nap type thing, because I don't think it is legal to wow, that is crazy if it is. I don't know. um True. Well, yeah, that is true. I agree, Maria. But again, it goes to the person on. Like, I am not saying that Jason did not feel threatened because he probably at the beginning he did not know who he was, or he did not see who it was at the time, and then it might have happened an altercation between them, and fair enough. One pew pew at the victim to defend himself. Fair enough. But now six. One, okay, six is not. And for the fact now that you come into court and they say that You remember everything apart from the fact that you pew-pewing or what the person did to do that led you to that. I just find it hard. Um, yeah, exactly. I was like, I am not saying Kyle was a perfect person. I am not saying that Kyle was the pope of the situation. Maybe Kyle did something less smart, like the wife was saying on the recording, saying don't go do anything stupid. Maybe he did something wrong, or maybe he used the wrong tone or something. But that doesn't guarantee and doesn't say that you can be unalived. Um, but almost unalived in this case by 6 pew-pews because the other person hasn't had sleep in 24 hours. So then if he's giving that excuse, the 24 hours, then the prosecution can just start ask about the example of a doctor or anything. And it is not the first time that he's probably done a 24-hour shift. So what was the difference in this 24-hour shift that made him unalive someone? If he have never unalived anyone before in the other 24-hour shifts that he did, what was so different of that day that led him to that? To try to attempt unalive? That's another question, for example. Then, like, he probably was not, because he said that last year would have been this third season. So he's done this two different seasons. So, you know, yeah, I definitely, but like I think you work for a company, but it doesn't. You work in the type as a self-employed type, or is it just um through a company? Because I don't think no companies would put someone driving a plow for 24 hours. I mean, it's just I don't know. Did anyone remember the name of the company that he said he worked for? Because maybe on lunch break I can do some research on that for sure, because I'm very very interested in that, because it's rather yeah, I wanted to do some research on lunchtime about that. Not than something. Could go back and go 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Let's. I think you now knowing exactly when he said it, that was a bit. Wow, that actually went fast. It was only like about an hour. Oh, thank you, Paula. I was trying to go back, but I don't know exactly where it was. Because maybe online we could find if they have any regulations about that. Willow, sorry that has made me laugh, but that's possibly true. They claim that Jason has PTSD for Pew Pew and Kyle, and they I know, I absolutely agree. The thing is, I don't think it's gonna take as much as I would thought, because we're moving quite pretty good. I think we are moving pretty good in terms of times. Oh, did something change? So yeah, so it's an idea. I'm trying to search that, and oh, 1 second. So sorry, I was just talking to Garden Bot about the new possibility of the verdict game thing that I'm trying to get it done. Otherwise, I'm probably just gonna use the one from the last game that I still have some leftovers, and then do a new one for the new case, the Nichole case. Oh, okay. CDL license holders are limited to 14 hours of drive. I was just a Google search, don't hurt. Oh, no, we won't hurt you, first of all, Stephanie. I really appreciate that information. So, see, there we go, 14 hours a day. So he can be working 24 hours, but doesn't mean that he's driving those 24 hours. I'm sure he wasn't. So, he should have really, when he was painting and remodeling his house, he should have really been resting, because if he knew he was on a clock, he could have been called at any time to go out and work, in my opinion. If you are on call and if you have to work through the night, you should try to rest as much as possible, have some sleep. That is awesome. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Really appreciate that. So that doesn't give him an excuse. The excuse of, oh, I didn't have any sleep, or I didn't have any rest, or anything is not an excuse. You did not rest because you did not want to rest, or you were doing some other stuff that were less important, and then you had to go to work. Oh yeah, it's I think careless driving should have been in the charges. That is for sure, because he put his everyone's life that he was trying to plow. Imagine if he would have lost control and he would have plowed straight through to his house, or to Kyle's house, or to anybody else's house. Then what? What would have been his excuse? So yeah, true is not Wisconsin, but I think the rules would be pretty much universe. Yeah, exactly. So it is not relevant. Absolutely. CDL license. I'm gonna try to do some research. New Hampshire rules. So it is not, but they are making it relevant, and they're making the case, and the jury is gonna have probably the same discussions that we are gonna have about this. So work. No, it's not work. Shit, work time. They were neighbors. Yes, they're literally next door. Yeah, neighbors. So, in New Hampshire, drivers with a commercial driving license, a CDL, must adhere to federal regulations regarding hours of service, which includes restrictions on driving time and breaks, and also must have a valid medical card unless exempt. So, hours of service. New Hampshire, like other states, follow federal regulations regarding the maximum amount of time a commercial driver can drive within a certain period of time. Now, let me see. I need this HOS. So, let me try to see what it is, the HOS. The time. So, yeah. Oh no, it's alright. We're here to help out each other, Marie. You ask all the questions that you want. It's absolutely fine. So yes, Stephanie, they shouldn't consider as an evidence, but sometimes when you say something, but because it was testified and it was not objected to, they can consider it as an evidence. So we don't know. So apply for an endorsement, transfer, renew, military. Just trying to find the time. Open menu. Driver license, online services, forms, contact us. That is actually why they have a number. Nice. Sorry, that's definitely not related to what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the times that they can die. Medical card, learment. I want the time. Why is it Google not telling me the times? I want the times. I know it is not relevant, but I'm just interested to find out. I'll do that on my personal time. Oh no, Stephanie, please be careful. I think oh, sorry. You were here. Sorry. Sorry. Thank you. I hello? Can you hear me? No. No, I'm so sorry. Come back. Come back. Sorry. I didn't hear it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. You can hear me. Yeah, but I at last minute's possible second that Zizi was on, I did not. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Come call back again if you still have the link. Otherwise, I'll post it again. The link. Sorry, my friend. Sorry. This is what happens when I start talking too much, and sorry. That's what happens. I start talking too much and I go crazy. North Atlantic snow. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Case One. That's awesome. No, it's okay. Zizi was trying to. I need to make. I think there is a sound that I can make on the settings to see when someone pops in North Atlantic snow. Okay. I'm gonna look for that. I need to put the sound when someone pops up on the screen on the StreamYard thingy majiga. Makes a sound, so I don't lose you guys. Lose a call from you guys, which is not good. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Okay, so operating time. So just let me know if you are coming. Kind of give me a warning while let me have a look. To see if there is guests. Play a sound. See, there you go. Found it. I have. Oh, hello, William. Good morning. Good afternoon, my friend. Hi. How are you today? Yeah, exactly. I've got play a sound now when someone comes in, so definitely will hear. You've got a call. You've got a. Oh, the MSN sound. I miss the MSN sound so much. It's like it would be. Yeah. No way. Ooh. Let me see if I can find anything on it. Pickles. We sometimes cover like breaking news as well. No way. That's crazy. Thank you for letting us know, my friend. Let me see. Ooh. You got me a headphone. Oh, second. Ow. Oh. One second, sorry. Oh, what? Yeah. Okay, hang on. Let me find a feed. That doesn't will not. Well, it's okay. I'll do this one. Shit, this one is dead. There we go. I don't know if there's a lot of sound, but this is one of the feeds. Is there some? Okay. I don't think there was any like audio or anyone talking right now. But we can see a massive. Is that a SWAT car or like a military car? That is a military car, like Humvee type thing. That is crazy. Hi, William. So we are just watching some breaking news. Apparently, by our friend Pickles and by the news, CIA headquarters are under attack. So guy with the pew pew. So yeah, that's what's happening right now. I think this is gonna make. Let me guess, garden bots, beans on toast.
No, it's not gonna make beans on toast. So we're just watching the breaking news. Yeah. So we are just watching what's happening. I don't think this one has anyone talking. Let me see if I can find someone with someone talking, so I don't have to talk. I just don't want to talk. Sorry, jokes. And let me go see if someone else. Ooh. There's another view actually. Let me see if I can find that one. That one has a better view, I think. CNBC. So there you go.
That's
So this is another view from it. So yeah, sorry Denise, we are watching some breaking news. Amanda is CIA headquarters in Virginia, so we just following that. Just watching breaking news. So this is another angle that I found. Thank you, Pickles, for letting us know of what's happening.
I remember.
Shut up, then.
I was really good friends he got a picture of Lydia
So I can no, the ban man is in New Hampshire. This is in Langley, Virginia. So I've muted the feed. Nothing is being said right now, so we are just watching. So case one, can you imagine about Proctor? About Proctor, right? Can you imagine now the prosecution doesn't call him because his credibility is long gone, but the defense calls him and asks about him being fired from the police because of what happened. Can that happen, right? Who, Proctor or this is, yeah, it's a few miles from DC, so it's crazy. Like I'm not surprised that they had this big response on this incident that we are watching, because it's an area that's Proctor, Michael Proctor, from the Karen Reed trial. He was fired. He was let go by the Canton PD. So bye, Proctor. That trial is completely open up now. But it's still a trial that's not 100. Oh,
I think the cameraman is having some issues there. He's shaking a little bit. Shaky. So yeah, so Michael Proctor was fired, and now we are watching this situation. Hopefully that. Oh yeah, he is. I think more than beers. I think I would go for the harder stuff. Yes, Proctor was fired. Proctor from Karen Reed trial. The lead detective was fired. It was also, by the way, guys, the detective or another case in the same courtroom with Judge Beth. So it was Brian Welsh that he was also the lead detective in that case. So now there's another case that is going to be impacted by the fact that Proctor was fired, and many other cases probably that's going to be impacted by the fact that he got booted. So yeah, so this what we're watching is a man barricaded outside of the CIA headquarters. Yes, but seems like someone is leaving from that event or well situation already. Oh, it smells nice. Garden Bot is making food again. Oh, the smell is so nice. I wish you guys had smell-o-vision. Just for smell for the food. Oh, I don't know what he's making, but it smells nice. I'm excited of what it is. Probably it's that or a crazy person that the thing is this is gonna be a federal case anyway, so we can't follow, but it's gonna I'm most 100% sure it's gonna be a federal. Veggies. Yeah, no. Veggies would not smell this nice, Maria. Veggies. No. Ew, no. Yeah, definitely not. So yeah, this is crazy. I know they do. I do need to try to eat more veggies. I know. I've been saying. Actually, wait. Is it bacon? No, it's not bacon. Trying to figure it out what I smell. It smells nice, but I can't tell. Well, there's nothing much happening. Still pretty much the same situation. I'm just talking away. Everyone guess what Garden Bot is cooking. I think it's either bacon or chicken. I know they don't smell rice. Could be because he was filling the rice pot earlier actually. But it doesn't it smells like frying something. So I know bacon and chicken smell opposite. Healthy veggies. Why is am I that unhealthy? No, I'm joking. Do not answer that question. Fried rice. Egg fried rice right now. It sounds so good. Nothing is. I know bacon. Ooh, bacon is. Have you ever tried, Paula and everybody? Bacon and pancakes and bacon and egg. I know I've probably talked about this earlier, another day, not today, but I am still in love with pancakes, bacon, and egg. A sunny side egg. Oh, my days. The best thing ever. My husband's grandma, Garden Bot's grandma, did that once, and I got hooked. It was good. Like, you do literally... Oh, you don't like eggs? Pickles? You don't like eggs? I knew there would be something wrong. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, my friend. It just sounds yum. So you literally have a pancake, and then you have the bacon and the hash brown. Garden Bot likes hash browns. I'm not too fussed with them. I can eat them, but exactly. Well, to be fair, Pickles, you are saving a lot of money not buying eggs. Apparently, from what I hear, that in America, pickles, eggs are very expensive. So yeah, you're saving some money there, friend. But it's true, you can't be perfect. Nah, I'm joking. You are pretty perfect. You all are. Well, and the car is back. I think he just did a around the block thing. Trying to figure. Oh, four. Is that cheap? $4 a dozen. I think it is cheap actually. We pay around the same here. Yeah. Oh, nice. Even though you don't. That's nice. Hey, best friends. Um, that is really cheap. That's like. So eggs are around that price here in store in the UK. Yeah, in store it is high, I've heard. Here in the UK, you pay for 15 eggs, you pay about, I think it's, let me do the conversion. Ingo. Where's the pound sign? I never know where's the pound sign. 3.15 GBP to USD. So for 15 pack of eggs, hang on. Computer's slightly slow today because I've got 500 million tabs open. It's $4, yeah. For 15 eggs, we pay $4 for it. So, oh, nice. See, that's neighborly love right there. Wow, 50 cents an egg. So can you oh, you bake. Nice pickles. I need to see that baking. Yeah. Oh yeah, we have 6, 15, 12 and 15 packs. That's the normally me and Garden Bot we buy the 15 pack, and it's like $4 for the 15. So wow. So can you just buy one egg, or do you have to buy the whole thing? Nah, I'm actually now interested. Can you just buy one egg? Like you can go to a shop and buy one egg, or that is 5 dozen at a time. Wow, $60. Whoa, that is crazy. But wait, yeah, you can buy the whole thing, but you can if you want to. But if you want, you can just buy one egg. Like for a reason, you are short an egg for a recipe. Can you go to the shop and just buy one egg? Oh, wow, $8. That is absolutely insane. Wow. Here, I think the most. Oh no. Okay. Alright, I was just being wild. You can. I don't think no one would ever buy one egg, but okay. But I was like, I think here the most that I have seen, and that's like I call them the blue eggs, and they are like $3.50, which would be about $4.50. Oh yeah, 60 come for $25. Wow. Oh, lost 2 weeks. Oh wow. That is crazy. Well, a pack of 15 eggs for me and Garden Bot lasts almost a month. So, oof. There's some like a motorbike revving in my ear. Ugh. So case one, definitely an egg deal of that, but you need to be careful because those eggs might crash. That would be hilarious having an egg dealer. But yeah, with those prices, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, definitely. I think you should go to be an egg dealer, Maria. Can you imagine getting arrested for dealing eggs? Wow, 1 week, brother. Whoa. $4.39 for a dozen. Okay, that's not bad. That's roughly what it is here, William. That is just an egg dealer. Maria, that would be hilarious. An egg dealer. Can you imagine getting arrested and you go to jail? So what are you in for? Ah, man, I got caught dealing. Oh, what are you dealing? Oh, eggs. That would be hilarious. Oh, Mila, that is hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious, man. That's black market eggs. I'm sure it's gonna happen, man. Because sadly, the price is just gonna go insane. Well, normally black market puts more expensive than what it actually is, so I don't think it is gonna happen.
Really? What? Because oh, we don't speak English here, Maria. Que eu não hablo inglês. So yeah, maybe fake eggs, Paula. I think there's like some fake eggs you can get like on Amazon and stuff. That by my days, that's too expensive eggs now to waste. Um, that's crazy. But the fact they keep people from growing gardens, is that for what? For not having chickens to produce their own eggs? That's insane. I like my mother-in-law, she has chickens. I could have free eggs, but it's just the fact that I work in a shop. For me to grab eggs from my mother-in-law would mean that I would have to go to her house to grab it, which not is not the issue. The issue is I'm already in the shop that sells eggs, so I'm gonna spend petrol or gas to go to my mother-in-law to grab free eggs to come back home, and we live like 10 minutes apart while I work 4 minutes away and I'm already there. So it doesn't really make sense, if you know what I mean. I would love to have free eggs. I love free things. Oh, that is crazy, case one. Uh, I I know they are free, but it would get me more expensive because I would have to drive there. And then, yeah, I know it is free, but, and probably well, I don't think they do anything to the eggs, but would get me more expensive having to drive there, away from my route, and then having to come back all the way home for some free eggs. And, yeah, I know. The free stuff, I like that word, free. Absolutely love it. Live for that word. But I don't think it would be a good choice. Uh, Really, it is not much of a big difference. But when I finish work, like I finish work normally at 11:15, right, in the morning. Today, for example, I started streaming at 10 to 1, so that left me close a little bit over an hour to get home, change, eat something, trying to have a little a nap, and then start the stream. So sometimes I don't have that much time between I finish work and I start streaming. So sometimes yeah. Uh, so yeah, no, I just don't want to drive. Yeah, that is true. Definitely don't want to drive. It's not like I don't like driving. I don't know. I just got comfortable and let garden bot. I will get my free eggs on my day off. No, I do want to go grab my free eggs. But I go after we use the eggs that we have right now. Because we don't eat that much eggs, so we don't have much eggs anyway at home. So still nothing happened, or 1 second, or anything. So, like, I just, yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. No, it's fine, Maria. I'll be fine. I'll grab my free eggs. I'm gonna swap to court in about 5 minutes. Yeah. Because court is gonna start pretty soon. Wow, we've talked for almost an hour. Huh? Yeah, I've talked for almost an hour. Wow, how are you guys not sick of me yet? It's impressive. Ooh, drink is coming. Not a drinky drink, but it's just a normal drink. What is this drink? It's clear. It's just water. Lemonade.
Well, it's just Robinson's lemons.
Oh, it's like lemonade. I thought this was just water. It's like super clear. Well, it's a little bit cloudy, but Garden Bot trying to trick me into drinking water.
Well, you are drinking.
It's healthy. You really on the go for me to be healthy there, Maria, aren't you? I think you are. I think you are on the instead of soda. Well, I am drinking less soda. I don't drink that a lot of soda. Garden Bot is the one that drinks a lot of soda, guys. So I bought Garden Bot once a 24 pack of soda. that he likes. He likes Pepsi Max Cherry is his favorite. I bought him, and he literally can drink, with no exaggeration, a 24 pack in less than a week. If I let him, he will drink a 24 pack of soda in less than a week. And it's cans, like normal size cans, like Fanta and stuff. So he absolutely drinks way too much. I'm trying to cut the soda, the amount of soda that he drinks, because he drinks too much. But it is been proving harder than I thought. Mmm. Oh, this it's a gammon.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, food is here. I'm gonna be eating one cornstarch. I agree. Soda is good once in a while, but not every day at all times. I don't agree. Like maybe once in a meal, like on the weekends, a special meal or anything, but not every single. So it's gammon, rice, and egg. We're talking about eggs. We're having egg today, and oh, so that's dinner. It's gammon, egg, and rice. Sorry. Again, a motorbike revving in my ear. Whew. So gammon, it's like a type of ham that we have here. Oh, it was just a bike that's revved in my ear. Stupid bike. So yeah, that's what happened. I'm fine. It's just I'm blind. I'm deaf for now. But it's crazy. So in about 10 minutes we're gonna be swapping to the feed. What I'm probably a Harley, yeah. Oh, someone is leaving as well. Someone is backing. I think it might be over. I don't know. We'll see. I'll give updates. What I'm gonna do is, so I can enjoy my food while it's warm, I'm gonna turn off my camera and my thing. I'm gonna be on chat, and then I'm gonna turn on the sound from the news, even though there's no sound. But just be aware there might be motorcycles on, so I can eat my food. So I'll see you guys very shortly. So we're still gonna carry on. So yeah.
No, there is the drug
Where was that at? 7. Somewhere 7. Where's 7? Everybody brings the
There's a bike there.
Oh my God. What? Let me just run over that motorcycle while I'm here. You okay?
This is
Motorcycle there.
part.
Yeah, you got to run it over.
That can't be.
I know. Yeah. I have a meeting on the phone.
I guess they're going to figure it out. But yeah, I'm up here. Only have 2 comments, so if you're available, that might help. Oh, okay. Well, Brent, got one coming across. There's more stuff over there.
MCS2 or MCS4?
Oh, okay. Yep. What? I mean, does he have lights?
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car, cut the gospel up.
Whatever you want, Judge. I reviewed them, so.
Do you have issues?
Yeah, you have some, I think, misspoke on a couple of them.
Judge, my hope is, if this is really going on for another hour, we don't have a case.
I agree. Let's get through
All right.
the testimony, let's get through this. We'll have a chance at the end of the day to talk through your questions.
That's fine.
Very good. Are we ready to bring the jury in? Line them up, please. Did y'all hear that?
Just a couple of minutes.
The last jury discussing it, so we're going to couple of minutes.
seated. If I may, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Jason, let me backtrack just a bit. You recall getting to the police station?
I do.
And when you got to the police station, how would you describe your physical condition?
I was extremely tired. I was extremely shaken.
Were you in like the same condition then that you are like right now?
Definitely not. I am well rested, alert, and ready for today.
During the course of your interrogation with the police, you complained at a number of occasions of being hot or cold. Remember that?
I do.
What was going on there?
I was tired. I'd just gone through a lot. I started feeling a little bit dizzy when we were going up in the elevator. We got in the room. It was cold, then it was hot. I was extremely tired. I was definitely not with it, I guess you could say.
And you asked to rest a couple times?
Yes, that was the one thing that was on my mind the most was trying to get some sleep. It was hard to stay awake, to say the least.
But how many times did you nod off people?
I don't really remember how many times. I know there's a few times. I know I asked to lay down. I remember waking up on the floor in the interview room. Much past that, I don't remember a whole lot about the interview. I was extremely surprised yesterday to find out it went on for 3.5 hours.
You didn't even know it went on that long?
No, sir. I thought my best recollection would have been probably approximately an hour.
So when we were discussing the length of time that the interview took, that came as a surprise to you even yesterday?
Yes, it did. I don't know how I stayed awake that long.
What was going through your mind when you were discussing this situation with the police?
I was scared. A lot had just happened. I wasn't clear on a lot of the things. I was trying to process it and help them get through it so we could figure out exactly what happened, and that way I could get home and get some rest.
So basically, you went there, you were going to give them a statement, and you're thinking, well, then I'm going to go home and just go to sleep.
Yes. That was my number one objective.
Now, during the course of the interrogation, you pointed out to the police that you had video cameras. Remember that?
I do.
And why did you bring that up to them?
We were talking. We had talked about another time when I had talked about a video camera capturing something in my house. And they said, "Oh, you have cameras?" I said, "Yes, I do." And they asked if they could get them. I said, "Of course you can." I gave them the location of where they were at, and I gave them the password to access them.
So you actually gave them location and password access to the digital material?
Yes, I did. I have 2 different hard drives. I have one in the garage, one in the house. I told them exactly where they were, and I told them the passwords for both of them.
Why did you want them to have that?
Because I was having a hard time clearly remembering all the events that transpired, and I knew that the videos would help clarify that for them.
And is that why you were sitting there for this interview to start with?
Absolutely.
Do you think you were in such a condition that night to give an accurate account of what took place?
I don't think so. I was extremely exhausted. Again, I was extremely surprised that I was awake for 3.5 hours at the police station. Well, I guess I wasn't awake the whole time. I did take a nap or two, I was told, but
If I could, Your Honor, we'd like to show one more video, and then I'd like Jason to sit back just for a few more questions, and then I'll wrap it up. I think this is one that will be marked, has been marked as defendant B.
should I step down to the
If you
TV?
could, so you could direct us to the thing. And again, this is a clip that will go back to the deliberation. I'll ask you questions, Jason, as we move along, if need be. Okay? Okay, why don't we stop? Now, this video is a slow motion video marked as Defendant B, and as we go through it, it may give us a better opportunity to make some identifications. What do you see in this particular frame?
In this particular frame, I see this is my plow truck. This is the plow. This is snow banking in front of 39 Summer Street. This is my driveway right here. This is the bush that's in the landscaping at the front left of my property. It looks like this is tile right here, I believe. It's kind of paused in a fuzzy frame. And I'm going to have to guess, I can't see myself right now, I'm right there, walking the house.
Okay, so you're actually bent down at that point in time?
I'm guessing so because I don't see myself in the frame, but I don't know how we got to this particular point that we just started.
Yeah, we can go right back to the beginning.
Okay.
Go right back. Okay, here we go. Okay, hold it.
There's my header. So I'm hammering down at the hub, and that's tile approaching me right there.
Okay, so you're actually in a position where you're kneeling or crouching down, and he is erect and walking toward you.
That's correct. From looking at this, it looks like my view's partially, probably blocked by the flowers there.
Okay, yeah, you got that wing flower.
Right.
Okay, why don't we get it going? And
Now
stop.
I'm standing up.
Right there. Okay, is that the first time you're eyeball to eyeball with him?
Yes, it is. That's myself, that's my face, and that's Mr. Violette right there.
And is he saying anything to you at that point in time?
I believe he has already said to me something about if you plow snow in front of my house, I'll fucking kill you and your family.
Okay, so this is the first initial threat, right?
That's correct.
Why don't we continue?
He
Stop.
approached me. Oh, right
What's
there.
going on there?
Oh, now it looks like we're kissing, but that's me. That's him. We're face to face. His nose is touching my face, and he's expressing to me how he's going to kill me and my family for plowing snow.
Is that making any sense at all to you at that
No,
point?
it's going very fast. He's saying it. He's very animated. He's very upset.
Again, you and I did a little courtroom demonstration. It wasn't perfect, I'm sorry, I'm kind of vertically challenged, but the bottom line is that this guy, he's about 6 foot or so, your size?
Yes, I'd say probably exactly the same time.
And he's literally got part of his face literally on your face at this point.
That is correct.
And he's shouting threats.
That is correct.
How you feeling there?
Scared?
Keep going. He backs off a little bit.
And then he points again, if you plow snow in my fucking driveway, I'll kill you and your fucking family.
All right, now he's walking away a little.
Yeah.
Then what?
Now he's saying, you don't believe me? You don't fucking believe me? I'll kill you and your family.
Okay, that's when he says, stop. That's when he says, you don't believe me? You don't fucking believe me? I'll kill you and your family.
That's correct.
Didn't say anything about snow that time, did he?
No.
Now what? Now hold on, stop right there. Did you pull a firearm on him or anything at that point?
No, I did not.
Did you make any aggressive movement toward him at that point?
I did not. I didn't speak either. I was so shocked. I was so frozen.
Now I know this is in slow motion. What's your estimate of how long that interaction actually took? By this time?
Maybe 2 seconds, 5 seconds.
Why don't we keep going? He's walking back now.
Yeah, now he's walking away.
Yeah. Keep going. Now what? What's he doing there? Stop.
Again, he's pointing you put stone in my driveway, I'm gonna kill you and your family.
All right, so he's making that threat again.
That's correct.
Keep going. Still making arm gestures. Stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill you and your family.
How many times do you think he said something like that?
What if you?
Keep going. Okay. Pointing again.
You don't believe me?
He said what?
You don't believe me?
Now what? Go.
Now he's walking away.
Right.
He's moving. He's
Now
saying,
what?
I'm not exactly sure if he's saying something at that point, but he turned back around towards me. You can see him coming towards me.
Right.
Pulled my firearm, and I shot him.
Thank you. Should resume the seat. So, right before you pulled the firearm and pulled the trigger for the first time, he had walked away some distance,
He did.
and then all of a sudden he turned around again,
He did.
and he was walking toward you.
He was.
Do you know why?
I'm assuming that he wanted to play out his threat. I mean, he was coming back at me. That was my assumption.
And by the time he had come by for that last time, he had come after you how many times in your best estimate?
5 or 6.
I think they asked you in your interview whether you had aimed for any particular spot on his body.
I believe they might have. I'd have to reference the interview, but I believe it was a question they asked.
But I mean, right now, is your best recollection, were you taking aim at any specific part of his body?
No.
What was going through your mind? What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to neutralize the threat. The person who was coming at me, threatening me, I just wanted to stop the threat. I wanted to protect myself and my family.
Now, you saw in that first video, not this one, but the first video that once he got hit, he got down on the ground and he was scrambling around.
I did see that.
What was going through your mind then, if you can recall?
Again, what was going through my mind, what I can remember at that time, was it's like the TV shut off, then it came back on in a flash where I saw him on the ground, getting up on all fours and starting towards my front steps.
And that's when you discharged the firearm again?
That's when I discharged the firearm again.
Well, I ask the next couple of questions. I just want to make sure a solid foundation here. Some folks have been in the service and have had actual combat experiences. Are you one of those kind of people?
No, sir.
Some folks, fortunately or unfortunately, have been engaged in actual combat situations where they had to discharge firearms at other human beings and strike them. Were you ever in that kind of situation before?
No, sir.
Some folks actually are avid hunters and they discharge firearms and they've shot game. Have you ever shot even like a chipmunk in your life?
No, sir.
Is this the first time you discharged a firearm in self-defense?
Yes, it was.
Is this the first time you discharged a firearm and struck a living, breathing being in your life?
Yes, it was.
Did you ever think you'd be in that kind of situation on April 4th, 2024?
No, I didn't.
Do you think about it a lot?
Every day. Sorry. Did you ever that day ever think you'd ever
Ever hurt somebody as badly as you did?
No.
Let me ask you some bottom line questions. I'm gonna let you go, okay?
Okay.
Prosecutor can answer all the questions. Did you go out there that night and try to kill Kyle Violette?
No, I didn't. I wish he would have just gone home when he first started walking that way.
Were you trying to inflict serious bodily injury on him or bodily injury at any point in time? Is that your intent?
No, it wasn't. I just didn't want him to hurt me or my family.
Thank you, Jay.
You're welcome.
No, I don't. Maybe you tell me.
Thank you.
Mr. Levesque, it's certainly obvious by now, but I think I already did an introduction when instructed required. I do have questions about some of the things you've heard, some of the things you did, and a number of the claims you've made, both to the police and today. Those will be the areas of my questions.
Absolutely.
But before we get into, what happened on the 4th and the facts of this case, you brought up with your lawyer a prior incident that I want to talk about. You made this claim today that 6 months before this happened, back in October of the previous year, you had an incident out in front of your house.
Somewhere between October and November, that's correct.
Approximately 6 months before this happened.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Just to be clear, you indicated today that was this person out in front of your house was Kyle, right?
That is correct.
But here's one of the questions I have, is that when you were meeting with the police on the 4th and the 5th, you said you'd never seen Kyle before that date back in October, right?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
But you also said on the 4th that you couldn't even pick him out of a lineup, right?
I'd have to look at the transcript.
Sure. Judge, may I approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as a State's Exhibit 29.
Sure.
And I'm going to direct your attention to page 143, line 9.
Give me just a moment.
Yeah.
Page 143, line what?
Yeah, so let's start at line 5. You say, look, this is to the Detective Garson, line 2. You don't even know his name? No clue. And you go on to say, I've never had an interaction with him at all, ever, in my life. And you went on to say it at line 8 and 9.
Yeah.
And this is on April 4th. I wouldn't be able to pick, if you said, here's 3 people pick one of them as your neighbor. I honestly wouldn't be able to pick him. Never seen him before. And so on the 4th, you couldn't pick out from 3 photos, Kyle, Violet, but you're claiming there was some incident 6 months earlier involving Kyle. Yeah?
That is correct. I also claimed I was surprised I was awake at that time.
Pardon me?
At this time at the interview, at page 143?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised I was even awake at that time.
Okay, so your explanation for explaining to the detective that you wouldn't even be able to recognize Kyle is that you were tired then?
I'm guessing I don't remember this conversation. However, if it's there, then I said it.
Okay, and it's true, you didn't have any prior interactions with Kyle?
Before October, November? No, I did not.
And so you said that, but that might be one of your tired statements.
Yes.
Okay. You also just claimed to this jury that, it was this prior incident where he said I'm a rat and he threatened me, that caused you to get your video cameras. That's what you told the police. Excuse me, that's what you told this jury today, correct?
Yes, some of them, that's correct.
What?
Some of them, yes, that's correct. I've had previous video cameras, but the ones that they obtained, that's when I got them.
So how many more did you have and when did you have them?
Before, I was trying out different Wi-Fi cameras, particularly Wise. I had an issue with internet where they didn't connect all the time, so I went to closed circuit setup.
Okay. Just to be clear, you did not claim to the police, it was this prior incident that prompted me to get videos. You just referred to having videos, but back in July of 2023. That would be before the supposed incident next door.
That is correct. That's when I had the Wise cameras.
Okay. But that's not something you teased out with the police. You agree with me?
There was a lot going on that evening. There may be things that I didn't think were important at the time.
Okay. So this is just another incident where you didn't make a complete answer that might have been, important to understand whether you really did react to a real threat in October.
I'm not sure what you're saying, but
what I'm asking is, look, you explained to the police that you had video back in July of the previous year, correct?
that is correct from a Wise camera.
And now you're claiming to the jury, I got video after the incident in October, correct?
I did, because I was having trouble with the other system, so I got a closed circuit system.
And claiming that you reacted to this prior incident by getting more video is never something that you told the police, correct?
I don't recall if I told them that or not.
In fact, talking about this prior claim, you even told the police, look, it was because of this so-called prior threat that you started carrying your firearm.
Again, if you'd like to refer to what page that's on.
No problem. It is page 100, line 22, 23. Page 100. Line 23, you say, ever since that day, and the so-called prior threat, that day that he threatened me, I don't leave the house without him. And Garson asked you, had you carried prior to that day of this so-called threat? And you said, no, not really.
And again, I don't remember saying that, but obviously if it's there, I must have said it.
Well, not remember saying it now. You agree doesn't mean that was your claim to police, right? You did claim that to the police.
If it's in there, then yes, I did.
All right. And so what you didn't say is, I actually started, you didn't admit that you had actually started carrying a firearm well before any so-called encounter in front of your porch. It was the machete incident.
That is why. Again, the evening that this took place,
yeah.
I was not in the best state of mind.
Understood.
Okay.
But you'd agree with me that you made it sound like there was a prior incident that caused you to take precautions like carrying a firearm, and that's not true.
The prior incident with Mr. Violette, or the
Yeah.
prior incident at Home Depot?
With Mr. Violette.
That was not the reason why I was carrying it.
Right, but that's what you told police. You made that claim.
I did in that, yes.
You made the claim that the reason you got video was the prior incident from Mr. Violette. But that's not true either, right? You had video.
I'm not sure what you're saying right at the moment.
You claimed to this jury that the reason you went out and got video is this so-called prior threat. Remember saying that on direct?
I do. That is why I got the current video equipment that I have.
Okay. Your explanation to the police was you'd already had it, and then when we were having this conversation, the reason you got it was because you were having Wi-Fi trouble.
Could you reference where here I told them I got it for that?
No, I'm just saying that you referenced it in July, which necessarily means it was before you had a incident, so-called incident with Mr. Violette in October.
In July, I did have Wi-Fi video cameras on my property.
You claim that this prior incident with the machete, while you're on the job, resulted in you calling 911, correct?
Actually, no. My manager, Mike Kelly, called 911.
Okay. You reported it to somebody.
That is correct.
And did he tell you he was calling 911?
Yes, he did.
And you certainly concurred with that.
That's correct.
Because you'd call 911 if something really did happen to you that you found threatening and violent and inappropriate, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But to be clear, you've never claimed that you called 911 or anyone else after this supposed incident with Mr. Violette 6 months before this event.
That is correct.
You claimed to the jury that it was such a threat that you were concerned about your daughter, so much so that you had to supposedly escort her, but this threat wasn't serious enough to call 911.
Again, I didn't want to engage with him, and I didn't want to have the police come and then nothing happen, and then I have to deal with him later.
All right, so on the machete one, that was good enough to call. Here, the supposed threat to your daughter wasn't enough to provoke you to call the phone, call the police and say, we need to work something out here to mitigate risk about your daughter, right? Correct?
At that time, I decided it was not the appropriate action. I didn't want to enrage him in case something else happened.
And just to be clear, your claim about this prior incident in October, November, this involved a guy that you couldn't pick out of a lineup, and after hearing him outside in front of your place, you went inside to your home.
I went inside to my parents, yes.
You did not see where this man went, correct?
No, I did not.
And concerning, Mr. Violette, just to be clear, that this guy calls you a rat. You had never called the police for any reason on Mr. Violette, right?
That is correct.
And so this guy makes this claim, you can't pick this guy out of a lineup, and you go inside and the guy leaves. Concerning Mr. Violette, after that supposed incident in October, you can confirm that there were just no other incidents or contacts you had with Mr. Violette up until April 4th, correct?
That is correct.
You said, I might have seen him emptying his trash or something, right?
Yes.
But in other respects, there was no additional contacts, innocuous or otherwise, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so that, I guess, brings us forward. Your claim that there was a threat 6 months earlier, nothing happened after that with this person outside.
That is correct.
And so now let's talk about the incident, okay?
Sure.
It sounds like there's really no dispute. I mean, we've seen it on 4 different camera angles. You just walked through it. You came home after picking up your daughter at work. You took, I don't know, 3 runs towards Mr. Violette's home at 43.
That's correct.
And you would explain to the police, your perception of that event was, pretty basic, right?
I believe so.
And so this is an area that I want to get into, but the sequence of events. But let's start at the very end, because I want to revisit something you said. You got into your truck after shooting Kyle, right?
That is correct.
And your claim is you got into the truck and pulled into your driveway, and you made a joke.
I did.
Your claim to this jury is you made a joke to your daughter, 19 at the time?
Yes.
Should I run?
Yes.
And you suggest to the jury, to this court, that was to make light of the whole situation?
To lighten the mood, yes.
At that very moment, Kyle is 30 feet from you, dying in the street. Yeah?
That is correct.
And you want to lighten the moment is your claim? Isn't it true that even in your state, you were struggling with the basic notion of what you had just done?
That is correct.
You told the police, let me just make sure I'm accurate with this, at 20. Line 5. This is in the after the fact.
Sorry, I missed the page. What was the page
Yeah,
number?
20, line 5.
On what page?
What?
What page?
20, line 5.
Oh, 20, line 5, sorry.
No, my fault.
Okay.
Page 20, line 5.
Thank you.
You're talking to Garston, and you say, thinking back, and you're looking back on shooting him, and you say, I made a bad decision. And you struggle with it. I don't know if I made a bad decision. This is the moment and the issue you're claiming you made light of?
That's correct.
You start by apologizing to Kira, saying, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And isn't it true that not in a light, frivolous effort to lighten the mood, you were really concerned that you'd made a very bad decision, and you asked her whether you should run?
I was not looking for guidance in that. Like I said, it was an ill-made joke.
And she responded to you, didn't she? She said, not, ha, 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 that's a good one, Dad. She said, no, you shouldn't run, in a very serious.
That's correct.
And you responded again and say, well, what should I do? That wasn't a joke, right?
I don't remember that.
You're not saying it didn't happen.
I don't recall.
You recall talking to Kira.
I do recall talking to Kira.
And you're saying you don't remember saying, to your question, well, what should I do? You should stay. This is your path. I don't know what you should do, but this is your path. Remember that?
I do not remember those words, no.
Mr. Levesque, isn't it just true? I mean, as a matter of common sense, you asked Kira whether you should run because you knew what you did was wrong and you didn't want to face the consequences of it.
That is incorrect.
Then let's return to your plowing. You had told the police that you moved the snow into the front part of the driveway of my neighbor, where my neighbor's grass is, and then backed up, correct?
That is correct.
And look, I don't want to make too much of the snow thing, but you would just describe to the jury just not having any basis to even understand what Kyle was saying about not moving snow, correct?
I was referencing 39 Summer Street.
Okay. And so you can confirm, though, after the, quote, first snowstorm of that year, Kyle had approached you about putting snow on his property, and the response was, hey, something to the effect of, look, it'll melt.
That's incorrect. I've never had a discussion with Kyle before that evening about snow.
Did somebody else do you know whether anybody else in your family did?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Like Kira?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So your claim is that there hadn't been any discussions about where snow was to be deposited or not, right?
Could you be a little more clear about exactly what you're talking about and when?
Yeah, at any time prior to this night, there hadn't been any discussions, any disputes about where you put snow with respect to Kyle's property.
With Kyle?
Yeah.
Not with Kyle, no.
There had been this issue that you brought up about snow next to your maple tree.
That is correct. Not with Kyle.
Okay. But it happens that Kyle came out while you were, we can agree, still in the middle of this plowing operation.
That is correct.
Okay. You described to the police and to the jury getting out of your truck to manually adjust the hub so it went into four-wheel,
Yes.
and that you were going to back drag the snow out.
That is correct.
Wherever you were going to put that snow had just not yet happened, correct?
I hadn't even backdragged the snow yet.
So it hadn't happened yet. Wherever you were going to put it hadn't happened yet.
That's correct.
And here's the next thing that happens. You actually see Kyle coming out of his driveway, correct?
I saw Kyle approaching at some point.
Well, he was in his driveway, correct?
I'm not exactly sure what point it was.
Why don't you turn to page 34, line 4. Got it?
I do.
And you explained to Officer Garston you are manually locking his hubs, they're electric, so I have to do that. And quote, that's when he came up the driveway.
That is correct.
So you saw him from, I don't know, 40 feet away at the first instance.
That's what that says.
What?
That's what that says. I don't remember that, but that's what that says.
Oh, I'm sorry, you don't remember the first time seeing Kyle?
I do not remember seeing him in the driveway.
All right, do you can confirm for the jury that you went on to describe corroborated details, like down at the bottom of page 34. Yeah, there I saw him come from. When I finally see him coming out of the driveway, you say it again, that's when you see him, right?
It does say that. And
You even describe what he's doing. He's putting on his shirt.
Yes, I do.
He was shirtless, so he was putting on his shirt.
Yes, I do. You asked me if I remembered that. I do not remember that. However, yes, I did state that.
Then I guess there's this tension of you being tired that night with the issue of memory. You agree with me that's much closer in time to these events than your testimony today?
Yes, it was.
You agreed with me that that is a responsive statement to the officer. Well, you know, when did you see him? Yeah?
Yes.
You agree with me that that's a detailed statement about where you saw him and what his actions were?
I was doing my best to try and piece together what I remembered.
You did a good job. I mean, it's corroborated that he was coming out of his driveway putting his shirt on, right?
Yes, we saw the video. Yes, he was.
And so you'd agree with me. You got that one right.
Yes.
And so he's coming out of his driveway. You see him from this some 40 feet away. And just to confirm, you can see his hands, correct?
I don't remember.
Didn't see any weapons, correct?
Again, no, I did not see any weapons.
And as he's approaching that distance between his driveway when you first see him, you don't actually remember or know what he was saying, if anything, correct?
Sorry, could you ask me the question one more time?
Yeah, as he's approaching from the driveway, you don't actually know what he was saying, if anything, correct?
In the very beginning, I'm not sure if he had been yelling or what he had been saying. It wasn't until he was up closer to me that I had really started understanding what he was saying.
Okay, so when he's walking over, you're not claiming that he said anything at that point, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
You could hear a noise coming. You realized he's coming because you saw him.
I believe so.
And you actually described not only him putting on his shirt, but consistent with what we see on the video, you described that he was coming at a fairly fast pace.
Yes.
You confirmed to officers that as he's walking over, you could actually see his hands.
Yes.
They asked you details about that observations, and you claimed you were able to describe that as his hands appeared to be clenched.
When I did notice him and he was close to me, yes, I did.
Actually, this is on the way over. And you confirmed that you didn't see any weapons.
I did not see any weapons.
You confirmed that he never moved towards your daughter.
He did not move towards my daughter.
You can confirm that at no point did he make a claim or a threat that he was actually armed.
He did not make a claim or threat he was actually armed.
For example, if you move that snow, I will stab you with a knife that I have on me.
He never made that claim.
Or a screwdriver.
No.
And here's what we can, now get into this first chapter of when he actually reaches you. You stand up, correct?
That's correct.
This is after you making observations of his pace, of him putting stuff on and not holding anything, correct?
That is correct.
And your claim is that what he says is, if you put that fucking snow at the end of my fucking driveway, I'm going to kill you and your fucking family.
That is correct.
And you explain to the officers, look, this is not a memory issue, this isn't a sleep issue, that's exactly what he said.
That is correct.
And on this point, you're not confused or lacking any memory, correct?
That is correct.
You use the term verbatim. It means word for word, right?
That is correct.
And even at this point, where he's close to the truck, he doesn't make any gesture, any recognition that there's anybody, including your daughter, in the actual vehicle, correct?
No, he does not.
He doesn't reference your daughter specifically, correct?
That is correct.
He doesn't reference her name, right?
That is correct.
And this is the point where you're, quote, nose to nose.
Nose to cheek.
Cheek to cheek. And you say at this point, while you're face to face, nose to nose, you step back a little, you step forward, you step back, but kind of within that, I don't know, arm's length distance, correct?
That is correct.
You claim that he repeated, if you put the fucking snow in front of the house again, I'll fucking kill you.
That is correct.
Okay. So that's twice where he's referred to you needing to do something in the future for him to do something, correct?
That is correct.
And then he walks away, correct?
That is correct.
And now there's a distance of 15, 20 feet between the two of you, right?
I believe so. I believe there was another interaction before he walked that far away. If you'd like to reference the video on this, it'd be helpful.
And you described to the police officers the threats that were made about moving snow when you were face to face.
That is correct.
He then moves away from you, and you told the officers that, I don't know if he repeated it again,
before he walked off. But he walked off, and then you described what he said. It's page 43, line 19. Got it?
Line 19.
Yeah, you said to the officers, then he walked, I don't know if he repeated it again after those 2 times. And then for some reason he stopped, turned around, was walking away and said, and this is what you told officers, you don't fucking believe me, right?
That's correct.
Just to be clear, you said that also at page 20. Lines 3 and 4. Oops. I'm sorry about that. Lines 3 and 4. You described it. You know how the detective looped back, asked you about a situation. So in line at page 20, you said again, he started to walk off, then he turned around again, and he's like, you don't fucking believe me.
That's correct.
All right. So 2 instances where you explained to the police what Mr. Violette supposedly said about, you don't believe me.
That's
In
correct.
neither of those claims to the police do you say he added, just independently, I'm going to fucking kill you, right?
Not right there, but I think if we look further in it, you'll find that I did include that.
Absolutely. Look anywhere, because every single time you describe him actually making a threat, it's conditional.
That is incorrect.
Well, you have told the jury what he said was, you don't believe me? I'm going to fucking kill you. Right?
That's correct.
Unconditional threat.
Correct.
Problem is, you described to the police twice, not once, but twice, this claim that he turned around and said, what, you don't believe me? And never once said he made an independent threat. Not once.
I don't know. I haven't looked through the whole thing, but I can assure you that he did say it.
You just didn't tell the police about it.
I don't know. I haven't looked through this whole transcript, but I can tell you he did say it, and I'm pretty sure it's probably in there. I've not looked through every page of it.
You're welcome to do that, but you agree with me, these are 2 instances where you specifically bring up that moment where he said, you don't believe me. And he did not add a standalone threat.
No, you're absolutely right. I didn't add that. Again, I was not completely coherent, awake, or remembering everything that was going on. I was doing my best to try and piece this together with them.
You described him having walked away. He gestures to the snow in front of your place. You agree that he's saying, don't move that over to my place, correct?
I believe so. Again, if you'd like to bring the video up and you want to talk about it, I'd have a better understanding of what point we're talking about.
You don't recall, you just described him walking away, correct?
Which he did multiple times, yes.
He actually walks away once, and then he turns back towards you, and that's the moment I want to talk about.
The first time, when because he was up close to me, he walked a few steps back and then came back to me again.
Okay.
Are we talking about that time?
Yeah, no, that's the incident in front of the plow. Now, when he walks, as I think I mentioned, probably 15 or 20 feet away.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're on the same.
Got that?
Yeah.
Fair?
That's fair.
At that point, you say he stopped, turned, and walked back towards you.
That is correct.
He took a couple of steps towards you.
I believe so, yes.
And you then, at this point, brandish that is produced and point the firearm.
That is correct.
And you actually close the gap. You walk towards him with the firearm.
That is correct.
You made the claim to the police that you didn't walk towards him, but that wasn't true, right?
After seeing the video, that is what happened.
Okay.
Again, I was tired.
Yeah.
I was doing my best to help them.
Got it. So this is another mistake where it sort of helps your self-defense claim. You claim to the police, I didn't walk towards him, but in fact you did, correct?
I did, correct.
And let's just be clear about this. We've all been here to watch this video, these videos, repeatedly, right?
Yes.
And you describe him having walked back to the front of his house and then turned and came back towards you. You drew
That
your
is incorrect.
firearm.
That is incorrect. He never walked to the front of his house. He never left the front of my house.
Okay, to the front of your house.
I mean, that's a big deal. It's a big difference. It's two different properties.
Absolutely, 100%.
Thank you.
You're right. So he makes it, as I think I previously said, about 15 or 20 feet away
That is correct.
and turns around. And you've agreed that you pull out the gun and you point it at him.
That is correct.
You're walking towards him.
That is correct.
But here's where things diverge in terms of what claims you've made. You made the claim to the police that when you pulled out the firearm, he actually hastened his pace towards you. Your words, right?
Again, I don't remember clearly what I said that night, and my memory of what happened was starting to piece things together.
Well, if
It
you
was
don't
not a
remember-
clear image.
Okay. If you don't remember what you said that night, let's turn to page 48. Line 10, line 9. When he started coming back at me again, I didn't want to I went and drew my firearm and I pointed at him. Are we clear on that?
Absolutely. Anything that's in here, I said.
Yeah. Even being tired, you remember that, correct?
Do I remember saying it?
Yeah.
No, I do not remember saying it.
Being tired, or now, do you remember that?
I do not remember saying that when I was tired.
Do you remember that happening?
Me drawing the firearm at him? Yes, I do.
Okay. And then you claimed to officers that at that point, that's when he came at me. He was coming back at me like he was ready to go.
That is correct.
You said he approached you after you drew the firearm to within 3 feet of you.
No, I might have said that then. Again, I didn't have a clear memory of it. After looking at the video, he was not within 3 feet of me.
After you pulled the firearm, you claim his hand was in.
I'm sorry, this is further 3 feet.
Well, I'll get to
Give
it.
me the line.
Is there an objection?
Yeah, you object.
What's that? Well, I'll give him an opportunity. I have no objection to redirect, and I'd like to come back to that.
Well, I will redirect and I'll ask him to withdraw the 3 feet quote unless I can get a page and line. I have a page and line number for a approximate distance, and this is not 3 feet, I guarantee you that.
Sure. Let's move from this issue of what you observed him doing once you drew the firearm. Okay.
Okay.
You claim that he, as you just said, he was coming back at me like he was ready to go.
That is correct.
And like before, he was kind of, he had a hand in a fist. Now he was coming at me like he was going to attack me, or he was going to take the gun.
That is correct.
And that you claim happened after you drew the firearm.
That is correct.
You explained to the officer, he was asking, can you be more specific? And you said, well, you can just tell if somebody's going to attack you, right?
I would believe that's a reasonable assumption.
And
You said that his hands were clenched in a fist, but he didn't have any weapon, correct?
That is correct.
And you claim that after drawing the gun, he kept coming at you at a pretty fast pace.
That's what I remembered at that time.
In fact, you claim that he actually quickened his pace once the firearm came out.
Again, that's what I remembered at that time, according to that statement.
And you said that you could see the look in his eye, and that's when you knew you had to shoot him.
That is correct.
Here's the problem. You've just been referring to the videotape. When you drew the gun before you fired, Kyle Violette stopped. He didn't quicken his pace, did he? You've seen the video.
After my gun was drawn and
Yeah.
just milliseconds before I pulled the trigger, yes, he did turn.
Not even milliseconds. You drew the gun back almost at the plow. You closed the distance by some 1, 2, 3 feet. And during that time, you turned away from you.
During that time, he was still approaching me. If you'd like to reference the video, I'd be more than happy.
We will. It's totally in evidence. But your claim is he was bum rushing you while you had the gun, right?
Never used the word bum rush. I don't even know what it means.
Did you see the video where, when at the evergreen tree, he stops and turns away, well before you fire the gun?
Again, I don't have a clear time reference, but I know it was extremely quick.
Did you see the video when Detective Daney was actually looking at frame by frame, and he says his feet are turned all the way 90 degrees before the shot went?
I did hear his testimony, and yes, I did hear him say that.
Did you see the video? You were standing right here.
I did see the video.
And he was not facing you when you had the gun out.
When I fired, no, he was not facing me. However, like I said, the time, I don't know. Things move very quickly.
Well, we actually have real time in this video. So, I mean, the jury can count the seconds that went by after you took out the firearm, and they can make the determination whether Kyle stopped and how much you advanced on him pointing the weapon.
Sure. I welcome it.
You had been asked about your familiarity with this firearm. You actually took it to the range, correct?
That's correct.
You used to take Kira to the range.
That's correct.
You knew full well what this firearm was capable of doing.
That's correct.
And so, as he stops and turns, unarmed, you fired at him.
I did not see him turn. When I drew my firearm, it kind of all went blank.
Pardon me?
When I drew my firearm and I fired it, it was blacked out. I don't remember.
You were blacked out?
I don't have a conscious memory of what happened.
You told the officers that that's when you pulled the trigger.
You're absolutely, that is what I said in that statement. And again, I'll tell you, I was tired. I was doing my best to try and piece together the information I had.
You told the officers that you ultimately pulled the trigger 6 times, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't say, you know, I counted up the rounds afterwards, whether and then I discovered it was empty. You described pulling the trigger and then emptying rounds. That was a conscious thought and statement you made on the 4th.
It did make that statement. I never said that I remember pulling the trigger that many times. I knew that I pulled the trigger that many times after I accounted for the bullets that were missing from the magazine.
Can you just turn to page 54?
Absolutely.
Line 11. This is after you pulled out the gun, Garston asked, so you start walking, he starts walking towards you? What happens next? As soon as I saw that look in his eye, I knew I had to protect my family, and I pulled the trigger. Yeah?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. You seem to have a memory of it there. You didn't stop and explain, no, I was kind of blacked out. I only inferred that I pulled the trigger. In fact, he asked, how many times did you pull the trigger? He said 6. So you fully emptied it? Yeah.
That's correct.
And you actually go on to describe. So the first one that I first shot, it hit him.
Again, I don't have a clear memory of what I told the officer. I know that I was blacked out at the time. I was trying to put together what I did have for information to try and help him.
Pardon me? What was that last part?
I was trying to put together the information I had to help him.
And you put together these details about Kyle responding to you taking out a gun with anger and aggression. Yeah?
That's correct.
That's your claim of what happened after you pulled out the gun?
That is correct.
You put together these details about Kyle advancing towards you, quickening his pace after you pulled out the firearm?
That is what I said in the statement. That's correct.
But it's not true, is it?
It's not what I saw in the video.
Yeah.
But this is what I remembered at the time. That is correct.
It's the claim you made, but you know it's not true, correct?
Like I said, what I saw in the video
Yeah.
is what I explained to you. What I saw here is what I was trying to remember.
Okay,
I was extremely tired.
Let's just be clear about this. What happened in the video is true, correct?
Absolutely.
What you claimed happened is not, correct?
Sure.
Right?
Yes. What is here does not seem to be what appears in the video.
That was a lie, what you told to the police.
No, that was me not remembering. Again, I was extremely tired. I was doing my best to help him.
Judge, can we approach this?
Then we're going to take a 5-minute recess just to stretch our legs, use the facilities. And we'll come back here in around 5 minutes if we can. So we can continue on. Okay? Very good.
Please rise.
Yeah, I agree with you, Willow. Definitely need some things. So 13 minutes. Yeah, a little bit fast. Should Lois or but yeah. So oh, I keep forgetting. Sorry. Court is noisy. I need to. Sorry, I muted court. So it seems that the prosecutor is really pushing on Mr. Jason. He is really pushing it. He literally just asked, "Were you lying?" And he basically had to say yes because there was no other way. So, who else thinks that this has been amazing? Me. I think has been very spicy, very good, very sweary as well. I mean, they ramped up the counter there for a little bit. So I, but I like the fact that oh, I did say welcome back to yes, I did say welcome back. Yeah, it is very. Yes, it's like I just. Has this changed my opinion? Yes. Has 100% convinced me? Not really. I still have doubts, and that's the fact. Oh yeah. Oh yay! Apollo, yes! That is amazing. Oh, that is so amazing. That is so good. Oh yay! Yay! Discharge list. Wow. She is absolutely a rock star. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's awesome. I'm very, very happy. Please pass our love. And that it's still gonna be a hard recovery, but that is absolutely great news. Thank you very much for sharing, Paul. It's so exciting. Willow, let me have a look. I think it was guilty. But if you want to change, you can. Hang on. Responses. Do. And that's Willow. Yeah, guilty 1 to 3. 1 to 3 hours of deliberations. That was your pick, Willow. But if you want to change, you can change absolutely the thing. So you can still play the game, the verdict game. You can either just say on chat or anything. If you don't know what the verdict game is, just let me know and I will explain. But oh yeah, you'll keep that. Okay, right. I will write down on my notebook because that's what I do all the time. 1, 2, 3, and then that's fine. So very quickly, verdict game. It's a game we play in this channel that you can win a prize if you get the verdict correct. So guilty or not guilty or even hung, and then you get the closest of the deliberation time. So you have a time frame between like 1 to 3 hours. If it is between 1 and 3 hours, the deliberation, you win. Basically that. So win is subject to what I try to make. I have a new thing that I am making. No, you can change until the end of closings. After closings, you cannot change. But if you can't change it, it's fine. But after closings, absolutely, yeah, you can't change after closings. Until closings, there's little doubt or anything. But yeah, so yeah, that's the verdict game. There is a Google form that you can fill, or you can just tell me on the chat what it is. Your verdict. And the form should be in a second on the chat if you want to play. Obviously, you don't have to, but it's fun. It's something fun that we do. So I need to do the new one actually for the Nichole one, Nichole Rice. I think I'm gonna do that in the morning, but I am actually working on something else. I'm always working on something, you guys know. And delayed. Obviously, because it's already 14 past. I think it was 13 past of the hour, wasn't it? That they were due back. Yeah, 13. Yeah, definitely late. So I'm always working on something, but I'm actually working on something exciting. Oh, nice, awesome. I will have a look in 2 seconds, Paula. Absolutely, thank you, my friend. Yes, it is the baseball crime cards, and also I'm thinking about the possibility the prize games and the stickers, putting them for sale if you guys want it. I don't know, but I am working also that. I do have to actually tomorrow morning. If it was not too cold, and it depends on what time court is starting, I might have to pop to the supermarket where I work, not the one I work. Thank you. With the pillow? The pillow?
Oh, it's got a pillow.
Got my water bottle. Woohoo! Because I want to go to a place where they print like cards and everything, and I want to see if they do the baseball crime cards things that I'm designing. Because if they do, I can do them, and I'll be
perfect, but I need to test it out first to see if they can print. I don't want to be working on them and then I cannot find a local area to print. So I'm working on that. So probably tomorrow I need to pop into the shop in another branch that they have like a photo printer, because I really want the quality to be good. So I'm working on that, but I'm working as well on something else. I have so many ideas that sometimes I'm working on too many stuff at the same time, but I really enjoy the side of like creativity and getting stuff done. So yeah, so I'm working that, and then I have a special, hopefully special members video in the pipelines as well for Sunday, to which I am gonna try. I will see how it goes, because I have another idea for that. Because I was thinking, if you guys wanted, like this is the thing, I have so many ideas, and then the thing is, if I don't get on them I will forget, but then I get so obsessed about something that I literally eat, sleep and repeat that thing, and then I just can't move it. But I really enjoy doing that kind of stuff though. I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm giving my best to try to see if this can work or anything. And I really love true crime and everything, so I'm having fun, and I'm hoping you guys are having fun too, because that would be awesome. So there's another thing that I'm working on the pipeline that if you guys want to, I would like to invite you, the members, right, as to give you a special like thank you or anything, if you wanted to come on a members video. Like, we could chat and everything, we could talk and get to know you. Again, you don't have to have camera on, you can just be your voice if you want to, but it's something that you would like to do. And you guys can ask me or Garden Bot questions, and we can just chat for like 10 minutes, and that could be a chat with the members, just something personal with the gang, you know what I mean? So that could be something interesting as well. I am thinking about that. Let me know what you think, if would be something that you guys would be interested in or something. But I don't know, we'll see. Well, it's a lot of going on. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we can talk about whatever you want. Yeah, definitely. Nice, yeah. And yes, you did, Paul. You called me yesterday, which I loved, by the way. I absolutely loved that. And that's like, I wanted to do more often, and it's to talk to you guys and get that sense of, community and friendship and everything, even though, because, yeah, so it is really awesome. I enjoy that so much. Yeah, not on the phone restraint. C'est tout la même chose. It's all the same thing, Paula. It goes to the same avenue. Yeah. Well, yeah, I normally try to do them, but I'm gonna be honest, be very upfront and honest. The last two trials things that we did, like research case stream or research stream or something like that, both of those two streams that we did, I think it was for Robert Grimau and someone else, both of them got copyrighted striked. So if we would have to have in a different way, because sometimes news channels don't like us to use their content, even though it's, fair use policy by the blah blah blah. Anyway, so that put me off a little bit, in terms of doing that in a way. So, but we can try to revisit that and doing another format. But that could be an idea, definitely. That is on as well. But that's the thing. Sometimes we started a court in the middle of the week, and not always. Sometimes it's possible to do a trial case thing, but we can see. I mean, we definitely can see that, and court is coming back. So I'll put the sound on.
Please rise, jury entering. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bar committee resume.
Thanks. Let me try and clear up this claim that you made. You said you pointed the firearm at him, and Mr. Violette continued to come at you at a fast pace.
I believe that's what I said there. That is correct.
So it's what you said, and you agree that that is not what is depicted on the video.
I do not believe I saw him approaching at a fast pace in the video. That's correct.
But just this distance piece, you claim that when you brought out the firearm, and this is at 49, line 21, that he was at 10 feet away. Correct?
Yes, that is what I said.
But that's the point you claimed when you brought out the firearm, and then you said he continued to close the distance by walking rapidly at you.
Where's that?
What's that?
Where is that?
That's what we were just talking about. First of all, you established about a 10-foot distance from when you pulled out the firearm, but you claimed to the police and to this jury that he continued to walk towards you, right?
I claimed that right there when I watched the video.
No, not right there. Repeatedly to the officer. You can see that at 48, line 13 or 14. He was coming back at me like he was ready to go after you drew the firearm. That's at 14, line 13.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so if we combine that at 49, you said it's 10 feet that you brought out the firearm, and he continued to walk it towards you at a very rapid rate before you fired it. He's about 3 to 5 feet away, according to your claim, to the police.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to back you up. I'm just confused as to what you're saying here. You just said 10 feet, now 3 to 5 feet.
You brought out the firearm, and you could read this for the jury. You brought out the firearm when he was 10 feet away.
That's correct.
How far away was he when the gun first came out? Is the question. Probably 10 feet.
I believe that to be accurate.
The police asked you, how did he react when the firearm came out? You said he actually continued to come at me, quickened his pace, appeared like he was going to attack me. So if he's coming at you and quickening your pace from 10 feet away, you don't shoot the firearm until he's about 3 to 5 feet away from you. That was your claim. Like he's right on you.
Again, what was said here, I don't remember because it was that evening and I was doing the best I could with what I could remember.
You would once again agree that that's not what the video depicts, correct? He's much further away.
I don't know where I said 3 to 5 feet.
That's when you actually shot him the second time, but I'm just doing basic,
I'm sorry.
Distance and time.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about the first time I shot him.
We are. If you pulled out the gun at 10 feet and he continued to walk rapidly towards you before you fired, you must be about 5 feet away, right?
Can I just ask one favor real quick?
Yeah.
I would like to answer you as honestly as possible. If we could just kind of slow it down
Yeah, that's no
and
problem.
stick with one thing at a time.
Sure.
You were referencing the first time I shot him,
and
then you just jumped to the second time I shot him. So I want to make sure I'm giving you an accurate and honest answer.
My bad. You pulled out the firearm.
That is correct.
You pointed it at him.
I did.
He was about 10 feet away, according to your claim.
I believe so, yes.
After you pulled out the firearm from 10 feet away, he continued to advance on you rapidly.
That is what I stated here. However, after watching the video, that is not what I saw.
Okay. In fact, it's just not true what you said there.
What I saw in the video is not what I said here. That is correct. And I told you, I was trying to do the best I could with what I remembered.
I just want to make this clear. Your claim that after pulling the firearm out that he advanced on you rapidly and aggressively isn't true, correct?
Not from what I saw in the video. That is correct.
It is what you claimed happened to the police.
That is correct.
And so your claim was he quickened his pace, and that's why you actually had to fire the firearm.
That is what I said in the statement.
And that's not true.
Not from what I saw in the video.
You nevertheless fired the firearm after Mr. Violette stopped and turned away from you.
Yes, I did.
Your claim that you shot him as he was coming at you was not true.
He was coming at me.
You shot him when he had stopped and turned away from you.
Again, if we'd like to play the video and see the time elapse there, I mean, things are happening very quickly. We're not sitting in a courtroom in a perfect situation where things, you know, we're talking about something that happened very quickly. So the time that it was there, I'm not 100%.
But you've seen the video repeatedly along with us, and you'd agree with me.
I'd love to watch it with a timestamp so we can see how long that really was.
You know, the jury's going to have that. Our question for you, you know, without that, is whether you can adhere to the truth.
Absolutely.
Okay. You agree with me that Kyle Violette had stopped and turned before you fired the gun?
That is correct.
Okay. And so your claim that he was coming at you was a lie.
He was coming at me. You're talking in a matter of 2 seconds, a second and a half maybe. I don't know, but what I saw unfolding in front of my eyes, and the exact second that he turned and the firearm fired, we're talking milliseconds, maybe a second. So I'm sorry that I misstated it in the statement to the police. Everything happened very quickly, and I was doing my best to try and help explain the situation.
You'd agree with me that you shot Kyle in the side of the head, or the front part of his head and his jaw?
From the evidence that we saw, there was a shot that happened. When it happened, I have no clue.
You don't have any idea where you shot him?
I have no idea when I shot him, where.
You told the police that the next 5 shots went into the lower part of his body.
I believe they did.
And that actually happened to be, for the most part, true. You shot him in the buttocks, the genitals, the abdomen, correct?
I believe so.
And let's then talk about your claims about why you shot him 5 more times. The detective asked you, was it your intention to kill him? And your answer was no, just to stop him. And this concerns the next 5 rounds.
And that is correct. I've never wanted to kill anybody.
And you explained to the detective that you just wanted to stop him because after shooting him once in the head, it didn't stop him. That was your claim.
Again, if it's in here, that is what I told the detective.
And that's a lie.
That was me not knowing. That was me trying to help somebody. Did I purposefully lie? No, I did not. Did I maybe give misinformation because I couldn't put it together correctly in my head? That would be more likely.
You described in detail the effect that first shot to his head had, that you said, I think it affected him as in he heard the shot, but it didn't stop him. You agree you said that? It's page 111, 6 through 8.
If it's in here, then I said it. However, is it what I remember? I don't remember what I said to them that evening.
Well, does this help your memory that is what you in fact said?
It does not help my memory.
Would you agree that was what you did say, based on what you see, is an absolute lie?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Well, you claimed that the first shot didn't seem to affect him. That was a lie.
That's what I remembered, or I tried to piece together. What we saw in the video, that is incorrect.
You said the first shot stopped him. That was a lie.
What I remembered was incorrect.
You nevertheless, not remembering in this interview, continued to give detailed accounts of his reaction. It didn't hurt him.
But that's correct. Whatever's in here is what
You
I said.
claimed at the time that you did in fact have a memory of an observation. You said he flinched.
Again, I don't remember saying that. I don't remember it's him flinching.
The detective asked you, does he stay on his feet after that first shot? And you were able to give an answer, not I don't remember, not I'm tired, not I'm confused. You said, yeah, he stayed on his feet.
That is correct. That's what I said.
Your claim was not that you didn't remember how he reacted, but that he flinched and that he was still heading towards you after you shot him in the head.
I don't believe, where does it say I said I shot him in the head.
You didn't say, let's keep it, that after the first shot, which shot him in the head, that he was still heading for you. Page 56, line 20. Let me be fair to you. I feel like I've misspoken. Garson at 13, does he stay on his feet? Your answer is yeah. Well, when the first shot, his question goes off, and you said he turned, which way did he turn? So you mean he counterclockwise or clockwise, you ask, like which direction was he turning? So he turned, he was still heading for me. And then he started going back towards his house. That's after you shot him. He didn't continue towards you, did he?
What we saw in the video, he did not continue towards me. Again,
You were willing to describe to the officer that he was continuing to head towards you, and you actually gave the explanation. That's why I fired the rest of the shots. That's at page 134.
Again, I don't remember what I said here. What I was trying to do was use the best of what I had for a memory of the situation and piece the things together.
Now let's just go to page 134, line 2. You actually give a detailed account. Carson's asked, I'm more concerned about what happened with these next 5 shots. And you answer at line 4, the first shot didn't seem to stop him or to hurt, to stop him. That's why I fired the rest of the shots.
And then it says I don't. Again, I don't remember. I didn't remember. I was trying to piece together what I thought was what happened.
Well, you went on actually to say, let's follow up on it, I don't. Where was his body positioned on those next 5 shots? There you say he was on the ground, but that's only after he presents you with the video, correct?
I said that I believe he's on the ground. I don't see anywhere something what we're being presented with the video.
But before he said anything about the video, you said he was still on his feet, correct?
Again, I didn't have a clear memory. That's why I offered the video to help clear things up. I thought we could go over the video so we could all work on it together and see exactly what transpired.
You were specifically asked at 56 whether he stayed on his feet, and you said, yeah, he was still heading towards me. He took a couple of steps, and that's why you unloaded the gun, your words, unloaded at page 57.5.
Yes, that is what I said there.
And you didn't say anything about him crawling away on the ground, right?
Again, I did not have a perfect memory of the situation.
Well, not just not perfect. You said he was walking towards you, that he, after the first shot, took a couple steps towards you, and that's why you had to shoot him 5 more times.
Again, what I said here
Yeah.
is what I was trying to remember at the time.
And that at this point, you said the 5 additional rounds, you were standing 3 to 5 feet away, correct?
I don't know, where does it say 3 to 5 feet?
57, line 14.
So, yeah, I mean, when I was standing, when I fired the last 5 shots, I believe I was probably about 5 feet away.
Yeah, and the reason you were 5 feet away is because you originally shot him from a distance away. You put the gun down, so there's absolutely no risk to you or anybody else, and you took probably 4 or 5 steps to close that distance. So you were 3 or 5 feet away, and that's when you unloaded 5 rounds of it, correct?
Correct, when he was going towards my steps.
I'm sorry. Your claim to the jury is with crawling on the ground with a headshot, that he continued to be a threat because he was crawling towards your porch?
That's the direction he was going, that's correct.
My question was, are you claiming to the jury that Mr. Violette was a threat, a lethal threat to you and your family when he was on the ground crawling away from you?
He was crawling towards my house, yes.
Maybe I'm confusing this question. My question to you is, was he a lethal threat to you and your family when he was crawling on the ground with a headshot?
At the time, that was my belief. And I did not know he had a headshot. I told you I don't know where the rounds hit.
You'd agree that he did not remain standing, correct?
Correct.
Your claim that he was a lie?
Again, we're referencing this, which I told you I don't remember. I was doing my best at the time to help them piece things together.
In fact, you did not tell the police that he was crawling away. You said he continued to advance towards you, and that's why you shot him 5 more times. And even then, your claim is he didn't go to the ground. Is that page 58, line 1?
Again, I was trying my best with what I remembered to help them. That's why I offered the video, because I didn't have a clear memory. I'm trying to help you understand that.
I'm trying to help the jury understand your claims at the time to the police to create a self-defense scenario. You claimed that you shot him once and he continued at you, and that's why you had to shoot him again.
Again, what it says here is what I said to the police.
And it was a lie.
It was not a purposeful lie. It may not have been what happened because I didn't have a clear memory.
You claim that after shooting him in the face, he came towards you, you shot him 5 times in the body, and he remained standing, held his abdomen, and that's when he walked back towards his house.
I never claimed I shot him in the face.
That he's holding his abdomen.
I did claim that. However, I never claimed I shot him in the face.
And that whole image, that detailed image you provided of him coming at you after he'd been shot, taking 5 rounds and merely holding his abdomen and turning and walking away is also a complete and utter lie.
At the time, it's what I remembered, so that's what I told them.
Your claim here is that, you know, the difference, the gap between him coming at you and him crawling away, bleeding on the street, page 16, Exhibit 16, you'd agree that that is the blood trail that he left from you shooting him.
That's correct.
And this gap between, factual gap between him coming at you and him crawling away, it's just your memory that night because you were tired.
That is correct.
Your claim is that you were not trying to create perception from the police that this was a justified shooting by making that stuff up.
I'm not really sure what you're talking about.
Talking about the claims you made that have no basis in reality and the reason why you were making those claims.
I was making those claims to try and help piece together the situation to help the police.
Isn't it easier that you were making those claims to piece together a so-called self-defense claim?
I didn't know what a self-defense claim was that evening.
Except that you explained to the officers that because he was coming at you, I needed to protect myself and my family. That was a lie, but it's self-defense, isn't it?
That is not a lie. That is exactly what I was thinking. I'm sorry, I'm not an attorney. I don't know what a self-defense claim consists of
You think
until
you
I
need to
started
be an
this process.
attorney to know whether somebody's crawling away, dying?
Well, now we're talking about something different. Now we're talking about somebody crawling away dying. You just said a self-defense claim. I can only answer the questions you're giving.
Sure, but you use the actual terms of, I needed to shoot him, in order to protect myself and my family.
That is correct.
Okay. Except that he wasn't really coming at you anymore, right?
When?
When you pulled out the gun before you shot him, he wasn't coming at
He
you.
was coming at me when I pulled out the gun.
He wasn't coming at you anymore after you shot him in the head and he started crawling back towards his house.
Again, I don't know when I shot him in the head.
He wasn't coming at you when he was on the ground crawling away from you before you emptied 5 rounds into his body.
That is correct.
He wasn't walking away holding his abdomen after you shot him 5 times.
That is correct.
All of those claims were lies, correct?
All of those claims were what I believed happened that night. As we saw in the video, that is not what happened.
I'm Admiral. Thank you, Your Honor. Those were my questions.
Thank you very much.
Can I actually just have a moment? I just want to gather some of my materials. Thank you. Sorry.
Jason, let me ask you a few things that you definitely remember, okay?
Yes.
Would it be accurate and true that Kyle initiated the contact with you?
That is correct.
Any doubt at all?
There's no doubt in my mind.
And when he initiated that contact with you, did he threaten you?
Yes, he did.
I'm going to ask you whether it's true that Violette stuck his face right into your face.
That is true.
Okay, now, if you were fabricating a self-defense, let me ask you this. We got to see the video, right?
That is correct.
Do you remember even telling the police that he stuck his very flesh on your flesh that night?
That I don't remember.
Right. But if you were fabricating a really good self-defense, that'd be a cool thing to tell him, wouldn't it?
I guess I'm not sure what a self-defense really is completely, so.
But the fact of the matter is, in the video, it is extremely clear that he touched you with his face, right?
That is correct.
Police ever ask you whether or not he literally touched his body to your body?
I can't be 100% certain.
Did you take that as a threat when he did it?
I absolutely did.
And isn't it true, and do you have a clear recollection, that Violette appeared out of control and agitated?
Yes, that is true.
And is that what you told the police?
I believe so, yes.
Now, there's been some cross-examination. I think there's been a little confusion, and I want to straighten it out a little quick. There's a reference to the October or November incident. Remember, you were being cross-examined by the prosecutor at the beginning of his cross-examination, and he referred you to page 142 and 143. And I'll ask you to
Hold on just a moment, please.
get those up for yourself. Let's give the jury the totality of what we're talking about instead of little snippets, okay?
Okay.
Now, you remember the October event clearly, don't you?
Yes.
You remember that without any question, right?
Yes.
And let's see what we got here. Detective Garson's asking you, I guess 6, 7, 8, what was happening back then?
Yes.
And then you give an answer, and it starts on line 10, right?
Yes.
Why don't you tell the jury what you told the detective with regard to your recollection of the October 2023 incident?
I'm sorry, I just want to be clear. Did you want me to read this? Or?
I do.
Okay. It says, I said, right. So I mean, I was standing out pressure washing the front of my house. It was, I want to say it was fall, but it doesn't seem like it's been long since that happened. But again, time flies, right? Anyway, in the past few months, we'll say, there's only been one day I was out front pressure washing the house. And this guy came out of the driveway next door at 43 Summer Street, yelling and screaming at me, telling me I'm a rat, and I called the cops on him, and he was going to fucking kill me and my fucking family.
Okay, stop right there. He says that you called the cops on him, right?
That's what I said, yes.
And that he was going to fucking kill you and your family.
That is correct.
Not a conditional threat there, is it?
No, I don't believe conditional. I'm not really 100%.
All right, it's a threat, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, why don't you go on?
I don't even know who he is. I'm assuming he probably lived there because he came from that driveway, but I've never seen him before.
Okay, so you're telling the detective that in that incident, you didn't even know where he was, who he was, right?
That is correct.
And you were assuming he was your next door neighbor, right?
That is correct.
But it goes on, right? And then Garson says, yeah, and then on line 25, you continue. What do you say?
I have no knowledge of him or anything.
And Garson says, you don't even know his name.
And I said, no clue.
Right, now we're talking about October, right? Right?
October, November, yes.
And you didn't know his name then?
No, I did not.
You assumed he was your neighbor, right?
That is correct.
Okay, keep going. No clue, and what does Garson say?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you say?
I never had an interaction with him at all, ever in my life.
You're talking about the October incident. Objection leading.
Correct.
Objection leading. I'm sorry, what incident are you?
To be complete, I'm not actually sure.
Garson says, yeah, right?
Right.
And then you say, what do you say then?
And I said, I wouldn't be able to pick him if you said, here's 3 people, pick one of them as your neighbor. I honestly wouldn't be able to pick him. I had never seen him before.
All right. Now, by April 4th, you had seen him before, right?
Objection leading.
Had you seen him prior to April? Sorry, had you seen him prior to April 4th?
One other time.
And when was that?
October or November.
Now, there's definitions of lies, there's definitions of mistakes, there's definitions of inaccuracy. Did you intentionally intend to deceive the police department when you sat down voluntarily to give a statement on April 4th into April 5th, 2024?
Absolutely not.
And again, what were you trying to do?
I wanted to help them figure out what went on.
And was one of those helping things the video?
Absolutely. My memory, like I said, I was tired. My memory wasn't completely clear. I figured with the video and with me, we could get through and find out exactly what happened and clear, so we had a clear picture of what happened.
Okay. Now, you've gotten to see some of the videos, right?
Yes, I have.
Can you assure the jury that it was a quick situation that night?
Absolutely.
Were you making measurements or timing anything or anything like that?
No, it was not. It happened very quickly.
And in your position that you were at the time, were you in a situation where you could make clear calculations?
No, I was not.
You know, the prosecutor asked you to speculate as to whether or not Violette made any actions or said anything toward your daughter, right?
Objection to characterization. I didn't ask him to speculate. I asked him to testify whether he saw it.
Okay, did you see whether or not he did anything toward your daughter?
I did not see him do anything towards my daughter.
But where was your daughter?
She was in the truck.
How far away was your daughter from Violette?
At which point,
At the time he came up and stuck his nose on your cheek.
I would say approximately 6 feet, maybe 8 feet, the distance of a vehicle from one side to the other.
And was she in the front seat?
She was in the front seat.
Was there a clear glass windshield in the front of the truck?
There was.
Can you see through it?
There was. Yes, you could. I mean, I believe I wasn't facing that direction, so I guess I believe you could, but I didn't look that way.
Were you concerned for her safety at that time?
Absolutely.
The video camera questioning that you had with the prosecutor, you got new video cameras after the October event, correct?
Correct. The digital video, closed circuit ones. I did have some Wi-Fi ones before that.
And why did you get the digital ones? This is to make sure we're clear on the call.
Because I was having issues with the connectivity with the Wi-Fi cameras. I've actually had to get a new router system that for some reason those cheap cameras don't always connect or they don't record events. So it just wasn't consistent.
And why did you want them to be consistent and accurate?
In case there was another incident, then if I had to go to the police or whatever, I would have proof of what happened instead of it was he said, she said.
And that was a specific reaction, was it?
That was.
Were you trying your best to remember things at the police station?
I was.
Were you willing to go over anything they wanted to go over with you?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Nichole?
Just briefly.
Just, concerning this, your ability to claim who was making this threat 6 months earlier, I want to continue to follow up on 36. This is page 143. You confirmed that whoever made the threat, you'd never had any interactions with them before, and yet Kyle Violette had been living there for about 1.5 years, correct?
I don't know.
You said whoever that person was out there, I couldn't pick him out of a lineup, correct?
Yes.
You said, and that's even assuming he is my neighbor. Whoever made the threat back in October, you didn't know who they were.
I was saying I didn't know if that person was my neighbor.
The attorney sister just asked, geez, if you were, trying to tee up a self-defense claim, wouldn't you have included that he actually had physical contact with your face? Remember him asking you that?
Again, this self-defense claim, I'm not sure. I don't understand that. I don't get what the basis would be or how I'd develop one. I don't understand how the law works like that. So when you keep referencing that, I want to make sure I'm giving you an honest answer and complete. So
Sure.
Is there any other way you can work so maybe I can understand
Yeah,
better
I
so
guess
can give you a good answer?
let's talk about your understanding of self-defense.
Sure.
You own a firearm.
Yes,
It's not a hunting weapon.
that's correct.
You described to this jury that the reason you take this firearm to work is because you were threatened with a machete.
That is correct.
That would be so if something like a machete wielder came at you again, you'd be able to defend yourself.
That is correct.
That's self-defense.
You said self-defense claim.
Yeah, the claim would be somebody came at me with a machete but never did. Okay, that's a claim. That's a false claim of self-defense. All right.
That did happen though.
Yeah, I don't contest that. A claim of self-defense would be something like, oh, Kyle Violette continued to come after me even after I pointed a weapon at him. That would be a false claim of self-defense because he actually stopped. It was no longer a threat. That would be the claim, okay?
If that's what you want to say. Again.
Does that make sense to you?
So you're explaining that's what the claim.
I'm asking you, does that make sense to you?
I believe so.
Does it make sense to you that a claim of self-defense would include something like, I shot him, but didn't affect him at all. He may have flinched.
That was me not having a clear memory.
Okay. Would you understand this to be a false claim of self-defense, that I shot him and he continued to come at me when he really didn't? Does that make sense to you?
Again, that was me trying to remember and having a false memory while I was trying to construct what happened.
Would it make sense to you, a false claim of self-defense, that somebody was on the ground crawling away from you and you claim that they were actually coming at you? Do you understand that as a false claim of self-defense?
Again, I understand what I said in here. I was giving it the best representation I could at the time.
And just, to get down to a more narrower point, Attorney Sisti asking you whether you had included in your claim, because if you were trying to confabulate a self-defense claim, you would have included that he touched your face, that he touched you physically, right? Okay. Remember him asking you that?
Again, I don't remember if anybody asked me that.
Okay. Let me just make it simple then. You did tell the police, this is page 40, line 14, 15, because he was literally, his nose was touching my face.
And I believe when Attorney Sisti asked me, I said I was not sure.
Okay. And here it is. You did in fact make that claim.
Absolutely.
You did not omit that. That really did happen, correct?
That did happen.
You weren't too tired to omit it. You weren't too confused to omit it, correct?
Omit? I don't know.
Omit, not stated.
I'm
40,
not, can you?
14, 15.
Again, I'm not sure what you're asking me right at the moment.
Well, I'm asking you right now.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Okay. So that being, you touched your face and his nose, correct?
Yeah, I did say that.
And let me just make this really clear. When Kyle was in that original wingspan in front of your truck,
yes,
making these threats about snow,
yes,
you didn't shoot him, right?
No, I did not.
It was only after you claimed he was coming after you, despite brandishing your gun, that you shot him.
So, that is correct.
It was only after that he continued to come after you, after the first shot, that you put 5 more rounds on him when he was standing and increasing his pace towards you.
Again, that's not what happened. We saw from the video.
But it's
what
right.
I said in here was what I remembered at the time, and I was trying to help with what I had from memory, which obviously was not correct.
Well, it was actually a lie, wasn't it?
If you'd like my definition of a lie, that's purposely not telling the truth. What I was trying to do was take whatever memories I had and piece them together with the detectives to try and figure out what happened.
And just finally, can you confirm that it was in fact Detective Garston that brought up any video associated with that night of it?
I was the first one to bring up cameras at the house. Then he asked me if he could have access to them.
Okay. So early in the conversation, you said that you had a video back in October, correct?
That is correct.
And then later in the conversation, and by the way, when you brought up that there was video, you didn't suggest to him, hey, take a look at this video so come to a better understanding about what happened, right?
I don't remember the exact sequence of events, but I'm sure we can read it in the testimony.
In fact, it's at page 66, line 18, that it was the detective who asked, are there any cameras to cover this incident tonight, correct?
That's correct, and I said yes.
He brought it up, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Detective Garston brought it up, correct?
He did ask me that question, that's correct.
He asked you the question, you said you didn't have.
That is correct.
But he didn't have the answer.
Leaving, I think it's beyond the scope of
Sometimes so, but it is legal. So, what did you tell him after that?
I said yes, he could have them, and I gave him the passwords for them.
I think Attorney Barr reiterated something that's actually true. You accurately, distinctly, without any question, remember telling the police that
Yeah, Dr. Foreman.
Kyle Violette touched you with his face. What's the judgment? Touched you with his face.
Yes, it did say that in there that I said that to the police.
Great. Thank you very much. This witness can be excused. Should we take a break this one, or will we take a brief recess? We'll take a brief recess, folks, and we'll be right back. Please rise. Okay, the witness can step down. I just wanted the jury out of this privilege issues. You've been moving around the court with the jury, guys. Issues, security questions. So, do you have any further witnesses after this? No further witnesses. All right, so you'll be resting at this point. Resting or I'm sorry? Resting and review of the motion. Resting and review motion, fine. Given the late hour, obviously we're not getting into the closing arguments for charging. So I do want to talk about jury instructions while we're still here. After we'll bring the jury back in a moment. We'll use the jury. And then we'll plan for tomorrow. I'd like to try to start tomorrow morning, if possible, at 9:30. I'll be through here. All right. Although, yeah, I was just telling Doc, I got this emergency recall thing. I think they open up the service here at 7. All right. Drive safely. Do we do? Great. All right, so 9:30 we'll try to start because I do want to get this to the jury as quickly as we can tomorrow. I don't know what the, April, maybe you can help me. Because Friday's an admin. I know this is bad to me, but is it possible that the jury is not confused tomorrow? We can go on Friday, right? My preference would be, assuming the jury gets this case tomorrow, assuming the time we will say we'll get it around lunchtime, right? Maybe it's lunchtime tomorrow. If they go beyond tomorrow, Friday's technically an administrative day, but I would want to keep them having it ready Friday. Workable for everybody? Yes.
I agree.
Good. All right, very good. So let's take a minute, and then we'll come back. We'll talk jury instructions. Are we ready to do it now?
That's fine.
All right, let's do it right now. Jury.
All right. So they are talking about jury instructions right now. What is happening is they are going to do jury instructions now. They're going to dismiss the jury soon, though. I don't think the jury is gonna be there for jury instructions. Tomorrow we're gonna start at 9:30 a.m. For closings and verdict watch. I just want to double check. I don't want to watch jury instructions. Them talking about jury instructions. Him giving the charge to the jury, yes, because it's part of the completion of the case, even though it's going to be a boring thing and we keep hearing over and over again. I just want to make sure that we cover everything, and then as soon as this finishes, we have a yap break. I have a yap break, and then we'll jump on to okay, we might skip jury instructions then. But I wanted to double check if they are going to do jury instructions or not. If they're not going to do anything else. Because right now they are just talking about the jury instructions. I don't mind not doing jury instructions. To be fair, I agree with you guys. It's a bit boring. Closings is tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. Okay, that is the census. I lose then. I lose. Thank you very much. Snooze fest. Yeah, we'll skip to the Dakotas. Shall we go now then to the Dakotas or wait a little bit? Because I mean, the quicker we are in the Dakotas, the quick we do. Yeah. All right. Okay. We'll jump to the Dakotas then. I will skippity doo. Let's go. Keep your items behind you. We are gonna be traveling to the North Dakota. So bear with me a moment while we do this judge. We are gonna go to the beginning and try to put this in the beginning. Give me a second. Meow. There's actually no traffic, so bring your jackets, put your seatbelts, guys. Make sure everything is correct. Okay, now I've got a question. Are you guys wanting to watch on 1.5 speed? Thank you very much, Pickle, for putting your tray up. I appreciate that. Well done. Yes, turn on and make sure that the exits it's clear, and we'll do this. No, I'm joking. Are we watching this on 1.25 or a normal speed? 1.25 would be best, isn't it? Yeah, I agree. Not 1.3, 1.2. I think that's good. So we're gonna go on 1.25. That will be, yeah. So, all right. So now let's get started today. We're now on the North Dakota case, and Nichole Rice. She's charged of unaliving Anita Knuston from a case in 2007. So yeah, no airplane mode, absolutely not. So here we go. We are gonna start the day 2 of this trial, of the new trial, and here we go. Oh, let me turn on the volume button. Here we go.
Haggard District Court Judge. This is the second day of trial. Third day, but second day with an actual jury. It appears that the attorneys are present along with Ms. Rice. I'll start with you, Ms. Sorgan. Is there anything I need to do before I bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, anything to be done before I bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor, we're just going to continue our objections on the pretrial motions, that's all.
Okay,
Well, thank you.
all right. Then can we go ahead and bring in the jury, please? Cameras are off. Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State waives roll call.
Mr. Sand?
We do as well, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Sorgan, call your next witness.
State calls Laura Knapp.
Ms. Knapp, if you'll come up here, please, ma'am. Right up here, please, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, now you can come over here, ma'am. Just watch the walkway there. Once you're seated, just kind of adjust the microphone. You can pull it forward and pull it down so it's kind of aimed at your chin, please. There you go. Perfect. Is the little lights on green? Okay, now, Ms. Sorgan, you may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Laura Knapp,
And would you please spell your last name?
Knapp.
Ma'am, are you currently employed?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Do you have the same employer now that you did in 2007?
No, different one.
Where were you employed at in 2007?
Northgate Apartments, Minot,
And what did you do there?
resident manager of apartment complex.
And what does it mean to be a resident manager of that apartment complex?
What did I do there?
Yes.
Leases, showing apartments, deposits, help maintenance guys,
How long did you hold that position?
16 years.
And what years were those?
I'm sorry, what?
What were the dates, the years for those?
I still didn't catch that.
You said you worked there for 16 years. What were
Yes.
the dates?
Yeah, 16 years I worked there.
Okay. Starting what year and ending what year?
Probably about 1989, somewhere in there, until 2012.
Okay. And what was the address of the Northgate Apartments?
This started at 2400 4th Street Northwest,
And that's in what city?
Minot, North Dakota.
Do you recall a lease with regards to an individual by the name of Anita Knutson?
Yes.
And was anybody else on that lease with her?
The last one.
Was anybody else on that lease with her?
Nichole Rice.
What was the apartment number of that apartment?
It was 2420, number 5.
And could you describe that apartment for us? How many bedrooms, how many bathrooms?
2 bedrooms, 1 bath.
And could you describe the building that it was in?
Did I what?
Could you please describe the building that that apartment was in?
It was a building that had 8 apartments, 4 on the north side and 4 on the south side.
And which side was number 5 on?
North side, I believe.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to June 4th of 2007. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
What did you do that day?
Went to work.
Okay.
Did the normal duties, probably work in apartments or get an apartment ready for showing, because it's beginning of the month. Just a daily routine.
Okay. And when you were done with work that day, what did you do?
Went up to my apartment.
Okay. Now, was your apartment also at Northgate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And why is that?
I was the resident manager.
Okay. Was that something that was part of your employment?
Yes, it was.
Okay. When you went home at the end of the day, what did you do?
Went up to my apartment, like cleaning up from the day of like leases or what I had laying there, preparing dinner.
Okay. Did anything of note happen while you were preparing dinner?
I'm sorry, what?
Did anything of note happen while you were preparing dinner?
Something that happened?
Yeah.
There was a knock at the door. My maintenance guy answered the door because I was like busy, like preparing dinner.
Okay.
He told me that I needed to come to the door. I went to the door, and a gentleman was standing there and said that tried to get a hold of his daughter for several days, him and his wife. Asked if he could have a key to get into the apartment. I told him I couldn't give him a key, but I could go down there and open up the apartment for him.
And what did you do?
Went and got my keys and we proceeded down to the apartment.
Okay. And which apartment was it that he needed opened up?
2420 4th Street Northwest, apartment number 5.
Okay. Did you ever get this gentleman's name?
Gordon.
Okay. And you went to that apartment with Gordon. What did you do next?
I remember going to the door, and it seemed like it was locked because it wouldn't turn the knob. So I grabbed my keys and opened the door. Well, it clicked. It was like a little hard, but it clicked, so I knew it was locked, and gained entrance into the apartment.
Okay. Once you unlocked the door, what did you do?
Gordon went in first, and I followed behind him. And he went down towards the bedroom, and I stood in the kitchen area where I could see the bedroom door, or the bedroom area.
And then what did you see next?
Gordon coming out, and saying we need to call the police department.
And did you call the police?
I can't remember if it was myself or Gordon called the police, but one of us did.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that your maintenance man answered your door to your apartment.
Yes.
Who is the maintenance man?
Marty and Elle.
Okay. And why was Marty in your apartment?
We lived together.
Okay. You were romantically involved?
Yes.
Okay. For approximately how long?
About 10 years.
Okay. Now, you said Marty was the maintenance man. How long had he worked for Northgate Apartments as the maintenance man?
Probably almost 2 years.
And Marty lived with you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was living in the apartment part of Marty's compensation package from the apartments like it was yours?
Yeah, I guess basically probably. The owner knew he was living there.
Okay. But the apartment was for the resident manager, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that Marty lived with you. Had you seen Marty earlier that day?
Yeah, we worked together that day.
Okay. What all did you all do together?
Worked, shopped, met up with friends once in a while at night.
Okay. With the two of you working together, were you working side by side? Were you working apart? How did that work?
Together.
And Were there ever periods of time when you're working together that you and Marty were not within each other's eyesight?
Not really.
And he said, not really. What does
Well,
that
if
mean?
I was like cleaning and I needed maintenance done, the toilet fixed or a patch in the wall, he did that while and we were still in the same apartment, in the same area working together.
Now, you said that you and Marty lived together about 10 years. What was your relationship?
He was my fiance.
What were Marty's duties at Northgate Apartments?
Duties of a maintenance guy, repairing, lawn work. I guess that's basically it, repairing things.
Okay. When Marty would repair things, what would he do with them?
If it was something like if it's a toilet in an apartment, he did it right there.
What if it was something that couldn't be repaired in the apartment?
Screens.
Okay. What would he do with those?
They would go to the shop.
Okay. And there was a shop? Where was the shop located?
On the same grounds.
Okay. On the date that Gordon came knocking on your door and asked you to let him into Anita's apartment, was there something that needed repaired for that apartment?
A screen.
Okay. Did you see the screen?
After we got taken into the shop, yes.
Okay. Can you describe the screen?
The frame was bent and there was a cut in it.
Was it, how can you describe the cut?
No, not really. I just know it was slashed.
Okay. And it was in the shop, correct?
Yes.
All right. Who put it in the shop, to your knowledge?
Maintenance guy, Marty.
And do you know when it was placed in the shop?
That morning when he walked through there was laundry rooms up there in between the units. And we would lock them up at night to prevent vandalism. And then they would get reopened up in the morning.
Okay. Can you describe the kind of screens that were at the apartments at Northgate?
The frames were probably like aluminum. They were easy to bend.
Okay. Were these expensive screens or?
No, probably what a general screen would just be in an apartment.
Can you please describe the locks that were on the doors at the apartments at Northgate?
Bolt locks.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
You had to have a key to entrance and to leave the apartment to have it locked.
So you couldn't just pull it shut behind you and it would lock?
No, you had to have the key to do it.
Were the locks changed in those apartments when people moved out?
Yes.
And what was the practice for doing that?
It was Shooks that came up and changed them.
Okay. And Shooks is a lock company?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shooks Locksmith. That's where we got our locks from.
Okay. And what would they do with the old locks when they'd take them off the doors?
We would keep them once in a while. If they were damaged, they went in the garbage.
Okay. Were locks ever recycled on doors?
Once in a while they were.
Okay. And was there ever a record that was kept of what lock got recycled onto what new door?
No.
Can you describe the keys to those locks?
What do you mean describe the key?
What was the key like physically?
It was probably about an inch wide on top. I mean, they were like heavy duty keys.
Okay. Are these the kind of keys that could be, well, let me ask a different question first off. How many keys were given out to apartment number 5 when Anita Knutson and Nichole Thomas were living in that apartment?
2.
Okay. And why is that?
That's for how many tenants are in that apartment. That's how many keys are issued out.
What was the policy with regards to copying of keys?
You couldn't.
Okay. It wasn't allowed?
No.
All right. Was it possible to copy keys?
No.
Okay. And why is that?
Because they were from the locksmith, and you had to have permission to have them made. And there was only a certain amount of people that could get those keys made.
Okay. In that time frame, at 2007, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And could somebody just take that key to Shook's Locks and get that made without you knowing about it?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Okay, you can answer that.
I'm sorry, what?
You could answer the question.
No, there was only certain people on the list that could get those keys made.
Okay. And who were those people?
Myself and the owner, I know for sure.
Okay. And was a record kept if copies of those keys were requested?
I'm sorry, what?
Was there a record kept if copies of keys for an apartment were requested?
No,
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not keys were made for number 5, copies of keys?
I don't think so.
Okay. You never handled any request for a copy, is that fair
No.
to say?
Oh, no. I misunderstood your question.
Oh, that's okay. It's okay. If you don't understand me, just tell me, okay? All right. And why was it that it had to go through management or ownership to get a key copy made?
That's the only way you could get a key made.
Was there a fee associated with it?
I'm sorry, what?
Was there a fee associated with that?
If there was a last key, yes.
Now, you said that Marty would do a walkthrough of the apartment complex. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How often did he do that?
Well, it's ever who wasn't busy or whatever. And we did it in the morning and we did it about 10 o'clock every night.
Okay. About what time in the morning?
Between 7 and 8.
Were you with Marty when he found the screen that he put in his shop?
No, he went and did the walkthrough himself.
How long was Marty away from you at the time that he did that walkthrough?
It only probably takes about 10 minutes.
And did you inspect the window that this screen may have come from yourself?
No, I just knew that when he brought the screen in, he told me what apartment it was.
Now, Marty is no longer employed with Northgate, is that right?
No.
When did Marty's employment there end?
New Year's Day on 2009.
That's pretty specific. Why do you know that?
It's when he committed suicide.
What was going on in Marty's life at that time?
There was a few things. He didn't get a job that he wanted. He wasn't happy with the job he had. He was diagnosed possible with Parkinson's disease. He lost a nephew or niece that he was very fond of. I guess basically his family that was here moved away.
Was there anything going on in your relationship?
I thought everything was good.
You said that he lost a niece that he was very fond of. How long before Marty passed away had that happened?
Probably a few months. Don't know the exact date.
Okay. Did Marty have health insurance?
No, we didn't.
And you said his family moved away. Where'd they move to?
His mother moved to Anamoose to be closer to her sisters because they were all getting up in age. And he had a sister that moved to Minneapolis.
Was Marty close to his family?
Yes.
What were holidays like for Marty's family?
Well, I guess we always spent Thanksgiving and Christmas, those two main ones, all together as a family.
And so Thanksgiving and Christmas of 2008, which would have been the holidays just before Marty's suicide.
Yes.
Did you spend those with Marty's family?
No.
What was Marty's relationship with alcohol like?
I drink like by everybody else.
Did he drink?
Yeah, I'm like after work or whatever, or like on a Friday, we'll go have a few drinks.
Okay. And what did you notice of his drinking in the time period leading up to when he committed suicide?
I didn't really see no difference.
Laura, did Marty own a knife?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I never seen one.
And you lived with him for 10 years?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Sand? Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Knapp, thanks for coming in today. So just to clear a couple things up, you said you had been working at these apartments for 16 years, but then you said 1989 to 2012. I just want to make sure I got that right.
I'm estimating, I'm not sure. Oh, wait, no, I worked there longer than that.
Okay. That would be 23 years by my math, but
Yeah, I was going to say, all I know it was 16 years.
okay, but so we're not sure of the dates.
Well, not when I started, but when I left there, yes.
So 2012 is when you left.
Yes.
Okay. When did you start dating Marty?
I don't know the exact year.
Can you give me a ballpark?
About 1998, 1999.
Okay. And I am not trying to say anything negative about the dead, but I'm going to ask you, did Marty ever use drugs that you know of?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, and
Okay. But
we
he
were
drank?
together for like 10 years.
But he drank?
I'm sorry, what?
But he did drink, you said earlier?
Well, like on a Friday night, like the end of the week, yes.
Okay. And now you said that Marty was the maintenance man, correct?
Yes.
And you were the general manager of the apartments?
I was the resident manager.
Resident manager. And you said Marty didn't have a knife?
I'm sorry, what?
You had said Marty didn't have a knife?
No,
Did he ever have to use tools in his job, do you know?
yes, there'd be like a carpenter knife, a box knife.
Okay, but a knife.
He never carried it with him. It was only during work hours.
Okay. Okay. That was Marty working the day that Anita's body was discovered?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Marty at all about what happened to Anita?
No,
You guys didn't discuss it?
no. I just thought the screen that needed to be repaired or whatever. No, we didn't discuss Anita's body or nothing like that.
So after you went in to the apartment with Mr. Knudsen and Marty and you found Anita's dead body, you guys didn't discuss that at all? There was no talk about it?
No.
Okay. Now, the state's attorney had asked you about this screen that had been slashed, correct?
Yes.
When's the first time you saw that screen?
That morning when I was in the shop.
You were in the shop with Marty?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the screen? In the shop?
Yes.
Okay. And you were in there with Marty, correct?
Yes.
How did the screen get in the shop? Did Marty bring it in there?
He picked it up and brought it into the shop.
Do you know where he found it?
He said outside that window.
Okay. Did Marty talk to you about a curtain or rods at all being outside that window?
No.
He didn't tell you that he threw a curtain rod and curtains back into the window?
No, there was no mention of a curtain rod or a curtain.
Okay. Do you know where specifically on the property the screen was when Marty picked it up or however he got it to the shop?
Towards the sidewalk.
Do you remember talking to police officers at all?
But like up at the apartments?
Yeah, after Anita's death. Were you interviewed by police?
I don't recall really talking to
You were interviewed by Detective Plessis on June 6th. Do you recall that?
Sorry, what?
You were interviewed by Detective Plessis on June 6th. Do you recall that?
Down at the police station, yes,
Yeah.
but not up at the apartments.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall Detective Plessis discussing the lock with you?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you recall Detective Plessis discussing the lock with you? I apologize if you're having trouble hearing.
No, I don't.
No? If I showed you a transcript of the interview you had with Detective Plessis, might that help you refresh your recollection?
Could.
Okay.
When I said that because the door was like
Stop
sticking.
talking, ma'am, please. Ma'am, you have to wait for him to ask you a question.
Have you had a chance to read through that? Review it? Snap, have you had a chance to read
Yes,
through it?
I'm
Just that section.
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch this.
Now, Ms. Knapp, after reviewing that, do you recall what you said to Mr. Plessis when he asked you if the door was locked for sure?
Yeah, it was sometimes those doors stick. I don't know if it's because of the dirt or whatever.
Thank
they
you,
stick,
thank
but
you.
then
I appreciate it.
I heard it click.
Do you remember calling Detective Goodman about a tip from the landing bar?
What?
Do you remember calling Detective Goodman about a tip you had heard at the landing bar in Minot?
No,
You don't.
no.
Those are the only questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Knapp.
Ms. Sorgan, do you have any redirect, ma'am?
Just briefly. Laura, Mr. Sand asked you about an interview on June 6th at the police department, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was that with Officer Plessis or Detective Goodman?
I don't recall what officer it was.
Okay. And Mr. Sand asked you about when you first saw the screen in the shop with Marty. What drew your attention to the screen?
What was the wettest screen?
What drew your attention to the screen that you noticed it?
He showed it to me
Marty pointed it out to you?
in the shop, yeah.
Okay.
He says, I put the screen over here.
Okay. And Mr. Sand asked you about the statement that you had made about sometimes the door sticks, but you had some additional information to add on that, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
Once in a while, the doors do stick because of the wind blowing in with debris, dirt, dust. But after you work it a bit, it'll click, then you know it's unlocked.
Okay. Now, to clarify, did you try the door without putting a key in it first on June 4th?
Yes.
And you were aware that the doors sometimes stick. Did you take that into account when you tried to open it?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
Okay. How much effort did you put in before you started using a key?
I'm sorry, what?
How much effort did you put into opening the door before you started using a key?
I turned the knob, whatever, and they didn't want to. That's how I knew it was locked. I put the key in, jiggled it a little bit, and then it clicked. And then I turned the knob, and the door opened.
What did you hear when you used the key?
The click.
Okay. And what did that mean to you?
The door was unlocked.
The door was unlocked once you had used the key.
After I used the key, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Sand?
Just briefly, Your Honor. So the state just asked you about you seeing the screen, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Actually, that would be defense A.
Is that the screen that you recall seeing?
No, I don't recall exactly if it's that screen or not, because I'm not sure if that's our shop.
I'm going to show this to you one more time, Ms. Knapp. Take a good look at it. Does that look like your shop and the screen that was in it?
I don't recall how the shop was really set up. I don't know if that was in our shop.
So do you remember the screen? And if you don't remember all the events of that day, that's okay. But does that look like the screen in the shop that you saw with Marty that morning?
If we're going to talk about this exhibit, it should be offered, Mr. Sand.
I am offering it, Your Honor.
Permission
Are
of
we
voir dire
rating
the
it
witness.
one or A? Should be A.
I have it marked as 1, but I can mark it as A, Your Honor, if that's
It'll
what
be
we're doing.
Defense Exhibit A. Ms. Sorgan, is there any objection?
May I voir dire the witness with regards to the exhibit, Your Honor?
Have you seen the exhibit?
Briefly.
All right, you may.
Okay. Ms. Knapp, were you present when that photograph was taken?
I'm sorry, what?
Were you present when that photograph was taken?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Foundation, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
I'm simply asking if she, I'll withdraw it and get it in later, Your Honor, but I'm simply asking if she
You've offered,
recognizes this screen.
you've offered the exhibit. Are you withdrawing your offer of the exhibit?
If we're questioning the witness, I'd like to ask her a couple more questions if the state's.
I'm not talking about the witness. I'm talking about, are you ordering more for the exhibit or you got other questions?
I'm asking in voir dire if you have seen that screen, if that's the screen that you have knowledge of.
I know our screens had a white frame.
Again, I'm going to stop you, Mr. Sand. If we're talking about this exhibit, it has to be in. She's objected. Foundation. Do you have a response to the foundation?
I am continuing the voir dire that she began to try to establish foundation, Your Honor. Is that all right?
It is, but not with regard to whether she recognizes the screen or not.
Okay. Does this look like the shop?
Your Honor, objection.
I will withdraw it and try to get it in later then, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you very much. Ms. Knapp, you recall looking at the screen you said earlier?
Yes, I glanced over at it, yes.
Okay. What do you recall that it looked like?
The frame was bent and there was a slash in it.
Okay. Do you remember what the slash looked like?
No, I just know it was cut.
Okay. Do you know if it was cut more than once?
Objection, asked and answered. She doesn't remember.
I didn't ask.
Overruled, not asked and answered.
Sorry, Your Honor.
You can answer it, ma'am. Do you know if it was cut more than once?
I don't recall that, if it was or not.
Okay. Now I'm going to move back to Marty. And I know this is probably difficult for you to discuss, but so you had testified earlier Marty committed suicide on New Year's Eve.
Objection beyond scope of redirect.
Mr. Sand?
I'll withdraw, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Sorgan, is this witness here by subpoena?
She is, Your Honor.
Is she excused from that subpoena?
She is, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Sand?
Yeah, we would like to keep her under the state subpoena, Your Honor.
The state is releasing her from her subpoena.
You want to keep her under your subpoena?
We do not have a subpoena on her right now.
Then she's free to come and go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may come and go as you please, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness, Ms. Sorgan?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Nelson will be performing this examination.
State calls Dale Plessis.
All right. Thank you. Officer, if you'll come up here first, please. She's going to swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Take a seat over here, please. Please watch the footing stuff. Once you're seated, yeah, I know the mic's on. Just make sure it's kind of aimed at your chin. Okay?
At my chin, okay.
All right, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
It's Dale Plessis.
And you don't testify as much in court anymore, so if you could spell your last name for the benefit of the court reporter.
It's Plessas.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
The Minot Police Department, City of Minot.
And what do you do for the Minot Police Department?
I am the investigations commander, but right now I'm the interim chief of police.
Okay. Now, your current rank is that of captain, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could you give us a rundown of your training and experience, please?
I've been a police officer in Minot for, will be 24 years coming in September. I've attended the North Dakota Peace Officers Academy, various other trainings throughout the 24 years, and I've attended the FBI National Academy.
Now, what was your role in this case?
I was the initial officer responding in 2007.
So you were a patrol officer at the time, is that correct?
Correct, I was a patrol officer.
And could you just give us a brief explanation of what a patrol officer does?
Patrolling the city of Minot, handled accidents, criminal investigations, minor criminal investigations, respond to emergencies.
So on the 4th of June of 2007, did you respond to an emergency that dispatch sent you to involving this matter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And where were you dispatched to?
I was dispatched to 24. I'm going to have a hard time remembering the address. I think it was 24.
Would it be
20.
24th Street?
Say that again.
24th Street?
Yeah, apartment number 5.
Okay. And that's in Minot, Ward County?
Correct.
And what happened when you got there?
I was dispatched for a potential unattended death or a deceased female.
So I was at the very end of my shift at that day. Must have been around 5 o'clock, and I arrived on scene and made contact with the reporting party.
Would that be Gordon Knudsen?
I think the reporting party was Laura Knapp.
Okay. So Laura Knapp was the one that called. When you say reporting party, you mean the person who called 911?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And was Gordon there as well?
He was.
Okay. And what happened next?
They directed me to the apartment, and Laura wanted to go in and show me where she was. I told her to wait outside. She motioned down the hallway, and I went to the bedroom where she was located.
And what did you find?
I found someone who was later identified as Anita Knudsen, deceased in the bed.
And what did you do at that point?
I had a firefighter who had just arrived on scene. I had asked him to stand outside and wait. Once I believed that she was deceased, I had him come in to verify. After he verified, I had him leave the scene, and at that time, community ambulance had arrived on scene, a paramedic, and I wanted them to verify, so I had them come in and just ensure that she, in fact, was deceased.
So the firefighter would have been there basically to perform CPR potentially or something like that. Is that accurate?
Correct. It's standard procedures in the fire department in case there's something medical that we can do.
And Anita was long past that point. Is that accurate?
Objection, leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was there any life-saving that would have done anything for Ms. Knudsen?
The firefighter indicated she was cold to the touch, and therefore he didn't believe there was anything to be done.
Okay. What happened next?
I had them leave the scene. I secured the apartment by securing the front door, standing outside of the front door. That's just standard procedure. Waited for investigators to arrive.
Did investigators come?
Yes, they did.
And who were those investigators?
I recall Bob Bernard was the first investigator on scene. I don't recall after that. Other officers also arrived.
And Mr. Bernard also, was he a detective with the Minot Police Department?
Correct, he was.
Okay. And what happened after that point?
After that point, I was contacted by my lieutenant in charge of my shift, and he instructed me to turn the shift, the crime scene over to another officer from the afternoon shift and to return to the PD.
And did you have an issue with that?
I didn't like that, no, but it was an order given to me, so.
Okay. So did you follow that order then?
I did.
And return to the PD?
Yes.
Okay. Did that pretty much end your involvement in the case?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Now, later in your career, were you involved in the detective side of things as far as the Minot Police Department?
Many years later, I became the commander of the investigations division.
Okay. So you've been with the Minot Police Department for, you said 24 years at this point?
Correct. In September, it'll be 24 years.
Okay. So that does include the entire period from June 4th of 2007 when Anita is discovered to when this case got charged out in March of 2022.
Correct.
Plus stuff on either end.
Yes.
Okay. Were you involved in any decision making on trying to find or work with detectives at the Minot Police Department to work the case to try to crack the case?
Yes, I was. When I took over the investigations unit, I was instructed by Chief Klug to find a way to get the case reviewed again and started again. Not necessarily started again, but readdressed.
Were there any difficulties with that?
Yes. Chief Klug was the commander of investigations. Two commanders in front of me. Well, Chief Klug and Justin Sunheim were both commanders of the investigations unit, and they both indicated that manpower was an issue for both of them. And trying to get to that point, what he asked me to do was find a way to get logistics and get the investigation going again.
Now, has manpower been, unfortunately, a persistent issue with the Minot Police Department?
Yes, as with all law enforcement agents, but definitely Minot PD has been down between 10 and 15, even more than that, since around that time. So
does that cover patrol officers, detectives, the whole kit and caboodle?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's across the board.
Now, over those 15 years between 2007 and 2022, how has crime changed in the city of Minot?
There was a couple of things that really impacted the crime in Minot. The flood being one of them, and the oil boom in western North Dakota being another. And so crime has increased. We're seeing a lot more violent crime than we ever have prior to that.
So as a result of that, are detectives and other law enforcement officers in the Minot police community stretched a little thinner?
I would say yes.
Were you involved in the decision to reach out to potentially podcasters or syndicated television shows, that sort of thing?
We never reached out to them. They reached out to us.
That's what I meant. So they reached out to the Minot Police Department, and you had to make a decision on whether or not you were going to cooperate. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And what was that decision?
Well, Cold Justice reached out to us and indicated that they had some
things that they could provide us that were attractive to us. Logistics was a major one. DNA experts, forensic experts, and cold case investigator assistants. So we reviewed all that, made a decision that with their logistics, we would be able to move forward with this investigation a lot smoother than on our own.
So was that due to the logistical support that the decision was made to utilize them?
That was the major component, and is the logistics.
Did their help make it easier for the Minot Police Department to do the work necessary for this case?
It allowed us to move a lot quicker, so yes.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
It's a slightly different one than we have back home. I'm handing you 2 items. If you could take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those. You want to just hand that back to me when you're done?
Yes, I do.
And
Yes,
what-
I do recognize those.
And what are these documents?
They're maps. One's a map of the city of Minot with the full city limits, and another one is a zoomed in portion of the city of Minot.
And are these true and accurate copies of map of the city of Minot?
Yes, they appear to be.
Okay. The state moves to introduce Exhibit 2A and 2B to evidence, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any objections?
I'd need to come take a look at them, Your Honor. I
You may.
can't see them from here. Thank you. How is that one offered? Your Honor, if I could ask, I know there's 2 maps up there. One was offered as a map of the city of Minot. Was the other one offered as a second map of the city of Minot?
It was offered as a blow-up portion of map A.
No objection.
Plaintiff's exhibits 2A and 2B will be received without objection.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Denied. I'm not going to let you pass those 2 sacks.
Oh, no, Your Honor. We've got an easel right here, and we've got clips to just show where places are in Minot. We're not going to pass it down the line.
Then you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. And permission for the witness to come down for demonstrative, Your Honor?
You'll need a microphone.
I'll sit at the desk and you can use this one. And Captain Plus says, I can't see what you're doing over there, but if you could take a sticky note here that I'm going to pass to you. And use that to indicate the location of 2420 4th Street Northwest in Minot, Ward County.
Which exhibit is he on?
That's 2A.
Okay, I marked that. Put my glasses on.
And Captain Plessis, if you could do it the same with 2B, which is the blow up of 2A. And I have no further questions at the time. Captain Plessis, if I could get that microphone back for a minute.
Okay, that's done.
Make sure it's off. Yeah, it's on. Oh, the stickies? Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Sand, do you have any questions for Captain Plessis?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Captain Plessis, the state discussed with you MPD's numbers being down in terms of officers, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you guys, all law enforcement has struggled, but you have struggled more, right?
I would say, I can't say more, but we are definitely struggling, yes.
What reasons do you think that's for?
There are multiple reasons. The police in general are struggling because of the perception of law enforcement, I guess. There's multiple reasons why we're down.
Did your police chief just step down?
Yes, he did.
Okay, do you know why?
He was investigated on a administrative investigation, and
Okay.
he, at the end of that investigation, chose to step down.
What do you know about that investigation?
Objection on relevance.
I believe it has extreme relevance, Your Honor, especially given what's gone on.
I'll overrule your objection. Please make sure you connect it, Mr.
I will,
Sand.
Your Honor.
What do I know about the investigation?
Yes.
I was involved in the investigation, but I guess I didn't conduct the investigation.
Did you review the report when it was completed?
I have read the report. I can't say that I've read it extremely thoroughly, but I have read the report.
And I'm guessing you're aware of the new report regarding Sergeant McLeod.
Yes, I am.
Okay, have you read that?
I have read through that. I have not in depth read.
Are you aware of the allegations of destruction of text messages and
Objection,
files?
Your Honor. Relevance to the current
Extreme
investigation.
relevance, Your Honor. That's
Okay, can I have you approach the bench, please?
Oh wow, it's getting spicy, and the good thing is we can skip it. Let's skip it up, skip it up. Oh wow, we're only about 48 minutes.
same question I just asked, Your Honor. Is that objection being overruled or sustained?
Ask the question again.
Are you aware of the allegations of destroying of text messages and files in the new investigative report?
Objection, Your Honor, as to relevance.
Again, what's the relevance of that, Mr. Sand?
The relevance, Your Honor, is that the officers working on this report were involved in that.
The objection is sustained. We're talking about an incident in 2007, not the report.
Okay. In 2007, do you recall if MPD had manpower issues?
I don't recall what they were at that time, no.
Okay. What was your rank in 2007?
I was a senior officer.
Were you the first officer on scene?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you photograph anything at the scene?
No, I did not.
Did you observe anything at the scene?
I observed things at the scene.
Okay. Did you observe a curtain or a curtain rod at the scene?
I don't recall that.
Okay. What do you recall when you walked into the scene?
Like I said before, I recall being motioned down the hallway and finding Anita Knudsen on the bed.
Do you recall any involvement with Officer Klug in 2007 on this case?
I do not.
Do you remember him being involved in the case?
I do not.
Okay. Did you talk with Gordon Knudsen when you got on the scene at all?
I don't recall specifically talking to him, but I remember him being there.
Do you recall observing Do you recall observing a ripped screen when you were at the scene?
No. I
Or a
did not
slashed
see-
screen?
I did not see the screen, no.
Okay. Did you talk to the maintenance man, Mr. Marty, and Nell when you were there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What time did you leave the scene?
I'm not sure that I notated that. I was not on the scene for a long time.
Approximately how long? I know it was a long.
I would guess, and this 17 years ago, but my guess would be maybe an hour at most.
Okay. What officers were there while you were there?
Shane Haug, Chuck LeBoy, Sergeant Haug, Larry Haug, and Bob Bernard. Those are the officers I can recall.
Okay. Those are the only questions I have.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Is this officer hereby subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is he excused?
He is excused, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have an objection?
No, sir.
All right, officer, you may come and go as you please. Thank you. Next witness.
State calls Dan Strandberg, Your Honor.
Have you come up here, officer? She's going to swear you an oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Then have a seat over here, please. Once you're seated, just try to adjust the mic so it's aimed at your chin. And we'll start with the states, and then we'll go to the defense. Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Dan Strandberg.
And like with the last gentleman that testified, we haven't had you testify for a while. So if you could spell your last name for the court, please.
Strandberg.
Okay. And are you currently employed, Mr. Sandberg?
I am not.
Okay. Were you formerly employed?
I was.
Could you give us a brief rundown of your work history?
Almost 30 years at the Minot Police Department. Retired there as captain in charge of investigations. Then I went and worked for the Department of Corrections for 6 years as a probation officer.
Now, that time that you were approximately 30 years, you said, at the Minot Police Department?
Yeah, 29 and change.
29 and change. And what were roughly the dates on that?
Oh, May 2nd, I think it was 1986 to July 31st, 2015.
So you remember specifically the day, but you have trouble with the year?
No, I'm pretty sure that was 1986. I just had to think about it for a second.
Okay. Now, you were a licensed peace officer at the time?
At the Minot Police Department, I started as a civilian dispatcher, did that for, I suppose, a couple of years, and then was licensed after that.
Okay. And what sort of training and experience did you have while you were with the Minot Police Department?
Lots of training, thousands of hours of law enforcement training.
Okay. Now, on the 4th of June of 2007, were you sent out on a call relating to this case?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that call?
I got a voicemail on my cell phone from the PD that Officer Barnard was at a crime scene and requested that I respond to it.
And did you respond to that scene?
I did.
Was that at 2420 4th Street Northwest?
Yes.
In Minot?
Yes.
That's in Ward County?
Yes.
What happened next?
I got the call. I went to the PD and got a digital camera. Sergeant Sunbakken was working on a search warrant for the residents, and I responded to the residents, started taking some photos of some of the outside of the residents, waiting for the search warrant.
Okay. Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 3A through F and 4A through 4D. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? handed you a stack of documents there. If you could look through those and tell me if you recognize them. Do you recognize those?
Yeah, they're photographs. They're photographs that I took of the general scene.
Is that those photographs the outside of the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And are these true and accurate copies of the photographs that you took?
Yes.
State moves to introduce these exhibits and evidence, Your Honor.
And it consists of 6 under 3 and 4 under 4. And exhibits.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sand, do you have
No
any
objection,
objections?
Your Honor.
All right. States exhibits 3A through 3F and 4A through 4D are received without objection.
Now, what happened next? You said you were talking about the search warrant.
The search warrant got signed, and we entered the apartment.
And what happened at that point?
We went through the apartment. You walk in, there's a living room. Behind that, there's a kitchen. Hallway goes to your right. As you go down the hallway, you're going to the west. There's a bathroom on your left. There's a bedroom straight ahead and a bedroom at the end of the hallway on the right.
Okay. Now, did you take photographs within the apartment as well as the photographs you took outside the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I've got another batch of photographs for you now. 5A and B. Just because we got multiple batches, we'll do these one batch at a time.
Okay.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
And are these photographs of Anita's apartment?
Yes.
Okay, are they true and accurate copies of photographs?
Yes.
You took these photographs?
Yes.
State moves to enter 5A and 5B.
Mr. Sand?
No objection, Your Honor.
States exhibits 5A and 5B will be received without objection.
A couple new photographs there. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Are you the one that took these photographs?
Yes.
And what are these photographs?
These are photographs of the body.
Okay, are these true and accurate copies of the photographs?
Yes.
State moves to enter 6A and 6B into evidence.
Mr. Sand?
No objection.
Plaintiff's exhibits 6A and 6B are received without objection.
And here we have more photographs. It's a bit of a stack, so if you want to take a moment to look through all those. Now, are these all photographs that you took at the scene?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate copies of the photographs that you took?
Yes.
State moves to introduce exhibits 7A through S into evidence.
Mr. Sands?
If I just may ask, are these the ones that were in that blue trapper keeper?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Hey, could you count that up? Because I'm
19. photos.
19.
States Exhibit 7A through 7S will be received without objection. You did say no objection, right, Mr. Sands?
Yep, no objection, sir.
Thank you. So what happened next?
Well, we started as we were taking these pictures, we're taking items in evidence, and I'm photographing them, taking the items, and turning them over to Sergeant Sunbach, and he's creating the inventory.
So you're taking things that you believe could be of evidentiary value?
Yes.
What exactly does, when you look at a scene like that, what makes something of value versus something that's not of value?
Proximity to, in this case, the victim. I mean, one item in there is a knife. That would be something of interest. Anything that the victim or suspect or other people may have had, I'll call it contact with.
So
things that seem unusual.
You mentioned the knife. And there's a photograph of the knife that was just entered into evidence?
There's more than one photograph
More
of the
than
knife.
one. Were there other knives located?
No.
Was there blood on that knife?
Yes, there was what appeared to be blood on the knife.
You've seen blood on things before in your life, not just necessarily as an officer, but in your everyday life?
Yes.
And was that pretty consistent with what blood looks like on something?
Yes.
Okay. You had an opportunity to actually see the body of Anita Knudsen?
Yes.
And was it apparent how she died?
Well, when we got there and entered the room, she's laying on her belly or on her chest, I'll call it. And we'd lifted, she had a nightgown on, or not a nightgown, but a bathrobe on. And we lifted the bathrobe looking for any indications of any marks or anything on the back, but didn't find any. And after we had taken everything that was kind of like on top of the body, we brought in a big sheet of like white paper.
So,
and
like butcher paper? Like
yeah,
probably wide?
there's those
Yeah.
rolls that are about like, I suppose, 4 feet wide, and I don't know how big a roll it is, 200 feet or whatever they are. We brought in a piece of that from the PD and laid it down, and we rolled the body onto the paper.
And why did you do that?
We're trying to preserve any evidence that might be on her, so it would fall on the paper rather than in the carpet or whatever kind of flooring they have.
So in an apartment like that, there's carpeting in this apartment, in the bedroom.
I couldn't swear to that, but I think there was.
Okay. So it's basically to make sure that it didn't, if something that was of value, that it didn't get lost.
Yes.
Okay. So what happened next?
We rolled her onto the paper, and we could see a wound like at her sternum, on the left side of the sternum. I would say it was slightly above like the nipple line in her chest.
Okay. Was it clear that that was a stabbing?
Yes.
Why was it clear?
It appeared to be a knife wound.
Okay. So that would make the knife that was found potentially very valuable.
Yes.
Okay. What happened next in the investigation?
Dr. Smith was our county coroner. I called him and spoke to him, and he authorized release of the body to the state medical examiner. We called community ambulance, and Cliff Black came and responded. And
was he with the ambulance?
Yeah, Cliff was a longtime ambulance driver.
Please continue.
He took the body and the bedding and the piece of white paper and loaded it up and took it to the medical examiner's office in Bismarck.
Okay. Now, as part of the investigation, was a screen brought to your attention?
A screen, yes.
Okay. A window screen specifically?
Yes.
How did that come to your attention?
Well, there was not a screen in the window when we arrived. And
Would you have expected a screen to be there?
yes.
Okay.
And it's my understanding that the maintenance guy at the apartment complex had picked that screen up. I believe it was the morning before. It was hanging on the window. And
Did he take you to the screen?
he did. It was in a shop.
Okay. And you saw the screen in the shop?
I did.
Showing you, it's marked as states 8A and 8B. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
Are you the one that took these photos?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate copies of those photos?
Yes.
State moves to enter 8A and 8B into evidence.
No objection.
States Exhibit 8A and 8B will be received without objection.
What did you do next with your involvement in the case?
Well,
let me back up a bit. Did you take
we're
that
going to have
screen?
to back up a little bit because
Did you take that screen into evidence?
yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Well, it appeared to be possibly a point of entry or exit. The screen was cut. It was damaged. It was bent.
Now, at this point in an investigation, and we're talking about more investigations broadly, not necessarily this one, do you have all the answers in the case?
No.
So you're collecting that because you think it might be valuable, not necessarily because it is valuable.
Yes.
Okay. So we've got that established. What happened next in your involvement in the investigation?
Well, we're kind of jumping around here because the pictures of the screen and some of the pictures of the outside were taken like Tuesday morning on the 5th. And going back to the 4th when we were processing the scene, and Black came and got the body. We continued to process the scene and take things that we thought would be of evidentiary value. Go ahead.
You said some of those pictures were taken the next day,
Yes.
but they still are a fair, accurate representation of what say, the outside of the building would look like and things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay, please continue.
After we kind of cleared the scene, but had patrol keep the scene secure, and we left for the night and started again the next day, and that's where some of these pictures were taken, were the next day.
So what happened next in the investigation at that point?
I know that we photographed some footprints that were outside the window. I at least attempted to make a cast of those footprints, sprayed fixer on them and poured plaster of Paris in them. And we did come up with something anyway.
Were you able to figure out whose footprints those were?
Yeah, from looking at the photographs, and we compared the maintenance guy's shoes, and it was not his. And at one point, I had Mr. Knutson bring his shoes in.
You're talking Gordon Knutson?
Yes, bring his shoes in, and they matched his shoes, and he had been standing there at one point.
So he was standing right outside the window?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Please continue.
Well, from there, we pretty much cleared it as a crime scene and left it unsecure, and kind of started interviewing people. Like,
who did you interview?
Lots of people. Michael Van was one of the early people.
Who was that?
Michael Van was a local guy, I suppose, early 20s. He knew Anita. He would have been the last person who had contact with Anita's phone anyway. There was text conversations going into like about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning into Sunday.
Sunday the 3rd.
Sunday the 3rd.
Okay. So the 3rd of June.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
Yeah, and Van told me that they were texting, and he was at his buddy's place, Jason Rudd. It sounded like there was a party going on there. And at some point, everybody left the party, and I think they went to McDonald's except for Michael Van.
Did you look into Michael Van as a suspect?
Yes.
And what was the result of the investigation into Michael Van?
He denied any involvement. We could not really tie any physical evidence into Michael Van that I'm aware of.
So because there was no evidence of his involvement, you cleared him, so to speak?
I guess as clear as anybody was.
Okay. In the course of your investigation, did you obtain the defendant's phone bill from the time period of May 24 of 07 to June 23rd of 07?
Yes.
How did you obtain that phone bill?
Via subpoena.
And who did you subpoena?
I know we subpoenaed Alltel, and it's not coming to me. But they were for different phone records.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is that document?
That is phone statement from Alltel for Ms. Rice's phone.
Okay. Now, there are some alterations to that bill, are there not? There's a photocopy of a posted note on the front page, and there's some highlighting.
There is.
Other than that, are there any alterations to the information inside?
Not that I can see.
Okay. And the posted note of the photocopy of the posted note on the front, does it appear to obscure anything, any information behind that?
Yeah, there's some letters that are obscured.
Okay. But this is the phone bill that was obtained from Alltel for Ms. Rice.
Yes.
The state moves to enter this into evidence, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, on a couple of grounds. Just paging through it, there's highlighting and alterations on it. Mr. Strandberg's not the custodian of this record through Alltel, and he didn't even know that's who was subpoenaed. So it doesn't seem like it's a record that's properly kept. It's got highlighting in multiple places on it as well. So we're going to object.
First off, Mr. Nelson, what's the exhibit number for a letter?
It's Exhibit 18, Your Honor, and it's 6 pages long.
You heard the objection. Do you have any other information?
Well, Your Honor, unfortunately, this is the best evidence rule. This is the only information that's available right now because Alltel is a defunct company. We do not have someone from Alltel. We have the witness here who is willing to testify and did testify that this is the document that he received from Alltel. So I believe the foundation has been laid.
Over your objection, Mr. Sand, the court will receive Plaintiff's Exhibit 18.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
I do, sir. Thank you. So you go by Mr. Strandberg now, is that correct? Used to be Lieutenant Strandberg?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Now you took photographs at the scene.
Yes,
You photographed a knife.
I did.
You still have those exhibits?
Yes, I do. I'm trying to keep them separate, the exhibits.
Look through your report, and I noticed you reference taking a picture here. Can you read what exhibit that is?
It says 7J.
What do you see in that picture?
I see the knife on a piece of legal pad paper and a scale.
Like a ruler?
Yeah.
Anything particular about the knife you see?
I think
Mr. Sand, are you on mute?
You having trouble picking me up? Can you hear me now? Is there another one of these mics I can use?
I don't.
It seems to be a recurring problem.
We only have two.
Okay. Well, if this works, I'll just hold it like this then. What do you see on the knife where the lock is?
You mean where the
Yeah, right here.
Indian with the headdress?
Yeah.
It's like a medallion Indian with a headdress.
Okay. Okay. And you took a picture of the other side of this knife as
Yeah.
well, correct? Is that this exhibit 7I?
Yes.
Okay. And 7J, where that Indian with the headdress says, is what do you see on this side in 7I?
The medallion's missing.
Okay. It's not there. Okay. Did you take any other photographs of this knife that you recall?
There should
On
be
the bed
some
here?
on the bed.
Mr. Strandberg, I'll just have you run through 7C through 7H here one more time.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. And in those photos, do you see the same thing, that the Indian head's missing on the other side?
Yes.
Okay. You want to keep these up there, or do you mind if I put them down here?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
If I need to reference again, I'll ask.
Back up. All right, thanks. You have the screen there, I see.
Yes.
Before you got here, I had some trouble with this photo, so I appreciate you having it. So this is 8A, 8B, correct?
I'd have to read, but
Okay, sorry.
yes.
Okay. You recall seeing that screen?
Yes.
Where did you see it?
It was in, I'll call it Mr. Nell's shop.
Mr. Nichole, and he's the maintenance man.
Yes.
Okay. You were in that shop,
Yes.
and he was with you.
Yes.
Okay. I know it was a long time ago. Okay. Did he tell you when he had brought that screen to the shop?
He said that he had, sounds like in the mornings, he kind of takes a stroll around the complex.
Okay.
And he saw it hanging there, and a pretty common thing for tenants to lock themselves out of their apartments
Okay.
and like break in through a window or something.
Yeah.
So he took it from the window.
Okay. He took it from the window itself.
Yes.
We had testimony earlier that it was found 100 yards from that building. Does that make any sense to you?
Does not make any sense to me.
Okay. Okay. Did he say it was still in the window when he found it?
Yes. That's my memory.
And he took it out of the window.
Yes.
Do you notice anything wrong with the screen?
Well, it's been cut
It's been cut.
and it's bent up. Yeah.
Has it been cut once or twice, does it look like?
I'm going to describe it as like a backwards L-shaped cut.
Okay, I'll take that. Thank you. How long were you at the scene, Mr. Strandberg?
Well, it was June 4th, and I got the call 6 o'clock-ish is my memory.
Okay.
And we were there till after dark.
Okay.
So 5, 6 hours.
Okay, and I assume a case like this, there was a lot of follow-up.
Yes,
Okay, did you conduct any interviews?
I did.
Do you remember talking to a woman named Rebecca Ehrman?
I do.
Do you remember her telling you about a Native American man with a bloody shirt running from the scene?
She said that there was a Native American man running, I believe, on 4th Street, northbound, and that he had some sort of stain on his shirt. She said it could have been blood.
Do you remember how tall she said he was? 6'2", does that sound right?
I think 6'2", early 20s, 200 pounds.
Okay.
We did identify that person.
Did you have any investigation into a man named Geron Vivier?
Yes.
Did you talk to Mr. Vivier?
About this?
Yes.
I was present when he was interviewed, I believe.
Okay. What do you recall from that?
He was represented, is my memory, at that time,
Okay.
and he denied any involvement.
How long did that interview go on for?
I'm not sure.
Were you there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where it took place?
It was in well, my memory is it was in the bullpen at the PD at Barnard's desk.
Okay. Do you know who the attorney was he had with him?
I think it was Ryan Sandberg.
Okay. Local Minot defense attorney.
Yeah.
Do you remember how much homework you did into Mr. Vivier?
Me?
Yeah.
Involving this incident?
Involving any incident?
I had investigated a case 2 or 3 weeks earlier. It was a GSI case.
What does GSI mean?
I
Your Honor, I'm
suppose.
going to object as to relevance.
Mr. Sand, where are we going?
I'm asking about his investigation into Mr. Vivier, and he's telling me about what led to Mr. Vivier's investigation and the questioning of him.
No, that's not what you're asking. You're asking about a different case.
He's telling me about a different case as the result of the investigation. I'm sure that's why they looked into Mr. Vivier.
I'm going to sustain the objection unless you lay more foundation as to how it's connected here.
Okay. Do you know why you were looking into Mr. Vivier as a suspect in this case?
I had investigated Mr. Vivier on a GSI case.
Thank you, sir. What does GSI stand for?
Gross sexual imposition.
Okay. Now, I don't know if everybody knows what gross sexual imposition is, but in North Dakota, that's a rape case. Would you say that?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is testifying at this point.
I'm on cross.
Overruled. You can ask that.
A juryman would call it a rape.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do you remember anything particular about this GSI case?
It started at a party in like at those apartments. There's like 3 buildings, 320, 324, and 300, 320, and 324, I think.
I got this map.
27th Avenue Northwest.
Take a look at it.
Sure. You want me to stand up? Come over there?
Sure, we can share the mic. Okay. Can you show me where on the map those apartments are?
Be right here.
Okay, where's the crime scene?
Which crime scene?
I need to do this murder scene.
Right here.
Can you hear them? You guys, if you're going to stop, if you're going to share that mic, you need to actually use it. So,
Sorry. Stan, this is where Anita Knudsen's murder happened. That was testified to earlier, correct? Right around here?
Yes.
Thank you. And could you point to where the Jerron Vivier rape happened, that he was accused of rape?
Well, I'll say that it started here, and they drove to a park that's kind of over here, and that's where the rape happened.
The party where this took place, you're saying was right up here.
Yes.
Sir,
Your
that's
Honor,
all
I'm
I-
going to
thanks.
bring my objection. There's no connection to this case that laid so far. There's no foundation to this.
wrong. Your objection's overruled. You did lay foundation for it.
I show you a certified record of this GSI case. Just to confirm we're talking about the same person.
Your Honor, I have no idea what a certified record of a GSI case means.
It's a criminal judgment. So, Mr. Stramberg, I'll have you take a look at this. Steve had a quick second to look at that.
Yeah.
What do you see there?
It's a criminal judgment
For who?
for Drawn Vivier.
Is this for the GSI case we were discussing?
It would appear to be, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer this criminal judgment as a self-authenticating document as a certified record.
Mr. Nelson?
Your Honor, there is no relevance to that GSI and this case, so I object on
What's
that
the
grounds.
exhibit number?
1A, or I guess A, Your Honor, defense A.
So this would be Defense Exhibit B. And Mr. Sand, do you believe there's relevance to this?
I do. I believe, as we're pointing on the board as to where this happened, as to the reason Mr. Vivier was being questioned by detectives when this happened, I believe it's very relevant.
Your objection is sustained. It's not relevant. Make sure you don't take it with you.
You want me to leave it up here, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, only the judgment was offered. There's quite a few more pages than just the judgment.
Well, just the judgment.
Yep, just the judgment.
Mr. Sand, how many pages is B?
I'd have to count it here. Your Honor, do you want me to tell you how many pages it is?
I do. Appears to be 7 pages. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Strandberg, you investigated Mr. Vivier's GSI case. We established that. Did that leave your department or lead you to any connection to investigating him in this case?
He was certainly somebody we should have looked into.
I mean, given proximity of where we were pointing to up here, where it all happened, right?
And other things. Well, I guess he wasn't involved in that, so no. I'll take that back.
How close in proximity were the dates?
I would say 3 weeks.
Do you know of any other associates of Mr. Vivier that you came across during your investigation?
During this investigation?
No, we're talking this investigation, not that investigation.
The one of Ms. Knudsen here, sir.
Yes. Devin Hall?
Devin Hall is an associate of Mr. Vivier's?
Yes.
Okay. What did you learn about Devin Hall?
I was not really involved in the investigations into Devin Hall.
Who was that? Who was?
I don't know.
But other officers at Minot PD?
Yes.
Did you talk to a woman named Felicia Campbell in 2007? You remember that? I know.
I remember it from my notes, but I don't remember the conversation.
I got you. I showed you a very old report of yours. Will that help you refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So this is the report. This is where I'd like to have you look right here on 7507. Just to the end.
Okay.
You recall that conversation now?
Vaguely, maybe.
Do you remember what Ms. Tarbine said to you?
Objection, Your Honor, that would call for hearsay.
Do you remember what you learned?
Sustained.
Do you remember what you learned from talking to Ms. Campbell?
Objection, Your Honor, that would be relying on hearsay at this point.
Overruled.
She talked about being at the club with some friends, and one of them being at least Drawn Vivier was there.
Did she say what, not talking to Drawn Vivier?
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay.
What club are we talking about?
Yeah, the 101.
101. Okay. Did your investigation lead you to any information of Mr. Vivier going to the 101?
The only recollection I have is from what you just showed me.
Did you pull any records from it? You know, at the 101, are you aware that they scan IDs? Or they did?
Sure.
Were you involved in any record pulling from those IDs being scanned?
Not that I recall.
What in your investigation led to you realizing that Mr. Vivier went to the 101?
I guess my conversation with Campbell.
With his woman?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where Mr. Vivier is originally from?
He's from the Fort Peck Indian Reservation, I think Wolf Point, but I'm not sure if that's if Wolf Point's where he's from, but he's from the reservation.
He's from Fort Peck Indian Reservation. Okay. In your investigation, and you may not know this, but do you know where Devin Hall's from?
I believe he's from Fort Peck as well.
Thank you, sir. 2000, is this still going?
Colette, is he still on?
Do we need a new battery?
It's on.
Mr. Sand, perhaps if you put it on your tie, it might work better.
Mr. Strand? Mr. Strandberg, do you recall receiving a voicemail from a Carla McGill in 2022?
A voicemail from who?
Carla McGill?
No.
Do you remember ever receiving a voicemail from Carla McGill?
No.
Okay.
In 2022?
No, I apologize. That's when the transcript started on this. It would have been in 2007, but I'm going to withdraw this line of questioning for later, sir. Now, I know other investigators worked on this report, so if you don't know, that's okay. But did you learn anything else about this knife, this Indian head knife?
Yeah.
Okay.
That knife in particular?
This knife.
Not that knife in particular.
Okay.
I discovered the manufacturer and
Okay.
stuff
This
like
knife
that.
in particular.
No.
Okay. Now, just to make sure I understand, you sat in on an interview with Mr. Vivier while Ryan Sandberg, defense counsel, was there. Did you ever have another occasion to talk to him during this investigation?
Duran?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Probably in
Or
the
not
other,
that I remember.
probably in the other investigations, though, that we discussed earlier.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. I appreciate it, sir.
All right. So Nelson, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Sandberg, the running man that was described here, when I talked about the movie, we're talking about the person running near the scene there. Was that person you said was identified?
It was.
And how was that person identified?
He came forth. I don't remember his name. He was somebody out doing newspaper deliveries back when they did that. And he was running, finishing his route.
So it was
my memory.
an innocent reason for him being there and running in that moment.
Yes.
And Jerome Vivier, he was looked into for this, but what happened in that investigation?
I guess we investigated him and didn't find any evidence tying him to the case.
So he was ruled out as a suspect.
As much as anybody.
Did you receive information that he wasn't even in Minot at the time of the murder?
Not that I remember.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand,
Nothing else, Your Honor.
is the officer here by subpoena Mr. Nelson?
He is, Your Honor. He can be released.
Mr. Sand, any objections?
No, I just will note for the court that we have this officer under subpoena as well.
So do you wish to, and is he under your subpoena?
He's under our subpoena as well, I
Do
believe,
you
for
wish
next
to
week.
keep him then?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to keep him.
So, Mr. Sandberg, you're still under their subpoena. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Counsel, it's 6 minutes after 3 o'clock. I'd like to take a short break. Any objections?
None from the state, Your Honor.
No objection, sir.
All right. Can you turn off the, like, leave the camera on for my admonition, I suppose. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a short break. Again, it's 6 minutes after. We'll reconvene at 20 minutes after, so about 14 minutes. Admonition to you, as I promised I would read to you, and by the end of the trial, you will be tired of hearing it. But please do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter, direct any questions, or discuss any problems you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial. Until you retire to deliberate your verdict, please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you. And do not use the internet or other electronic technology in an attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case. And please do not form nor express any opinions about this case. Once again, I will repeat this instruction to you at each recess. If I fail to do that, it will apply to you throughout the trial. All right, we'll be in recess till 3:20. Please turn off the cameras.
All right.
Best that there is no recording. So we just need to do a brief summary for the record of the sidebar that took place in the last witness's testimony, Your Honor. It was about the report into Chief Klug, Your Honor, and its
No.
relevance.
No,
That was my recollection, at least.
I remember your recollection, Mr. Nelson, but I'm not in agreement that what we did was to be put on the record. I addressed it afterwards by addressing the request, the objection, and whether or not the witness could testify. That's what we discussed. So my response on the record was what we did at the bench.
Then that works, Your Honor. I just want to make sure there's a clean record is all. And that's,
so do
I
I.
appreciate that.
And so do I.
That's the only thing I had, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Okay, all right. You can call in.
Mr. Sand, did you have anything?
You can call in the jury, please. And thank you for the cameras. Mr. Sand, do you waive roll call of the jury?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sorgan, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, I'll be handling the direct on this witness. It's
All right.
David Goodman.
All right, call David Goodman. Sir, if you'll come up here, she's going to swear you an oath, please.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
And you have your seat over there, please. Once you're situated, officer, just have the mic aimed at your chin, please. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you say your name for the record, please?
David Goodman.
And since, like the previous gentleman that have been testifying, you haven't testified in a while in district court, could you spell your last name for us, please?
It's Goodman.
Okay. In June of 2007, were you employed at the Minot Police Department?
Yes, I was.
What were the dates of your employment with the Minot Police Department?
Started in May of 1990, and I retired in June of 2021.
Okay. And could you give us a rundown of your training and experience?
The 31 years of law enforcement experience. I started in dispatch. I was in that for about a year and a half. Hired on as a police officer, went to the police academy in Bismarck, attended that and graduated from that. Numerous hours of police training on various police topics, including investigative topics and college, high school.
I want to ask you for the graduation dates in high school.
Okay.
So you were a licensed police officer during that period of time?
Yes.
Okay. And on June 4th of 2007, what was your role with the Minot Police Department?
I was a sergeant in the investigations division.
Okay. Now, was that your role through the end of your career as well?
It was, yes.
Okay. How did you come to be involved in this case?
I was off duty and I received a call from Lieutenant Rob White. I believe he was the shift commander that night. And he stated that detectives were out at the scene and they were asking for additional manpower. So I came in to assist with that.
Now, when you say shift commander, does that just mean the person who's basically in charge of the day-to-day operations of the police department at that moment?
At that moment, and the patrol shift that is out in the street, yes.
Okay. So did you then respond to for that incident that you were called out on?
I did, yes.
Okay. And where did you respond to?
I responded initially to the police department. At that time, our vehicles were left at the police department. So I went there in my own vehicle. I got the gear and stuff that I needed to go up to the residence.
When you say the gear, what do you mean by that?
Well, just like my radio, my call-out bag, just my bag that would have stuff that I may need while I'm up at the scene.
Okay. So you drove your personal vehicle to the police department and got a vehicle that was owned by the city?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you drove that vehicle to the scene?
Yes.
And what happened when you arrived at the scene?
I met with the officers that were on scene, and they kind of briefed me on what they had up there at that point. I looked over the scene. I had brought a crime scope that we had used at that time up to the scene.
What is a crime scope?
It's just it's a light that's used to try and detect certain fibers or fluids that might not be seen by the naked eye.
So a layman, is that the sort of thing that might be used to look for, say, blood or vomit or something like that, bodily fluids?
That's correct.
Okay. What happened next?
We had kind of an ongoing discussion amongst the investigators that were there. We looked at the body. We saw Anita Knutz's body laying on her bed.
Could you describe that for us, please?
She was laying, she had a robe, very light pink colored robe on, and she was flopped over, kind of sitting on her legs, and her head was near the foot of the bed, and she was face down. I could see on the back of her robe, there was a small blood spot, kind of in the middle of the back of the robe, and I kind of suspected that she might have an injury somewhere on her back. Excuse me.
What happened next?
We discussed again what we were going to do to proceed, and we decided that we wanted to look at her body closer just to see what we could determine was possibly the cause of her death, and go from there. So we had another detective that was on her way up to the scene, and she was bringing us some paper that we would use to lay down on the carpet just to keep it as, to try not to contaminate the scene.
Is that the butcher paper that we're talking about? It's like 4 feet wide rolls that are 200 feet or whatever?
Yeah, I always thought it reminded me of what every grade school has with the rolls of paper that they rip for art projects and stuff. So that's exactly what it was.
Okay, please continue.
We looked at the floor area next to her bed, and just to determine that there wasn't any evidence that we wanted to collect from there. And once Sergeant Murphy was on scene with that paper, she ripped off a chunk and laid it down on the floor so we could put Anita from the bed down onto that paper. So that's what we did. And at that point, we were able to get a closer look on what injuries she had. I noticed a stab to what would be her right chest area, and a stab or what appeared to be a stab wound to the middle of her sternum. So it seemed obvious that that was more than likely her cause of death.
And how were you able to determine that they were stab wounds?
You could just kind of see the cut in the skin, and I've seen stab wounds many times throughout my career, and it seemed to match up with that.
It was consistent with those other stab wounds that you used?
Yes.
Okay, please continue.
So we also saw her back and noticed that there was no injury on her back. So we were trying to figure that out, and the best I could tell is it looked like the stab wound to her right chest area had run down and kind of back around onto her back as she was maneuvering to try and get up, or whatever she was doing at that point when she ended up face down, excuse me.
And that's how you saw her, was face down when you came in?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
We took pictures of the scene, and we had assigned one of the investigators that was there as the evidence custodian. He kind of set up an area out in the kitchen, living room area where any evidence that was collected was brought to him, and we just kind of proceeded with that at that point.
So a separate spot for just for collection?
Well, a separate spot just to bring all the evidence to. Just an area that would be kind of away from the scene of the homicide, but yet still in the apartment, so we could just kind of take everything to that one officer so he could record it. And
so just for purposes of inventory?
Correct.
And catalog, make sure that everything was recorded, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
We began to take pictures, and I don't remember exactly who took pictures, but began to take pictures of the apartment. I noticed that her room, I just kind of took a mental note that her room seemed to be not in disarray. There were things set up on her dresser and stuff that weren't tipped over, so it didn't appear that there was any sort of a scuffle. I was trying to see if, in my mind, if I could come up with a motive, what took place or what had happened. I noticed her purse was sitting there, had cash visible in it, so it didn't appear to be a robbery or a burglary or anything like that.
Now, you've seen other crime scenes in your history as a detective with the Mountain Police Department.
Yes.
And you said that this one, things weren't disturbed.
Things did not appear to be disturbed to indicate that there was a scuffle of any kind.
In those other crime scenes that you've seen, disturbed things, do those usually indicate that a scuffle, a fight of some kind occurred?
Yes, I've seen that over my career where things are tipped over or messed up.
So the absence of that indicates that that we don't know if there was or was not, but there's no evidence of a fight.
I did not see any evidence of a fight or a scuffle at all.
Okay, please continue.
There got to be a point where there was people gathering outside the apartment. So I made contact with them outside, talked with them a little bit. We had a discussion amongst us that two of us would go down to the police department and start doing interviews there, trying to get them away from the scene and in a more organized area. I believe that was Detective Barnard and Sergeant Nancy Murphy that were going to go to the police department to meet with witnesses or friends or family that were gathering at the apartment. I talked to a couple of females outside the apartment who stated they were friends of Anita, and I asked them to go to the police department and ask for Detective Barnard.
Now, were you there on scene when community ambulance came for the body?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and describe that process for us, please.
I had, not too long before that, I had met with Anita's aunt and the gentleman that was with her. They were at the scene, and she stated that she wanted to remain there until Anita's body was removed from the scene. I told her that I felt that that was close because we had, I believe, dispatch reach out to community ambulance, and I knew that they were on their way up there. By that time, it was getting pretty late. It was pushing, I think, towards midnight, maybe 11:30 to midnight. So they did arrive on scene with the community ambulance vehicle. We had, again, discussed amongst ourselves that we wanted somebody to make a positive identification of Anita, somebody that knew her. So I went back out and I spoke with her aunt and the gentleman that was with her, and they both stated they'd be willing to do that. But again, the gentleman with her said that he would be the one to do it and that he had known her for approximately 15 years, I believe. So he came in. By that time, community ambulance had been into the apartment, and we assisted them in putting her into a body bag. And we had her on the gurney moved out to the living room, and I unzipped the body bag enough just so he could see her face. And he said right away that he was 100% sure that was Anita.
So he identified the victim of the homicide as Anita Knudsen?
He did, yes.
Okay. What happened next?
At that point, her body was removed from the scene. We continued to process the scene and collect anything that we thought was of any possible evidentiary value. And I had also been asked by one of the other investigators to make contact with the maintenance man who was standing outside and visit with him about Anita's window and the screen that was in her window and just kind of what he knew about this. So at some point in all of that, I did go out and meet with him.
When Anita's body was still at the scene prior to being transported away from there by community ambulance, did Nichole Rice come to the scene during that period of time?
I believe she was outside the residence, but she was not inside at all, no.
So she would have been outside the residence, and you testified a moment ago that Anita's body was put into a body bag?
Correct.
Like the black plastic that we see on TV?
Yes.
Can you see through that black plastic?
No.
If you could, you wouldn't have had to unzip it for the identification, correct? So the defendant could not have seen what Anita looked like because the body was in the bag the entire time it was transported to the...
Objection, Your Honor, he's testifying.
Sustained.
Could she have seen the body at that point?
No.
What happened next in the investigation?
As I was indicating, I went out and I made contact with the maintenance man, Marty Arnell, and I asked if he'd provide me with a recorded statement, and he said that he would. So we had our crime scene van there, and it was just kind of a convenient spot to go that was just away from everybody else that was gathering. So we went inside the van, and I obtained a recorded statement about what he had found that morning and just kind of his involvement in this.
Was he cooperative with you?
Very cooperative, yes.
And when you were in your career as a detective with the Minot Police Department, have you had cause to sometimes to figure out if someone's being deceptive with you?
Yes.
Was there anything to indicate that Mr. Arnell was being deceptive when he was speaking with you?
No, not at all.
Okay. What happened next in the investigation?
We collected all that evidence. We ended up taking it out to the crime scene van, and we eventually transported that to the police department, where we took it from the crime scene van into the Minot Police Department crime lab areas where it was stored for a while It's a secured area, and we chose to store it there just because it was easy access for us investigators while this was still a very active investigation.
Okay. Was the scene itself secured overnight?
The scene was secured, and we didn't release the scene at all. We kept an officer there overnight just to make sure that it was protected.
Did you return to that scene the next morning?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose for returning to the scene?
I returned to the scene with Jason Sunbakken. He and I went up there to finish up some measuring to see if there was anything of any evidentiary value that we would have missed the night before. I don't recall that there was. I'm not sure on that though. But our main purpose was to measure out the apartment so he could do a decent diagram of the apartment and the scene.
Were you present with him when he did those measurements and made the diagram?
Yes, I was.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Detective Goodman have handed you a document. Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
Is that a true and accurate copy of that document?
Yes.
Is that the diagram that was created?
Yes, appears to be.
That's a one-page document, is that correct?
Yes.
Statement of entry exhibit 10 into evidence, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. He didn't show it to me on his lockup. I asked him to take a look at it. I don't know what he's showing to him. I'd just like to take a look at it.
You may.
Good to go. Thank you.
Keep your comments based on the case, gentlemen.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Claims Exhibit 10 is received without objection.
So that is the diagram of the apartment?
Yes.
And does that show where Anita's body was found?
Yes, it does.
What happened next?
At that point, we were finishing up there. We had discussed with other investigators whether we needed to hold the scene any longer. We didn't feel we needed to. We wanted Anita's roommate, Nichole Thomas, it was at the time.
Is that the defendant here today?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
Please continue.
We wanted her to come in and look at her apartment, basically, and see if she noticed anything that was out of the ordinary that she would know that we just weren't catching because we're not in there every day like she would have been.
So you would expect a resident of that apartment to know more about that, something out of place, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. So you brought the defendant there for that purpose?
We didn't bring her there. I think she met us there.
Okay.
If I remember right. And then, yeah, so she came in and looked it over and didn't notice anything that was helpful to us as far as collecting evidence.
Was she asked if there was anything out of place or anything missing?
She wasn't asked that, but she walked to the area of her bedroom door and then with a shocked announcement stated that her iPod was missing.
And was that unusual to you?
I thought it was kind of strange. I thought it was a quick comment that she would make just standing outside her bedroom door, and how she would know an iPod was missing just that quickly.
So
it was strange.
It was almost immediate, her saying that?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
At that point then, we released the scene and then just went about the investigation. We had meetings at least daily initially to try and, as a group, come up with what needed to be done next, kind of a to-do list, if you will.
Okay. And what was decided to be done next?
Well, there was, I know at one point we got information that it appeared, and I think this information may have come from Anita's sister, but it appeared that she had a pair of light blue pajamas with ducks on them missing. So I know I was part of that. We had found out that garbages in the area had been emptied on a certain date, and that certain garbage was still on a truck. So I had communication with people with the City of Minot Sanitation, and we arranged a garbage search to see if we could come up with finding these missing pajamas. I worked with other officers that kind of joined me on that, since it's not really the best task in the world to go out and dig through garbage. So we kind of did that as a team to try and make it.
So I suppose rank has its privileges in a moment like that?
It probably did. I didn't realize it at the time, but it probably did.
Did you investigate the knife used in this murder?
I remember when the knife was found. I think I was finishing up the interview with Marty Arnell outside, and I remember just one of the investigators saying something that I could overhear. And as far as me investigating it, I did look into it in different people that I had met with, and I'm not sure at what point of the investigation that was, but I did have some involvement in that. Yes.
On the 6th of June of 2007, did you go to Wally's World of Knives?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of that visit?
Purpose of that visit was just to show somebody that has knowledge on knives a picture of the knife to see if they could give us some direction and where to go with that.
And what did you learn about the knife there?
I learned that it was a cheap knife, that they're a dime a dozen at flea markets, and I think he had mentioned possibly at a powwow maybe, because it had a Indian headdress symbol on one side.
So it's a very common knife.
He didn't really say common, but he just said that they're cheap, but I mean that they would have been probably sold in bulk.
Okay. Did you go through any phone messages involved with this case?
I did, yes.
What phone messages did you go through involved in this case?
I went through the phone messages on Anita's phone.
And did you take photographs of those messages?
I did, yes.
Now, Detective Goodman, I'm handing you 2 sets of photographs. If you could take them out of the packaging there. Do you recognize that set?
Yes.
And what are those photographs of?
Just photographs of messages from, one is from her outbox and one is just one of the messages from her phone.
And are these true and accurate photographs or copies of the photograph that you took of the victim's phone?
Yes.
State moves to enter this into evidence. It's 11A and B, is that correct?
Yes.
You can hand me the plastic back and keep the paper. And if you could take it's kind of a trapper keeper type thing there, the orange plastic. Take those out and look at them, please. Oh, excuse me. The state moves to enter exhibit A, 11A and 11B into evidence.
Mr. Sen.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's exhibits 11A and 11B are received without objection.
And if you could look at these, please. And are those true and accurate copies of the photographs that you took of those messages?
Yes, they are.
And that's 12A through O, is that correct?
Yes.
State moves to enter exhibits 12A through O into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
If I can get the plastic back.
State's exhibits 12A through 12O are received without objection.
Did you interview the defendant on June 12th?
Possibly June 11th.
Or June 11th, excuse me.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
You may. Make sure your microphones are off.
Now, were you part of a reenactment at the scene?
Yes, I was.
What was that reenactment?
I wanted to go up to the apartment and reenact the idea on whether or not somebody could have entered that window or exited the window of her bedroom as a point of entry and exit.
Now, how was that reenactment done?
We went up there. I had made some calls. I spoke with the property manager to see if I could go up to that same apartment and do this reenactment. I wanted to videotape it. So we had our clerk from our office come up and run the video camera and videotape as we did that reenactment.
So what did you do during the reenactment exactly?
I brought with me a picture of the cut screen, and they had replaced the screen in her bedroom window with a new screen. I had gotten permission from them to do this and to cut the new screen. So looking at the picture, I took a knife and I cut the screen the same way that the screen was cut in Anita's bedroom window during the time of the homicide.
Okay. And what did you learn from that?
I learned that after doing that, I didn't feel that it was possible that the person that committed the homicide entered or exited out the window.
Why is that?
I didn't, in doing it, we tested it with myself and with a Sergeant Thompson, who's about my height, a little bit shorter, much skinnier. And then also with our clerk, and she's a shorter, petite gal. And the screen was stretching and tearing in different areas than the original screen that we had from the time of the homicide.
Okay. Now, what year did you say that you retired from the Minot Police Department?
2021.
Okay. Did this case basically become yours at a certain point?
It was at different times due to the retirement of Detective Barnard. He was the case agent initially. At different times it was not necessarily assigned, but maybe assigned is the best word to use, to a certain individual just so they could be the point of contact for any questions or any new leads that might come in, or that they could certainly also run with the investigation if they had time.
So it's not so much that it was assigned to you, but that you were the only one that was there to do it.
I was, during my time, I remember it being assigned to one of the other investigators before me. Then I think he got promoted out of the office, and then it was assigned to me for a while. And then I would just, any calls about it or questions about the case would be directed to me.
Okay. Now, in your time as a detective with the Minot Police Department, were you contacted by podcasts, TV shows, that sort of thing for information on this case?
Yes.
What sort of entities were contacting you?
I know Crime Watch Daily contacted me. Dateline has contacted me.
Now, Was there a certain point when the Minot Police Department kind of made the decision that they were going to shift from not necessarily cooperating to working with those folks?
There was, yeah, that was a different TV show, Cold Justice, I believe the name of that one is.
And do you know why there was a change in that?
It got to a point where the administration, I believe, discussed it and decided that at that point we weren't at a point in the investigation where we felt that it could be brought to the prosecutor's office. So I suspect that they decided at that time that they were going to try that.
Now, you were in the detectives part of the Minot Police Department for 14 years before you retired after the murder, or roughly that, right? Because you retired in 2021?
Yes.
In that 14 years, did you have the time with other cases? I'm assuming you had other cases you had to investigate?
During that time, yes, I had other cases to investigate, and cases came in at a steady pace daily. And so there was never really any downtime to look at it. I mean, we had to make a point of getting this case assigned out to somebody to where they were specifically only going to work on this case. Otherwise, it was just constant other cases coming in that needed to be dealt with as well.
So at any point in those 14 years, did you yourself have the time to focus on this matter to give it your full attention?
No.
Now, in the 14 years that you investigated this case or were part of the investigation, were there other suspects that came up that needed to be looked at?
Other people came up quite a bit, yes.
Okay. And how did you go about eliminating those people as suspects?
There were different things, different ways. I mean, we'd reach out, we'd try and do everything we could to meet with that person. There was various ways that they were eliminated or kind of checked off our list to where we didn't feel they were any longer a person of interest. I don't know that anyone ever reached the level of being a suspect, but we were able to, just to give a couple examples, one guy talked to us, denied it, then a couple days later came forward and said, I was in jail at that time from, I think, the 1st to the 10th of June. And
so it'd be pretty hard for somebody who was incarcerated at the time to do a murder like this.
Right, and I verified that he was. Another example, a guy that gave information on a guy that lived on the East Coast, I believe, said he was a truck driver. We were able to have law enforcement make contact with him and look at his truck logs and verify that he wasn't anywhere near North Dakota. So yeah, there was nobody that we were looking at that we thought needed to be bumped up to the level of being a suspect in this case.
Okay. During that entire investigation, did you ever determine that the defendant was not a suspect?
No.
And why is that?
I was suspicious of her from the very beginning, just because of her demeanor when she went into the apartment. Some of the her information she was giving she was contradicting herself, and I just wasn't buying what she was telling us. Some of it, one of my first interviews with her, we discussed ahead of time, don't tell me any lies, don't be untruthful about anything, because if it's illegal, I don't care about that. I'm looking at the big picture here. And in that interview, she did lie.
What was the lie?
She lied about what she did on that Saturday night, where she was at, and what she did.
In your experience, your long experience as a detective, is that significant?
I believe it is, yes.
Why is that significant?
Because it just, in my mind, shows that she's hiding something.
Now, Detective Goodman, I just handed you a document labeled Exhibit 13. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
This is the transcribed statement that Nichole Thomas at the time gave to me on June 11th.
Okay.
To myself and Sergeant Murphy.
Now, other than a couple of redactions that are in there, you'll find that there's some black lines, I think, pretty deep into the document. Is that a true and accurate copy of that transcript?
Yes, appears to be.
State moves to enter Exhibit 13 into evidence, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No objection, Your Honor.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 13 is received without objection.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sand, do you wish to cross-examine?
I do, sir.
You may proceed.
Detective Goodman, do you know the first time you got on the scene, what time that was and what date that was?
It was June 4th, and I believe it was around, without looking at my report, guessing around 8 p.m. maybe, 7:30, 8 p.m.
That was Monday, June 4th.
Yes.
Okay. Did you photograph anything at the scene?
I believe we assigned Lieutenant Stramberg to do that, to do the photographs. I don't believe I did.
Okay.
At the scene.
Now, you interviewed a man named Devin Hall a couple of times, correct?
I interviewed him at least once. I think it was only one time.
Okay. Do you remember on June 22nd interviewing him?
Was it in Wolf Point, Montana?
No. Well, let me take another look here. I don't believe this one was, no.
Where?
Did you have a chance to review your reports before you came in today?
I reviewed some, but I didn't review all the
Show you a
pages.
copy of page 16 of your report. Now you read from here to here. Will that refresh your recollection?
Yes. Yeah, it looks like Detective Barnard and I did interview Devin Hall on June 22nd.
Okay, you see the contents of what's in there?
You want me to read it? Okay. Okay.
So you recall that conversation with Mr. Hall?
I do, yes.
You recall asking him about the murder weapon?
I recall asking him about a knife.
What did you ask him about the knife?
Just if he had recognized the knife, if he had seen the knife before.
This knife?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
What did you learn from that interview?
I learned from that interview that
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay.
It's not, Your Honor. Well, I apologize.
Thank you. Overruled. You can answer the question.
Okay. I learned at that point, he identified that as a knife that he thought that he once had. That was followed up on at a later date.
Okay. Did he tell you there was an Indian head missing on one side?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Did you learn?
Sustained.
Did you learn that he knew there was an Indian head missing on the other side?
I learned from him that the medallion, I guess, if you will, was missing from the other side. Again, followed up on a later date. Pardon?
On the knife that he had.
On a knife that he thought he had.
Is there a medallion missing from this knife?
There is.
Where did it come from? Where did this knife come from?
That knife, that's a picture of the knife that we located at the scene of the homicide.
You know where it was at the homicide?
It was on the foot of the bed,
Foot of the bed.
near the window.
Next to Anita's body.
Correct.
On the same bed.
Correct.
Devin Hall said that he had a knife. I want to make sure I got this right. That was missing a medallion, an Indian head medallion. And you found this knife at the scene.
Your Honor, is there a reason Mr. Sand is moving about the well?
you have an objection, Mr. Nelson?
I do, Your Honor. There's
And-
no purpose for this. He can ask questions at the council table.
Overruled.
Sorry, sir. This is a knife from the murder scene. Correct.
Correct.
Devin Hall said that he possessed a knife that was missing an Indian head medallion, correct?
That was missing the medallion, but it was later found out to be a different knife that he was confusing for this knife.
I didn't ask that, and we'll get to that interview
Okay.
because we've just got a recording of it. Devin Hall admitted to having in his possession a knife with a missing medallion Indian head on one side and the Indian head medallion on the other. In that interview, on
Objection, Your Honor. This is asked and answered multiple times at this point.
If I could respond.
Overruled.
He admitted to having a knife that was missing the medallion on one side.
And had the Indian head medallion on the other.
Had the medallion on the other side, but he confused it for another knife.
Your Honor, I have to object. That was not, the council did not ask to publish at that point.
The objection is overruled.
You went out to Wolf Point, isn't that right?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview some people out there?
Yes.
Did you interview Miss Howling Wolf? This is important.
What's her first name?
Renita?
What would have it been about? I don't.
It would have been about Devin Hall and this murder.
Okay. I interviewed several.
I'll tell you that in my discovery have that. Would that make you feel more inclined to say that you went out there and interviewed her, sir?
Yeah, if you're saying I did, I probably did. I interviewed several people out there.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Do you remember interviewing a Natasha Clancy?
I do, yes.
Do you remember interviewing a Donna Follett?
The name sounds familiar, so I believe I do, yes.
And I apologize if I'm getting a little intense. This is important.
Doesn't bother me.
Thank you, sir. Do you recall what happened in those interviews?
I recall some of what happened.
Do you recall what you learned?
I do. To a certain point. I mean, I don't remember everything.
One thing I'd like to ask you, it looks like the last piece of evidence you got was a transcript, correct? That was entered into evidence?
From Nichole?
From Nichole.
Correct.
Correct, okay. I have some transcripts here as well.
Okay.
So on June 12th, 2007, did you interview Renita Hollingwolf and Melda Lambert?
On June 12th?
2007.
Can I look at it? It appears that I have a phone call from Renita Howling-Wolf and Melda Lambert, and the date on this is June 12th, and I don't know if it's the date on the top of this, so I'm not sure if it was the date or the date that they transcribed the call.
Okay. But this is a call between you and Ms. Hollingwolf and Ms. Lambert.
Yes, it appears to be.
Defense is going to offer this transcript as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state objects. It's full of hearsay.
Your Honor, the state just put a transcript in.
Statements from the defendant are not hearsay by rule.
This is a transcript of a phone call that he conducted, Your Honor. I'm going to ask him about that phone call.
The third party.
The objection is sustained, Mr. Sand. You want to ask him questions about it, you can ask him questions.
I will. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Can I have you look at this transcript to refresh your recollection? First page is the most important.
I'm assuming that you just want me to read the first page then?
No, if you could look through the whole thing, I'd appreciate it. Just the first page is the most important. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
You had a chance to review that?
Yes.
Did you learn from this call that Ms. Howling Wolf believed that her son, Devin, had did something terrible?
My microphone is off, Your Honor. The objection is hearsay.
Sustained.
What did you learn from reviewing this?
From reviewing that, that was a phone call reporting that somebody had, one of those ladies had talked to somebody in Wolf Point or Fraser, Montana about Devin Hall and asking that these ladies pray for him. And I learned, and it refreshed my memory, that this was all stemming from a lady from Family Services in the Wolf Point area had made a comment that I hope Devin didn't have anything to do with this.
What was their
And
biggest
then,
concern on the front page? I'm going to ask you to take a look at that. What was their biggest
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
concern? It's not well.
Sustained.
What did you learn from reading that first page?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
That's not overruled. What did he learn?
I learned that that was the phone call that sparked me to follow up on why this lady in Montana was asking these other ladies to pray for Devin Hall.
Why were they asking?
They were asking, like I said, just how rumors go. The lady from Family Services in Montana had made the comment that she hoped that Devin Hall wasn't involved in this, and then that just kind of sparked as rumors do.
Did that create any issues in your mind as to why people would be calling you about hoping Devin Hall didn't kill somebody at Minot?
Certainly, that's why I followed up on it.
Okay. So from your testimony, what I'm understanding is these women called you and were concerned that Devin Hall may have killed someone at Minot. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they were saying, or she was saying, asking them to pray for her grandson because that, like I said, that rumor flew once the lady from Family Services brought that up and said, I hope he had nothing to do with that incident in
You know how
Minot.
far Wolf Point is from Minot?
Oh, about a 4-hour drive, I think, 3-4 hour drive.
What follow-up did you do after you found that out?
I interviewed somebody and eventually spoke with, I believe I spoke with the lady from Family Services and discovered that that's where that rumor came from.
From Family Services?
Yeah. I don't recall her name.
Do you recall working with the FBI on this case at all?
Yes.
Do you recall them telling you Devin Hall was
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you recall their report concluding that Devin Hall was the prime suspect?
Objection, Your Honor. That would be hearsay.
Sustained. Need to ask it.
What do you recall from that FBI report?
When you
Objection,
asked
Your
if I
Honor, that's
recall
hearsay.
working,
Stop. It's not overruled. You can answer the question.
when you asked, do I recall working with the FBI on this case? My mind immediately went to Wolf Point because I went with FBI agent Ryan O'Neill to Wolf Point. That's what I thought you were getting at. I don't know when you talk about a report. I don't know what you're referring
Did the
to.
FBI assist you in this investigation at all?
Yes, Ryan O'Neill went to Wolf Point with me, and I believe they looked at the case, but I don't believe I had really anything to do with that.
Do you remember meeting with Natasha Clancy?
I do, yes.
Can I show you that transcript to refresh your recollection? That
Sure. Do you want me to read the whole thing?
if you could, thank you. It's not too long. you ever refer to that knife as the knife that was used to kill Anita Knudsen?
Did I ever refer to?
That knife as the knife that was used to kill Anita Knudsen?
Yes, I have here today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you do that when you talked to Miss Clancy?
I know you did, but possibly I did. I'm not. I didn't retain it if I did read it.
It's the first line.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I did.
Okay. You refer to this the knife as the knife that was used to kill Anita Knudsen. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. What was Miss Clancy's reaction?
When
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
No. Asked for observation, so overruled. What was her reaction?
when I first showed her a picture of the knife, she acted surprised or shocked.
Do you know Miss Clancy's relationship to Devin Hall?
I believe in the statement I read that she referred to him as her nephew.
Do you remember talking to Miss Follett?
Who is she?
Somebody out of Wolf Point.
The name is familiar.
I know it's been a long time, and I appreciate your work.
Okay. I do. I remember that name, yes.
I have you review that transcript as well.
You want me to read the whole thing?
Can I have the attorney's approach to the bench, please? Continue.
Have you had a chance to look at that, sir?
I have not.
Okay.
I,
Go ahead and take a look at it.
okay, go ahead and read it.
Yep.
No,
Oh.
he's not going to read it. You want to ask him questions, you can ask him questions.
Okay. I'll take it back, sir.
Okay.
Do you recall anything about your conversation with Miss Follett?
Sitting here right now, no.
It's fair to say you spoke with a number of people out of Wolf Point.
Correct.
Devin Hall's name sounds like it kept coming up. In fact, you went out to Wolf Point and met with Devin Hall, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Did you do any investigation on Club 101?
Yes.
Did you go through the records of Club 101 of who had entered?
Yes.
Okay. What did you learn from that?
Not a whole lot. Learned that Anita Knudsen had been at that club, I think around mid-May. I tried to identify active military people, so I sent it to OSI on the Minot Air Force Base for them to review, to try and see who was active military on that list. I checked our local files to try and identify local people, just to see if I would identify somebody that stuck out for some reason, somebody that was traveling through.
You identified Jerron Vivier. Do you recall that?
Off that list? I do not.
You don't?
I don't.
Can I have you take a look at this to
Sure.
refresh your recollection?
Sure.
It's at the bottom of the page.
Where does it say that he was identified off that list?
I'm just having you refresh your recollection. Sure.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't see that it says that.
Do you recall a list being part of your report?
What I just read?
A list going through who was at Club 101?
I recall that being part of the case file, yes.
Okay. Do you recall Jerron Vivier being there?
At the 101 Club?
Yes.
I do not.
I'm going to switch gears for just a second. I'll be coming back to that. Oh, never mind. Do you recall sending a list of who was at the 101 Club to Dan Dahl? On July 9th, 2007.
I recall that And again, I don't recognize the name Dan Dahl, but I recognize the phone number as it being a base-related phone number.
Do you recognize your name there?
And my name, yes. So this must be what I was referring to when I sent it to the base OSI.
So you'd sent this to OSI.
Yes.
Have you refer to the list you sent over. It's alphabetical by first names. In that list, did you send over a person named Geron Vivier?
Yes.
Okay. And I know it's been a long time, officer, but it's important that we get this right. Can I have that back?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Is Anita's Knudsen's name on that list as well? That same evening.
Your Honor, at this point, I have to object because we're getting quite a bit of testimony from something that is not entered. I forget how that works because I'm not used to it with Ford
What's
County.
your objection?
The objection is we're getting quite a bit of testimony from an exhibit that's not entered into evidence.
Overruled. He's just using it to refresh his memory about who's on the list.
Yes, I see Anita's name on the list as well.
So based on what you sent over to Mr. Dahl, Anita Knudsen and Mr. Vivier were at Club 101 together.
They both appeared to have been there that night. And that's what
Are you aware of Geron Vivier's connection with Devon Hall?
I know that, I don't know if there's a relation, but at least a friendship.
Are they both from Fort Beck Reservation?
I believe so.
After your interview at Wolf Point, did you do any other follow-up with Devon Hall?
I don't believe that I did. I don't remember that I did anyway.
Did you know anything about Geron Vivier outside of
I-
what I asked you?
During the time of the investigation, I do remember his name. Yes. Yes.
Remember Devon's name coming up, obviously. You met with him a couple times.
Yes.
You said you didn't like Nichole's demeanor when you saw her. You testified to that earlier.
Yes.
So you had like a hunch you didn't like her demeanor.
During the June 11th interview or at the scene
At the scene when we were talking about her,
when she went in?
when you were talking to the state's attorney.
Yeah, when she went in,
I haven't know what this is. You didn't like her demeanor.
okay. Yeah, I don't remember saying that, but yeah, I would agree with
Maybe
that.
I'm paraphrasing. I apologize.
Okay, I would agree with it though.
Okay. And you'd gone through some text message where they were upset about an alarm clock or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we just went over all this testimony about this knife, correct?
Correct.
Devon Hall. Now we're talking about text messages between roommates and an alarm clock. Do you I want to get this right. You didn't do any follow-up on Devon Hall after that interview? You didn't talk to him again?
I don't remember that I did. It's possible that I did.
I appreciate it, sir. questions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nelson, are you going to have a,
I can be very brief, Your Honor, and we can,
I'll hold you to that, Mr. Nelson.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. You've never been shy about that.
Go ahead.
Was there any information that you learned in your investigation that Jerome Vivier was at all attached to Anita Knudsen in any way, shape, or form?
No,
So there's no connection between the two of them other than they both happened to be in the same nightclub on the same night.
correct.
Were there quite a few other people that were in that same nightclub that same night?
Yes.
Now, why did you follow up with the investigation regarding Devon Hall?
Just because his name came up. I mean, on the information that I've already stated, the lady's asking for somebody to pray for him because he may have been involved in that. His name came up and we needed to either elevate him to the suspect list or dismiss him.
Did you ever get any information that put you to the point where you would elevate him to the suspect list?
I did not.
So it was a lead that you ran down, but a fruitless lead.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sand, last chance, recross.
Yes, Your Honor. A fruitless lead, you said?
Yes.
After that interview and seeing this night, that was a fruitless lead?
It was, yep. Yep, the result of my investigation. Yep.
Thanks, Mr.
All right. Officer Goodman is here by subpoena.
He can be released from the state subpoena, Your Honor. My understanding is that it's
Sand.
subpoenaed by the defense.
We have him under subpoena of our own as well, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Goodman, you're not allowed to go then. You still have a subpoena, so.
Do you want me to stay in Grand Forks or can I return
Can I
home?
chat with you after court? Is that all right? We get it
Sure.
worked out. Thank you.
Yep.
You're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's time to call it a day for you. Please do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discuss any problems that you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial. Until you retire to deliberate your verdict, please do not discuss this case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you. And please do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case. And please do not form nor express any opinion about this case until I've given it to you for your deliberations. Again, I hope to repeat this instruction at each recess. If I fail to do so, it applies to you throughout this trial. Tomorrow morning, 8:30 work for you, Ms. Sorgan? Nelson?
That should be fine for us, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
Absolutely, sir.
All right. I'd like you back here by 8:15 tomorrow morning. Please follow the bailiffs out. Please turn off the cameras.
All right, so that is a wrap. 2 trials done. We could do this. We are on time. Tomorrow we are gonna be late. We're gonna play catch up again on this trial because they're gonna start 8:15, which is around the time our Jason Levesque trial is gonna start. So we're gonna be doing Jason Levesque closings for probably half of a day, and then while on deliberations we're gonna catch up on this one and then go from there, and then hopefully on Friday we will be live for this trial, and from Friday we can we just follow this trial, and because I don't think Jason Levesque is gonna be that I know, but lol pickles. I am tempted to, Willow, but the thing is, we've already followed it. I want to just wrap it up and put a bow in it, and then think we literally only have closings to do. Well, jury instructions and closings to do. So the pain shouldn't be that great anymore. But I understand that. But at least I would like to see the end of it. Just to put the bow on it, really. Unless the audio is insufferable and we get bored, and then we'll swap midday, and then we'll see what to do. But at least just to wrap it up and put it away, because I don't think they're gonna be much to deliberate anyway. So we don't have to put up with much longer. We've done the hard part. I mean, so tomorrow, I've already put the stream up. I forgot which time. I think I did 9:15, because I think the judge, yeah, well, this trial 8:15 there, which is 9:15 Eastern, I think. And then, but our trial starts at 9:30 Eastern, which is 9:30 there. So they're gonna be on at the same time. So we're gonna start with Jason Levesque, with the closings, jury instructions, closings, and all of that, and then jump to this trial while on the deliberations, and that. So I think that's the plan. What do you guys think? Do you guys agree with that plan, or am I not thinking correctly anymore because tiredness has hit the fan? Because that's at least what I'm here thinking. If you guys don't agree, or if you guys want to do something different, I am open to considerations. And you think you agree? Okay, you better agree, Pickles. No, I'm joking. My days, this is getting too wild. I'm getting too tired now. So I was just gonna ask this: anyone who wants to come on, wants to call in today, or please say now. I'll forever hold your something. Oh no, I absolutely agree, Paulette. No worries. I mean, you guys can always catch up. Absolutely understand. You guys are doing. Case one is probably going to be traveling or packing or something. Willow as well. You guys have stuff to do. I'm the only one that has nothing to do. No, I'm joking. I have stuff to do. Believe me, but oh yes, yeah. I completely agree and follow what Mama said. Oh yeah, I will drop you a message, a massage. I am not gonna drop you a massage. I'm starting to say weird things. I will drop you a message for sure, and I'll do that for Willow as well. Well, the only way I can text Willow it's through thingamajig X, but I can do that. You've been that it might take a little bit hard. Yeah, I do need to sleep, but I am scared of leaving my desk. No, I'm joking. I am not scared to leave my desk. I can just run to the bedroom and probably break my leg halfway through there because there's so many obstacles. But anyway, and exactly, and that's a wrap. Let's make Katia shut up. It has been a long day. I'll definitely go rest. Thank you, everybody. Oh, nice. Oh, that is awesome. So, take advantage of your day tomorrow, Paula. I'll see everybody else tomorrow. And if I don't see you, I love you lots. Thank you very much for your support, guys. You are amazing. Thank you for putting up with me for 9 hours today. So, have a good night. Have sweet dreams. A good afternoon, morning, whatever you are. And goodbye.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.